We are live at Collecco for Tuesday, March 18th-ish. 18th. Live Facebook, YouTube, and MySpace. Live on MySpace tonight, Tanner. A lot of people don't go there, but we've got... we got a lot to do, okay? As usual, I've been here for 2 hours, and I'm still late, and I still didn't really get much ready to sell because I've pretty much been moving stuff in circles for the last 2 hours. I got a little bit done. I got my auction crate cleaned out. I got some autographs researched. I'm like, oh my gosh. But we're good to go now. So welcome everybody. I slept a lot earlier than I normally do, so it's really threw me off. I like showing up like right after I wake up. It's a lot more fun that way. Anyway, let's get some stuff shared here. There, and there. Copy link. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. I like showing up and being just right on the edge. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Tonight's song that stuck in my head is Sunshine Superman by Donovan. And hurdy-gurdy, hurdy, hurdy, man. That one stuck in my head too. Hurdy-gurdy, murdy, man. Y'all know that one? Roly-poly, roly-poly. All right. YouTube. Live. Link. Mike, Mike, there's people replying. Mike Massey, who of course watches every night, and he's right on here. He commented, he's like, he was just joking, and Mike commented, 5 o'clock p.m. or 6 o'clock p.m. And people still replying to Mike like he don't actually know what time the show starts. He was just joking. People's like, probably about 5:30. Then somebody just replied, said, usually around 5:30 or whatever. Which he was just literally joking, but people's just being helpful. They didn't know he's actually on here every single night at 5 o'clock as soon as I go live, or whenever I do go live. But somebody else just replied to you. Have we had any pre-orders on Lizzie Borden? I'm going to have to show that one live. We should have more than 2 pre-orders on that. I just put up a pre-order for a Lizzie Borden Greatest Hits in the group. I'll show it again later, but I figured it already have like 20 pre-orders. It's got 2. It's weird. Some things I'm like, well, I don't know. And then some things I'm like, wow, that's gotten a bunch. I figured somebody like Lizzie Borden would have 20 pre-orders by now. All right. All right. Okay, so let's go. I haven't got an email from YouTube yet. There we go. Let's get this on our story. Hurdy-gurdy, hurdy, good. Man. Roly-poly, roll. Laura's probably back there like, what is this guy doing? Wish I could play music during these sales. That'd be great. Imagine if we could play music during these sales. That'd be a lot. We'd be here for a while. Okay, splashdown. I think we're ready. Good, my empty crates are right there. I've been here for a couple hours, and like I just told everybody, I haven't been here for a couple hours, and I still hadn't got much done because I told Tanner we're going to literally have to take everything. Well, he's saying I've been yakking the whole time. That's because he's here. I don't get much done when Tanner's here. He don't get much done when I'm here. So that's why he works in the days and I work at nights. Otherwise, we're just going to be yapping. But I'm basically going to have to shut down the store for like a week. I think I'm going to have to just push everything up front and then bring it all back here. Something funny, Tanner? So, yeah, I mean, really, that's what my plan is. I'm going to tell my mom she's got a vacation. I'm going to take all this stuff and just take it all up front and then bring it back in here the way I want it. And we're basically going to have to be closed to do that because there's just too much stuff. Okay, Jerry, I've got really bad news for you, Jerry Stone. And the bad news for Mr. Stone is there is absolutely no vinyl deliveries today. Now, I just ordered, I don't know if I want to disclose the dollar amount, but I just ordered a lot of vinyl. A lot of vinyl. So there'll be a little bit here tomorrow and then probably a lot on Thursday. So, yeah. I just spent about 5 hours this morning chipping away at it. So it was a lot. Move these. But yeah, there was absolutely no deliveries today, which I knew that was going to happen because today was the first day I've ordered in 4 days. So I knew we was going to run into a problem with deliveries. So, but all right. Okay, here we go. First thing, let me get situated here. I'm going to go through this crate first. I'll go ahead and disclose. I bought $18,000 worth of new vinyl today. I ordered $18,000 worth of new vinyl. It'll be here in the next 48 hours. So y'all can expect a lot. That's how much I ordered with 4 different distributors today, this morning. And I could have done a lot more, but I stopped. I stopped so I could order more so it don't all show up on one day. So I'll probably do that again tonight. So there'll be more here Thursday and Friday. It's a lot, okay? So one of those nights is probably going to be one of those like 10 crate kind of nights. So, now who wanted silver chair? Who wanted silver chair? Somebody asked that. But yeah, it can, with those nights, we have like 10 and 20 or 10 and 15 crates of new vinyl. It's crazy how much all that adds up to be. So, here's our first auction. The Beatles, WQXI FM 9480 AM 79. Put them back together. The Beatles, Apple Records. What a cool poster. It's a vintage original poster. It's going to go up for a $20 start. The Beatles, WQXI 94 FM AM 79. Now, what else? What else popped up? Somebody, any other questions? I'm not for sure. We'll see what's going on. Okay, I don't know what I plan on doing tonight. Somebody wanted a silver chair, and somebody wanted something else. But, yeah, if you start ordering new vinyl from these distributors, it adds up quickly. Okay, it adds up really quickly. So when I start ordering this stuff, I mean, some of these orders I've placed orders for much more than that before. Those nights we have 10 and 15 crates. That's like tens of thousands of dollars worth of vinyl. So, but there's some nights I don't get to order it. It's bad on Thursday, Fridays because I don't have a lot of time to order it, and it just don't show up on some days. And then sometimes they hold our packages, and so even though I order a lot, it'll all show up on one day. So, all right, we have Meet the Stone City Band. This is Rick James. It's sealed, and that's a $15 start. That's a sealed record, $15 start. Offers, we probably offer Silverchair if I can get it. Jeff Dedman wants Silverchair. All right, that's the first sale of the night. Thank you, Jeff Dedman. That's sold to you $46.99. Appreciate that. Jim B, was it in a Buy It Now Best Offer bin? If it isn't a Buy It Now Best Offer bin, I can try to find it, but if not, we might just have to wait till it comes back around because I've just restacked all that over here. So it might take me a while for me to hunt. I think this is the crate I ended the night, so let's go ahead and start with this crate, the one I ended with last night. Creed Human Clay, 25th anniversary. That's a 2LP on limited edition gray smoke colored vinyl. Creed is $39.99. We have Dave Matthews Band, Where Are You Going? The singles. That's a 2LP, $39.99. And we have Kiss, Creatures of the Night, $39.99 for Kiss, Creatures of the Night, $39.99. And we have Megadeth, Euthanasia. Megadeth picture disc, I have two of those available for $39.99. Also, Magical Mystery Tour, that's a Beatles stereo remaster, $46.99 on Magical Mystery Tour. And Metallica and Justice for All, that's a 2LP remaster, $44.99. Also, Creedence Clearwater Revival, Pendulum, opaque brown vinyl, CCR is $33.99. And David Bowie, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust. That's one of those half-speed master analog cuts. That is $33.99. Also here, I have our first New Orleans single of the night, which appears to say Holiday. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Tasty Bites, Holiday, Soft Batch. That's going to go up for a $5 start. So we got a sealed Meet the Stone City Band. I got a Beatles poster back there. No bid on it yet. Going once, going twice. We also have Get a Grip, Aerosmith. That's a 2LP, $46.99. Some great titles in here. Like David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. That's a half-speed master. That's $33.99. Rush, Hold Your Fire. Hold Your Fire is $33.99. Rush. I've got one Concrete Blonde, Bloodletting. Two Concrete Blonde, Bloodletting. That's $33.99. Kiss Crazy Nights is $36.99. Kiss Crazy Nights. And then Alison Krauss and Union Station, Paper Airplane. That's new and sealed, $34.99. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. That's new and sealed, $33.99. And Nirvana Bleach. Some of these I was looking up last night, and I was reminding everybody how expensive OG copies have got. For example, the white vinyl first pressing of Bleach sells for like $2,500 now, or maybe one had just sold for $3,500. The OG white vinyl pressing of Bleach is now well over $2,000 or $3,000. $28.99 for a new sealed copy. Just saying. I tried to compare some there for those. So I was letting some people know, like, a lot of people that maybe are recent into vinyl collecting, they're like, well, I'm going to hold out for an original. Well, I was like, well, if you want an original of that, the true first press on limited edition white vinyl is extremely expensive. Prince is $33.99, Parade. Also, we have Led Zeppelin for $33.99. That's their debut. Sonic Youth, Hold That Tiger. That's live at Chicago's Cabaret, 1987, blue vinyl. That's $44.99. Kraftwerk Autobahn is $33.99. And then Iommi, that is Tony Iommi. And this is $39.99. $39.99, 2LP limited edition translucent blue vinyl. And we have Metallica, Ride the Lightning. I was also reminding everybody how expensive the Megaforce pressings of those have got. Oh my gosh. They're up there well over $500 now for a nice, beautiful copy. Well over $500 on the OG copies of that. And we have Firehouse, not Hose. Firehouse on Smoke and Fire vinyl. That is $39.99. All right, so Holiday has one bid for $5. If anybody wants this Beatles poster, I'll go ahead and offer it for a $25 buy it now. Looks like it had something to do with a radio station here. The Beatles, WQXI FM 94, AM 79, put them back together. some kind of like Beatles Apple. It's official Apple poster. It's a $25 buy it now if anybody wants that. Nirvana was their debut album, Bleach. It's new and sealed. $28.99 for Bleach. And then if anybody wants the sealed Meet the Stone City Band, which is Rick James, that's a no bid. $15 buy it now on that. $15 buy it now on that. Laura just dropped off some more auctions. I have lots of other stuff over here, though, to kind of run tonight. I did work on kind of purging my record bin over here that's been pretty it's been out of control for a while. So I've spent some time to kind of organize it and get it ready for tonight. That's what I've been doing mostly since I've been here the last hour and a half. We have Marshall Tucker Band. This is their debut album, beautiful copy. Has an original Capricorn inner sleeve and fantastic vinyl. Marshall Tucker Band is going to go up for a $5 start. Todd Doris wants the Beatles poster. That sold to Todd Doris for $25. WQXI was in Atlanta. Thank you, Craig and Scott. And that sold for $25 to Todd Doris. I'm going to put that right over here. Marshall Tucker is a $15 start. Holiday is sold for $5, and that was one of our first New Orleans singles of the night. And that's to Robert Tomick. Okay. So we have, that was a great crate. That's what I actually ended with last night because I was like, man, that is some great stuff in there. Great titles, and I'm probably going to try to post a video of that because I was like, wow, that's like some of our best selling stuff there. So Firehouse, Metallica, Tony Iommi, Kraftwerk, Sonic Youth, Led Zeppelin, Prince, Nirvana, Alanis Morissette, Alison Krauss, Kiss, Concrete Blonde, Rush, David Bowie, Aerosmith, David Bowie, CCR, Metallica, The Beatles, Megadeth, Kiss, Dave Matthews Band, and Creed. All right. And Gregory's in a Marshall Tucker at 15. Jim, your bid for TB possibly came in late there. I wasn't for sure what TB was to begin with. Was that this record here? Okay, that has already sold. And then we have Elvis. This is sealed, exclusive live press conference. I don't think I've seen this before, but what a unique Elvis record here. That is sealed for $10. Marshall Tucker has another bid for $15. And then one of our first 45s over here to auction is ZZ Top. This is Cheap Sunglasses, and the flip side is Esther Be the One, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. What was CCR? That was called Pendulum. That's opaque vinyl, $33.99, new and sealed. And then how much was Crazy Nights? Pendulum was $33.99, opaque brown vinyl, a new reissue remaster, and then Kiss Crazy Nights. We actually sold one of those last night out of here when I recap this. There's one left, $36.99. $36.99 on that. So, Tony, you're out on Marshall Tucker. Gregory's bid came in first. Tony back in at 16. And let's go over here and see what is going on. Hold on one second. Okay. All right, that looked like a good 45. I was surprised more people didn't bid on it. Let me jump over here, and that was our first crate. I'm actually going to put it over here in the aisle that I just got done cleaning up. And I'm going to grab what am I going to bring over first? We started out pretty good last night doing some vintage half-off bins, and I might bring some over right now. Some fantastic looking vintage half-off bins that I had from last week and this week and the week before and then the week last week, and then don't forget about this week, and then some of the half-off crates from the week after that. And then we had some half-off crates then and there. Maybe this one here. This one looks pretty interesting. Here we go. I have found our first half-off victim. Let's do it. All right. Slide over here. All right. Marshall Tucker. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a ton of details because I just pulled it out to auction. But I do know it's on the Capricorn label. It has a Capricorn inner sleeve. And then we have A really nice disc, CP-0112. It looks all to be original, but I don't have the matrix run on this one. I just pulled out of a bin some stuff John had priced. I thought it was too clean just to leave priced in the bin. So I don't have an exact detail on the year, but it's nice. Okay? Okay. First thing we have is Brian Ferry. This is $10. We're going to go through a vintage half-off bin. Brian Ferry's in shrink wrap. $10 for Brian Ferry. $10 for Brian Ferry. Jay Ferguson, Real Life Ain't This Way. Jay Ferguson is $7.50. Marion Faithful, Broken English. Marion Faithful is $10. Also, we have Brian Ferry, In Your Mind. Brian Ferry's $10, and this Brian Ferry was also $10. Earl Scruggs of You, Super Jammin'. Earl Scruggs is $10. Split Ends, Time and Tide. Split Ends is $10. Billie Holiday, the original recordings. Billie Holiday is $12.50. And then the Firm is $12.50. The Firm, Mean Business, $12.50 on the Firm. ZZ Top is a buy it now for $7 if anybody wants it. Elvis is a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants it. Marshall Tucker has a new bid for $20. Thank you for the water, Laura. Tanner would never do anything like that for me. She just brought me a bottle of water for no reason, because she's a nice person, unlike you. I told Paul the exact same thing yesterday. I said, Laura, every time she goes to get something to drink, she brings me something too, because, you know, I'm kind of stuck here trying to do a show, don't have anybody to bring me anything. She helps me out. Everybody else doesn't. Donna Turner on BH, that's Billie Holiday, that's sold. Michael Snared gets the Elvis record, that's sold. Tony McDaniel, Marshall Tucker goes back to you. We got Sinatra and Company, $7.50. The Best of Cat Stevens is $10. And the Bee Gees is $7.50. Why should somebody buy a 45 if they already have the LP? Well, Craig's got a good answer because of the B-side. Gregory's got a good answer for completist. Why would anybody want to buy a 45? They already have the album. Because they're probably a collector of it. And, you know, I buy stuff on 45s because of the Beatles, because I'm trying to buy everything that they ever released. Some people like buying just everything they can by an artist. If it's their artist, if it's an artist they like, they'll buy everything and they'll have multiple copies of it. I know a guy that has over 80 copies of Abbey Road. They're all different too. Why? I don't know. Because he likes the Beatles and he likes Abbey Road. We have Prince Bat Dance. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Prince Bat Dance is a $7 start. Really cool Batman picture sleeve there. Next is Pat Benatar, Wide Awake in Dreamland. This is in shrink with hype. $10 on Pat Benatar, Wide Awake in Dreamland. ZZ Top is Cheap Sunglasses Edit. And Esther Be the One from DeGuelo. That's a $7 buy it now. Also Big Country, One Great Thing. Also $6.50. And we have Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. $17.50 on Eric Clapton. Go through a half-off bin. $17.50 on Eric Clapton. And the band, Moondog Matinee. The band is $15. That's $15. First thing we have here is Michael Snare got Elvis, and then Prince has a bid for $7, and then George Sambares got Pat Benatar. That's so to George Sambares, thank you. And then we have Jason Thomas on ZZ Top. That was the buy it now 45 over here for $7. That is sold. And then Batman has another bid of $7. So let me read what Tony said here. Has he received it? This is an OG Marshall Tucker band. This is their first album, Tony. So I'm assuming you're done bidding. And that means that Gregory has it for $20, and that's a final call. We're going through a half-off vintage bin here. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, $7.50. The Doobie Brothers, Captain and Me, that's $7.50. Crosby, Stills and Nash, that's the album known as CSN. $10 on Crosby, Stills and Nash. And Jim Croce, The Faces I've Been. Jim Croce is $12.50. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. Eric Clapton is $17.50. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. Chameleon Balance. This is a 1983 rock album. The half-off price is $17.50. And Pat Benatar in The Heat of the Night, $7.50. Also, we got Jeff Beck. This is $10 on Jeff Beck. And we have Cher, Take Me Home. Cher is $10. Also, we have Neil Diamond, Just For You. That's in Shrink, $8.50. Neil Diamond, that's on Bang Records. And we have two people have bid $7 on Prince. Ryan Eaton bid $7. The other person was Ben Digert. And then Marshall Tucker has a new bid for $21. Tim Turner on Eric Clapton Rainbow. That's so to Tim Turner. Greg Beddinger on Pat Benatar. That's so to Greg Beddinger. Batman has a new bid for $8. What was the Big Country? The Big Country record was One Great Thing, and the B-side was Look Away and Song of the South. That is $6.50. GTR is $13.50. And we have Ballerina, Buffy Santa Marie, $5 on that. Final Call on Marshall Tucker for $21. And then let's go ahead and put up another LP right quick. This is U2, Pride, as in Pride in the Name of Love, and the 11 o'clock TikTok. Really cool U2 single here. Very cool sleeve, and the vinyl is really clean. U2 is going to go up for a $15 start. U2 Pride, that's a $15 start. And then we have next, Batman's at $8. And then we have a question, how much was the Doobie Brothers? This was right back here. That was only $7.50. Prince 10, Batman 10, and then Andrew Shaw won't share. Great half off bin here. These are half off sticker. No more, no less. And then Bradley Edwards said he will take the Big Country. That's so to Bradley Edwards. Mike Bartlett said he will take the Doobie Brothers. That's so to Mike Bartlett. U2 has a bid for $15. What's the Marshall Tucker? Now, it's on the first label. It's a gatefold. It's a really clean copy. And I told them both, like I hadn't actually ran the matrix on it, but it is a superb copy. It's on the first label, Capricorn. And I really don't know this album to have seen too many reissues, especially with this correct inner sleeve and not being a barcoded copy and everything. But I literally just pulled it out of the bin. It's really clean and really nice. And I don't really think that album's in print. So the high bid right now is $21, and it's a final call. Batman's at $12, U2's at $17. We're going through a half off bin. And probably when I run through it again, there'll be a lot more claimed out of here, because so far I've jumped over some really good-looking records, and this is a half-off bin, which means what? No more, no less. Even if you try to pay me more, I'm not going to take it. If you're like, Chad, I cannot give you $7.50 for that. Please, let me give you $30. I'm going to say no. It's no more, no less. Here's our next New Orleans single. We've got about 38,000 to go through tonight, all at $5 starts. This one's a little dusty. It's the Adverts, No Time to Be 21. This is going to go up for a $5 start. We got around 38,000 that I've sorted through that we're going to try to sell tonight, all at $5 starts. We have first, what's that, Tanner? Okay, we have In Harmony. This is $10, a Sesame Street record. Laura Nero Smile, $7.50. And we have Styx Equinox. Styx Equinox, that's $10. Babe Ruth First Base, what a nice clean copy. Roger Dean artwork, $12.50 on that. And we have the very best of Gordon Lightfoot. The very best of Gordon Lightfoot, that's $7.50. Marshall Tucker Band is sold for $21 to Tony McDaniel. Thank you, Tony. That's sold to you. Next is U2 2527. Mike Bartlett first on Styx. That's sold. The Adverts is a $5 start. Colin Butler on Babe Ruth going through a half-off vintage bin. And what happened on Prince? Ryan Eaton went out. Ben Digert has Prince Bat Dance from Prince the movie, or excuse me, from Batman the movie. Prince did the soundtrack, of course, on that one. Very cool. Quiet Village, the exotic sounds of Martin Denny. That's only $5. Ringo's Rotogravure, $7.50. How about Young Colton Limited, Just a Melody? What a cool cover. Looks like train smoke coming out of there. Young Colton Limited, clean, just $10 on that. The Adverts has a bid for $5. Go Now, the Moody Blues, $15 on that. In the Eye of the Storm, the Outlaws, $10. Emmylou Harris Blue Kentucky Girl, $7.50. And Bonnie Raitt Streetlights. Bonnie Raitt is $5. The Adverts has a bid for $5. Jason Hughes wants Quiet Village. That is sold to Jason Hughes. Colin Butler on Young Holt. That is sold to Colin Butler. And show U2 again, no problem. I think this is technically the front here. U2, Pride in the Name of Love. Boomerang, instrumental, Boomerang 11. 11 o'clock TikTok and Touch. So several songs on here. It's more like an EP. And the vinyl is really nice. It's EX Plus or better. And a beautiful crisp sleeve there. Pride in the Name of Love. Early morning, April 4th. Shot rings out in the Memphis sky. That song, of course, is about Martin Luther King Jr. The Adverts is a final call for $5. Prince is a final call. And the Ohio Players, Honey. The Ohio Players is $12.50. We have Johnny Rivers, Outside Help, $5. Track list on Gordon Lightfoot. Gordon Lightfoot is Softly, Go Go Round, Pussy Willow's Cattails, Home from the Forest, Mountain and Marion, Rosanna, Bitter Green, The First Time I Ever Saw Your Face, If You Got It, and Rich Man Spiritual. That's now $7.50. Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits is $6.50. Ohio Players, so to Donna Turner, Gregory Second, Carol Backing on U2 at $30. America's Greatest Hits, that's $10. Big Country Wonderland, $15 on that one. And The Fix, Reach the Beach, $12.50 on The Fix. And now Prince is sold for $12, and that $12 bid goes to Ben Digert. Thank you, Ben Digert. That's so to you. Any punk fans watching, this is a really cool piece here. This is the original Great Rock and Roll Swindle. This is the original Great Rock and Roll Swindle newspaper, kind of magazine, advert, zine here. I really don't know the full story of this, but I know it is called The Great Rock and Roll Swindle, which obviously has something to do with the Sex Pistols, and this is the original kind of newspaper book for this. I remember finding one night, and I really didn't know what it was, and I think I sold it way too cheap, and I had 2 or 3 of them, and 2 or 3 other people bought one, and then I was like, oh, this is like a $100 book or newspaper, and I just ran across another one, The Great Rock and Roll Swindle. There's no telling how many this guy bought. That's from that stuff we bought down in Atlanta several years ago, where that guy bought all this stuff originally. He would buy 2, 3, 4 copies. So this is a really cool piece. I think most of them on eBay right now are listed like well over 100, 90s, 80s. You know, they're not cheap whatsoever. I'm going to start this one for $45, and it's going to go up for auction right now. The Great Rock and Roll Swindle newspaper deal there. $45 start on that. Next is Mike Owen on The Fix. And that is so to Mike Owen. One thing leads to another. Jason Hughes on America's Greatest Hits is U2 UK. And then Big Country sold to Bradley Edwards. And the Adverts is sold to William Dragovich for $5. U2, yeah, this is definitely not United States. It probably is UK. UK, made in Great Britain. Yeah, this wasn't released in the United States like this. Michael Butler's in on Swindle at $50. Thank you. That's going to you. Going once, going twice. And then, how about a bizarre Taylor Swift item here? Uh-oh. This came from that Music Executives collection. Music Executives collection, if I could spit all this out. Taylor Swift World Tour Live DVD and CD with a sample product not for sale on the back. This is a $15 start. This is Taylor Swift. It's CD, DVD, promo marked. $15 start. Speak Now World Tour Live. CD and DVD with a promo sticker on the back. $15 start on that. Swindle has a bid for $50. U2 has a bid for $39 with Kathy Collinsworth. And now we have the Carpenters. Horizon. The Carpenters is $5. If you're just getting on, make sure you've hit the like button, the share button. We're going through a half-off band right now. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 13. That's $7.50. Also, Starship, Knee Deep in the Hoopla. We Built This City, $10. That is Starship, Frank Sinatra, One More for the Road. $7.50 on Frank Sinatra. The Electric Horseman, Willie Nelson. That is $10 on Willie Nelson. I Know What It Is to Be Young, Orson Welles. Very cool, $7.50 on that. The Great Rock and Roll Swindle newspaper, one bid for $50. Michael Butler, final call. Final call on U2 for $39. And now Taylor Swift has a bid for $15. Mike Owen on Star for Starship. We Built This City. And we have Player, Baby Come Back. That is now $12.50. Also, Billy Ocean, Tear Down These Walls. Billy Ocean's $5. Joe Salomon, Frank Sinatra. Bargain bin, half off sticker on all these in here. Eve, the Alan Parsons Project, that's $10. Also, James Taylor JT, That is $7.50. John Denver, Seasons of the Heart. John Denver's $5. Also, Melanie, this is $5 on Melanie. Donna Turner on BO for Billy Ocean. That sold. Greg Murray was second. Let's go ahead and first sell this newspaper to Michael Butler for $50. Thank you, Michael Butler. I was kind of torn. Should I start this at 45? Should I start it at 55? Should I start it at 75? Should I start it at 95? He gets it for $50. Thank you. I'm actually going to put that in the crate for whoever's tagging, okay? And then next comment is Greg Beddinger on JD for John Denver. That's sold. Mike Bartlett on Alan Parsons Project. That's sold. Richard Ziner, you were second. Melanie first on Melanie. Melanie bought Melanie. That was wild. And now you too is officially sold for $39 to Kathy Collinsworth. And Tony McDaniel has the Taylor Swift promo DVD with a high bid right now of just $15. I'm about to sell it to him. And that is this World Tour promo DVD CD. It's got a promo sticker on the back. All right, next item is an original 1999 stamped Kid Rock backstage pass. It says after show, or they've scratched through before show. I don't know if it was scratched through because it was supposed to be the after show or what, but stamped. This is from that Kevin Cave of Rock collection, which he had a ton of Kid Rock stuff. This is a $5 start. $5 start on Kid Rock, an original backstage pass there. Next is Bread by Bread. That's $6.50. We have the Best of Keith Jarrett. That is $10. And Blues Breakers with John Mayall and Eric Clapton. $13.50 there on the Blues Breakers. Next 45 is going up for auction. It's First Man on the Moon, the Apollo 11 commemorative flight, narrated by Hugh Downs. Very cool. That's a $7 start. Taylor Swift is sold to Tony McDaniel for $15. Seemed like a good deal on that. Classics 4 Traces. That's $5 on Classics 4. And Country Joe and the Fish, I Feel Like I'm Fixing to Die. That is $10. Let me jump back over here and put up another auction. This is a sealed original pressing of Hall & Oates Ecstatic. A sealed original pressing. No saw marks, no punch holes, no cut holes. Hall & Oates Ecstatic, a $15 start. Bill K on Blues. That's Blues Breakers. That's sold to Bill K over on YouTube. Also, Gloria Estefan, the Miami Sound Machine, Let It Loose. That is $7.50. We have George Benson, In Your Eyes. George Benson is $5. And Charlie Rich, Original Golden Hits. Charlie Rich is $5. The Judds is $13.50, Heartland. Going through a vintage half-off bin. Half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. Next auction is a sealed copy of Burglar. How do you read this? It is, I guess, Burglar, yeah. It's an original soundtrack. Sly Stone, Belinda Carlisle, the Jets, the Smithereens, the Jacksons, the Bell Stars. The shrink is really tight on it. I think the shrink is so tight it's actually bent the cover here. So the shrink on it, it almost needs to be opened and taken off at this point. Looks like it was a cutout record at one point. That's a sealed, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. We got Greg Beddinger on HBD. That stands for Happy Birthday. Nope, it must mean something else. HBD. HBD was HBD. What was HBD? HBD. I'm not for sure on that. And then Donna put GB, George Benson. And then she's going to pass. And then Richard Ziner wants GTR from earlier. I'm not for sure on HBD. But I do have GTR still back here in the bin, and we're going to go ahead and sell that to Richard Ziner. He meant George Benson, okay? So this George Benson is sold to Greg Murray. The Moon Landing record has one bid for $7. Hall & Oates is at $16. Al Jarreau is $5. And Rick James, Cold-Blooded. Rick James is $10. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. All right. So, Donna on Rick James, that's sold. Hall & Oates is at $18. And Final call on everything else. Final call to get a bid in on the Kid Rock backstage pass for $5. Final call to outbid Brad if you want to. Brad probably wishes you wouldn't, but that's at $7. And the Burglar soundtrack is a $10 start sealed. All right, that was a great half-off bin to start the night. Let's read through all those again. We sold about half of that crate. Let's try to sell the other half of the crate with a second read through. John just dropped off 4 crates of vintage. Laura's working on tonight's auction. She'll be bringing up some more. I think, well, maybe not. Well, I think there's more back there. Yeah, it should be. And then she'll be marking records as usual. So what does that mean? We got a lot of stuff to go through. And it's probably going to be like last night. I'm going to try to show as much stuff as I can here early. Discount. Go through all the new stuff. I'm going to try to go through some of our new vinyl bins as well. I don't have much new stuff to show you, but I'm going to try to get into some stuff that was pretty recent last week, like at the end of the week. Some people pass on that because it's the end of the week and they're like, Chad, maybe bring it back out next week. I'll buy some of it. And so that's usually what I try to do. So let's run to this half-off bin one more time. Full night ahead. I started to pull autographs, and I've got, here's kind of my agenda for the show. I've got a few Killer Kiss related autographs I'm going to sell around 8 o'clock. And then maybe like when the show's over, around 11 or midnight tonight, when we're kind of done showing new stuff, I'm going to try to show some autographs that really hadn't been priced. And it's kind of one of those deals, I'm going to try to look them up live. And if you want to buy them, that's great. If not, they're probably going to get tagged and then auctioned tomorrow. So if you can stay up late, you may see some autographed records that's never been shown before. And I'm going to try to look them up, price them live. And if somebody buys them, that's great. If not, then they'll probably get tagged for auction and they'll be sold tomorrow. I can't believe no one's grabbed these Brian Ferry albums. Brian Ferry has the original Atlantic inner sleeve. There's no condition notes. It's beautiful in shrink wrap. And Brian Ferry's only $10. Brian Ferry is $10. We have Jay Ferguson for $7.50. Real Life Ain't This Way. Marion Faithful, Broken English. That's $10 on Marion Faithful. Brian Ferry, again, that's called In Your Mind. That one's $10. Earl Scruggs Review, Super Jammin'. Earl Scruggs is $10. And Split Ends, Time and Tide. Split Ends is $10. And I think y'all have seen the auction preview. There's some really cool stuff going up for auction tonight. All right, so Brad Waits gets the Apollo record for $7. Next is the Kid Rock backstage pass is $5 if anybody wants that. The Burglar soundtrack is a $10 buy it now if anybody wants that. Hall & Oates is sold to Mike Owen for $22. And then Mike Owen, you're first on Brian Ferry. Let me know if you want the first one here, the second one, or if you want both of them. Our next New Orleans single is going up right here. Let's see what I have in the New Orleans single. This is the M80s, the Big Bang EP. The M80s is the next New Orleans single. That's going to go up for a $5 start. That's the M80s, a $5 start on that. And then our next single here is something completely odd, more in the hardcore realm it looks like. Let's see what we have. I can't even read it. What is this? It is, I still don't know. It looks like, well, the name of the song is Visceral Scab. And then Mutilated Organs. I still don't know who it is. Looks like it needs to be a $7 start, though. That's up for bid. Mike Owen wants both Brian Ferries. Brian Ferry sold. Brian Ferry sold. Phantom Canuck on Marion Faithful. That's sold. That just leaves Split Ends, Earl Scruggs, Jay Ferguson. I have a feeling the second read-through, a lot of these are going to sell. This is the Firm's second album, Mean Business. Jimmy Page on lead guitar. Nice, clean copy with the original inner sleeve, $12.50. Sinatra and Company, Sinatra, and that is $7.50. And we have the Best of Cat Stevens, $10 on the Best of Cat Stevens. More sealed stuff here. Awesome. More sealed records. Fantastic. I've been making decisions on what to auction and what to just basically roll back over to Laura to price. And we have, what a cool looking one here. Dolly Parton. This is sealed. Some sort of Pickwick UK international deal here. This is Dolly. What a cool looking compilation. And it's sealed from the UK. Never opened. That's a $25 start. Next is Michael Peveler on FR. That was for the Firm, I'm assuming. And then this is Gollum. Gollum. Visceral Scab and Mutilated Organs. It looks exactly like something that name of that band would have. And it looks like somebody on the front that's been I don't know. That's a wild looking image. That's a $7 start. And Craig says, I'm not claiming. He wants to clarify he does not want that. The Bee Gees, that's another really nice looking compilation from the UK. $7.50. The M80s has one bid for $5. Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry with Hello Old Friend. Original on her sleeve, $17.50. Bee Gees, Cat Stevens, two foreign compilations here. That's a really cool one too. That's only $10. Somebody should grab Cat Stevens. That's a really cool foreign one there. The Band, Moondog Matinee, $15 on the Band. Some great half-off stuff in here. Stacey Brown's going to get the Bee Gees CSN track list. That one's coming up right now, $10. Shadow Captain's a cool song. You got See the Changes, Carried Away, Fair Game, Anything at All. We have the song Cathedral. We have Dark Star. That's a great song. And then, of course, Just a Song Before I Go. That's a great one. From the Tears, Cold Rain, In My Dreams, and Give Blind. And, several great songs on that CSN collaboration. $10. Next is Margaret Gerhold, and that was on Cat Stevens. Thank you on that one. Michael the Firm was $12.50. We have Jim Croce, The Faces I've Been, $12.50 on Jim Croce, and Chameleon. And that is maybe a little bit more underground there. It's a 1983 hard rock album, but it looks like it has lots of extras with it. You get a poster that appears to be autographed. I saw this earlier. I forgot to mention it, or the first time we showed it. It's got like a poster, and there's somebody that signed it here, Charlie Arlen or somebody. I don't know if it's anybody significant, but there is a signature there on that. Has some inserts, $17.50 on that. Next is price on Eric Clapton. It is $17.50. We're going through a half-off bin, so the prices I'm telling you are the half-off prices. No more, no more. No more, no less. So Gollum is a $7 buy it now. Nobody bid on that. M80s is sold to Robert Tomick for $5. Nobody bid on Dolly. That's a $25 buy it now. We have Jeff Beck. That's $10. Richard Zeinert on Chameleon. That's sold to Richard Zeinert. Neil Diamond and Shrink. This is one of his earlier albums. Has Cherry Cherry on it. Shiloh. Solitary Man. Sweet. I mean, that is one to have there. In Shrink from Neil Diamond on Bang Records. $8.50. Buffy Santa Maria is $5. And we have In Harmony, the Sesame Street record, $10 on that. We have somebody saying they'll take the Visceral Scab here by Gollum. Robert Tomick says, I'll take it for $7. Okay, no problem. So do you. Next is another sealed original record, George Harrison. Now, this one don't have any saw marks and cutouts. I know from having possibly thousands of these over the last several years, there's no telling how many copies of George Harrison self-titled we've bought and sold. Usually it has some kind of cutout. There's no saw marks on this thing. No saw marks, no punch holes. That's a sealed George Harrison self-titled. That's pretty cool. A $25 start. Dolly is sold to Brandy Klein for $25. Thank you, Brandy. That's so do you. We need to put Dolly in a new sleeve, by the way. Laura Nero is $7.50. Speaking of the Beatles, there's Ringo for $7.50. The Moody Blues, early Moody Blues here, Go Now. Denny Lane on vocals. Denny Lane, who went on to play with Paul McCartney and Wings. That's one of their first ones. I guess that is their first one. Here's our next 45. This is Rock and Roll All Night. You got the live cut and the studio cut on the same record. Kiss is going to go up for a $10 start. Kiss is now up for auction, a $10 start. Let's see what other sealed records John brought me here. Actually, I need to go ahead and probably run this. I got another punk-related item here. This is some sort of magazine type deal. Let me see if we can fold this. Yeah, I kind of hate to, but it's going to be so much more to ship it big like that. I think it can be folded. It's going to kind of hurt it, though. It's going to put a crease. The problem with this is going to be have to go in an oversized box if we do this. So, let's start this for $15. And I don't know if that would cover the shipping on it, honestly. But we'll start it at $15. This is February 1986. New Musical Punk, it says. Free EP. Now, I don't think the EP's in here. I've already looked. I think it came with one of those flexi discs at one point. I don't know where it is. Actually, I had one laying over here that give you an example of what they possibly look like. Hold on a second. It's supposed to come with like a flexi disc. I thought I had one laying over here I could give y'all an example. Maybe not. I think I have a miniature one here, yeah. But it's not in there, unfortunately. But that's going to go up for a $15 start. And now a post that would cost even more. Well, if you do that, we'd have to ship it separately, is what I'm saying. I try when I put stuff up, I ask myself, will it fit in our standard record boxes? But if it doesn't, then we're probably going to have to pay more postage than we're used to paying, or it's going to be in an oversized box, and it costs us so much more. So I haven't really got to sell a lot of bigger papers like that for that reason. We have to be careful of what we come with. So, or be careful what we sell in that $7 charge. We can handle as many records as you want to buy, but if it gets into this like odd shape size, if somebody buys that and they've already bought like 10 records, the postage is going to go from maybe like 22 to like 34 or something crazy, you know, so it basically doesn't pay for itself to sell it, if you get what I'm saying. Okay, now I hadn't got caught up here. So Robert got that. Jason Boxall, I have a lot of claims in here. Jason Boxall got Neil Diamond. Margaret Gerhold on JB, and JB was for Jeff Beck. Brad second on Neil Diamond. Brandy got the Dolly. George Harrison 30. Kiss got a bid for 10. Kiss got a bid for 10. And now the Punk magazine is a $15 start. Outlaws is $10. Outlaws is $10. We have Emmylou Harris, Blue Kentucky Girl, $7.50. We're going through a vintage half-off bin here. That's $7.50 on Emmylou Harris. Bonnie Raitt Street Lights. Bonnie Raitt is $5. Johnny Rivers Outside Help. Johnny Rivers is $5. Also, The Very Best of Gordon Lightfoot, Volume 2, $7.50 on Gordon Lightfoot. We had Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits and Shrink with Hot, $6.50. Final Call on the Sealed Original George Harrison, $30. No cut holes, no saw marks. Kiss, Rock and Roll All Night, double-sided live in studio. One bid for $10. Our next New Orleans single is going to go up right now for a $5 start, and that is The Grains. Heart Full of Rain and Wait a While. The Grains. That one's really dusty, by the way. That one's going to need a cleaning whenever you get it, just saying. The Grains is a $5 start. Next is the Carpenters Horizon. The Carpenters is $5. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 13. That is $7.50. The Electric Horseman, Willie Nelson, $10 on Willie. I Know What It Is to Be Young, Orson Welles, $7.50. Player, self-titled with Baby Come Back, $12.50 on Player. James Taylor JT is $7.50. Also Bread. Bread is $6.50. And The Best of Keith Jarrett's $10. Jason Boxall on the Collector's Records. That is sold to Jason Boxall for $7.50. Classics 4 is $5. What a nice looking copy. No ring wear there on the jacket. Is there something down in here? Feels awfully heavy. No, it's just got a nice original inner sleeve and beautiful vinyl. Traces 4 Classics with Dennis Yost, and that is a $5 half off price, okay? Let's put it right there. And we have Grains at $5. Donna on JT, and I'm assuming that was for James Taylor. Thank you. Debbie Winston on Bread. That was this Bread self-titled. Thank you. And then Stacy Brown on Player. Baby Come Back. Thank you. Kiss has one bid for $10. Sold to Brad Waits for $10. Michael Butler, you was the only bidder on the sealed George Harrison. Thank you. That sold you for $30. And the Punk magazine is a $15 buy it now if anybody wants it. But you don't have to buy it if you don't want it. Just saying it. Because I don't know if it's going to... some of the stuff they told me the other day is like, Chad, this flat stuff, it's people who buy it just individually. They shipped out one flat item, and it was like, I think I sold some kind of flat photo for like $5, and then they paid $7 shipping, and I think it cost us like $15.88 to ship it. So it was just like one photo somebody bought, and then $7 shipping. So that was $12, and it cost $15.88 to ship it. I was like, okay, I'll be more careful in the future. Classics is sold to Chuck Haley, Mike Bartlett. It's much better if we just stick with CDs, 45s, and smaller items that I know I can get inside of a box. Gordon Lightfoot is sold to Mike Bartlett. Also, we have Country Joe, I Feel Like I'm Fixing to Die. Country Joe is $10. Also, we have Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine, Let It Loose, $7.50. Charlie Rich, Original Golden Hits, that's $5. The Grains is at $8 with Robert Tomick. Robert Warner bid $5, Robert Tomick bid $5, then Robert Tomick broke the tie at $8. And then Keith Jarrett price, this is called The Best of Keith Jarrett. It is $10. Willie Info, I missed it, and that was the Electric Horseman soundtrack. No condition notes, $10. Also, The Judds, Heartland, Judd's is $13.50, and Al Jarreau is $5. We need new auctions. Next is going up right now, and it is a sealed copy of Neil Diamond Rainbow. Another sealed record, MCA Records. No saw marks, no cut holes. Neil Diamond is sealed, and that's a $15 start. That is a sealed original, $15 start. And then our next 45 auction is Dolly. I've been working 9 to 5. That's the original single. It mentions the film 9 to 5, and the B-side is Sing for the Common Man. That is a $7 start on Dolly. Robert Warner, I am assuming you don't want to bid again on the grains. And we have Stacey Brown on Al Jarreau. And then Bernie Johnson said he'll take the Keith Jarrett. And the Kiss items are going to be sold at 8 o'clock-ish. 8 o'clock-ish. Country Joe does not have the game with it. No, unfortunately not. No game, but it does have the original inner sleeve. Ben Digert wants the Miami Sound Machine. That's sold to Ben Digert, Shrink and Hot. Michael Peevler on CR for Charlie Rich. That's sold. And now we have this remaining bin. More people keep getting on, the more we keep selling out of here. This is our first bin of the night, vintage bin. It is a half-off bin, no more, no less. Let's read through this one more time. And it's going to be quick because there keeps getting less and less in here. We have Jay Ferguson, $7.50. Also, Earl Scruggs was $10. Super Jammin'. Split Ends was $10. We have Sinatra with Antonio Carlos Jobim, $7.50. The band is $15. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $10. Jim Croce was $12.50. A Gatefold 2 LP. Eric Clapton was $17.50. Half off bin, no more, no less. Buffy Santa Marie, $5. In Harmony was $10. Laura Nero was $7.50. Ringo is $7.50. The Moody Blues is $15. We have the Outlaws for $10. Emmylou Harris was $7.50. Bill Samus on Jay Ferguson sold. We have the Grain sold to Robert Tomick for $8. Neil Diamond has a bid for $15. Dolly's a buy now for $7 if anybody wants it. Bonnie Raitt was $5. Johnny Rivers was $5. Melissa Manchester, Shrinking Hot, $6.50. The Carpenters was $5. Also, Orson Welles, $7.50. The Judds was $13.50. The Willie Nelson Electric Horseman soundtrack was $10. Melanie Jennings does want See Us In. Jason Hughes was second. And then Country Joe, I Feel Like I'm Fixing to Die. That's Woodstock era there with the original inner sleeve. It's supposed to come with a game. And I think even some later pressings, even though it had that on the cover, I don't know if it even included it. But because it's very hard to find. It's very hard to find. Slow Dancing is not on that Johnny Rivers. No, I'll double check, but I think that's on a later one for more so in the 80s, even though this one is 77. Yeah, not on this one. $5 on that. All right, Neil Diamond sealed is sold to Jason Boxell for $15. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is put up Bowie. And this is a really earlier single here. This is from Diamond Dogs, not too early. But the Ace, no, it's kind of a, what is going on here? One side's got a song from Hunky Dory. One song's got a side from Diamond Dogs. So you get Queen, B-I-T-C-H, and you get 1984 from Diamond Dogs. David Bowie is going to go up for a $7 start. That's pretty cool. Let's grab another sealed record here that's never been opened. And the next sealed record, this is a 60s original sealed. This is Harper's Bazaar. This is called Anything Goes. It's a sealed Warner Brothers, $15 start. And then Margaret wants JC. And that was for, JC Margaret was for, let's see what JC was for. That might have been Country Joe. You might have meant CJ. Maybe it wasn't for Johnny Rivers. Let me know what that was for. And then I'm going to count these and try to do my nightly, I'm going to try to do my nightly bundle on the remaining vintage LPs in here to see if I can get somebody interested in the rest of them. But first, let me go ahead and grab this Grateful Dead box set. I had been handed this, and I have got to get a comp on it. Let me see if I can find the barcode. If not, I will just look it up manually right quick. It says the original price on it was $152.98, which sounds about right. And let me figure out which concert this is. Where's the barcode? Okay, it's on the front. It's on the Record Store Day sticker. Yeah, this was Record Store Day. Let's figure out a fair price. Well, they start at like $130, $40-ish with shipping. and then go up. Oh, that's overseas. More like 145. Let's start this one at $95. This is sealed. Grateful Dead, Boston, May 7th, 1977. This is a 5 LP box set from the Grateful Dead, and this is a $95 start. $95 start. That's Boston, 1977, a record store day. The next LP, her JC, was for Jim Croce. That sold. Dolly has a bid for $7. Dolly has a bid for $7. The name of the judge was Heartland. The price is $13.50. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and then 19 if he doesn't get the judge. Does anybody want the rest of the records in there? Hold on a second, because we have another claim. Let me adjust. I had a price in mind, but I might adjust it based on what sells here. Chuck Haley gets Johnny Rivers. And then Cody, let me know on yes or no on Judge, because I'm about to try to bundle everything that's left in here like I was doing last night. Dolly has a bid of a buy now from Debbie for $7. She gets Dolly 9 to 5 for $7. We have David Bowie with one bid for $7. No bid on the Dead, which right now from what I'm seeing is a great price, sealed, $95. And Harper's Bazaar is also sealed, looking for a $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Okay, now let's see here. We've already got 4. We can do one more auction. Let's do another New Orleans single right quick. Here is the Los Primos, and it looks like it's signed by one of the members on the back. This is a $5 start, Los Primos, and it's from the New Orleans. That's going to go up for a $5 start. So we have, let me recount here. We had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and that was 12, 14, 16, 18. Yeah, 18. Does anybody want the rest of those LPs in there for just $100? $100 for the remaining LPs that's in this crate. $100 on the nose. Bundle deal. Judd's, Country Joe, the Electric Horseman soundtrack. Orson Welles, The Carpenters, Melissa Manchester, Bonnie Raitt, Emmylou Harris, Outlaws. Mood Blues, Ringo. We have Laura Nyro. We have In Harmony. We have Buffy Santamaria. We have Eric Clapton, the band, Sinatra, and Split Enz. I think John was trying to wave by. I heard him kind of behind me. He was trying to wave by. Goodbye, John, if you can still hear me, okay? We do $7 in limited shipping unless you are international. International's done at cost. So, for example, Thomas just bought all these for $100. We're going to ship them for just $100. Those are all sold to Thomas Bonhart. That crate has officially been cleaned out. Those are all sold to him for $100. Thank you. That's gone. David Bowie is sold for $7. That is sold to Robert Tomick. That's done. And now Harper's Bazaar, one bid to Matthew Cabot for $15. And the Grateful Dead has one bid for $95. That's final call. Los Primos is a $5 start on that. I am going to take this empty crate right here. And we just sold an entire crate of vintage. That means the crate's empty, and that means we sold everything in there. And now that means we got to bring out the air horn. Wow. We got to bring out the air horn, Tanner. Are you ready for this? We just sold out our first vintage bin. Is your ears plugged? Is Laura ready in the back? Here we go. Hope everybody's ready. That is a loud air horn. Chad, Pam asked about the Johnny Rivers. The song she wanted is on that LP. Okay, well, we can fix that then. So, Pam, what I can do is she asked about a different song. She asked is Slow Dancing. Is that the same thing as Swaying to the Music? And then, is that the one he's showing here? He said correct. Okay, so the song she asked about is under a different title. Is Swaying to the Music. What she said something different. She said Slow Dancing is called Swaying to the Music. Okay, I can fix that. Okay, so I was looking for a title. That's what confused me. All right, so what we'll do here, if I can retract that from Chuck Haley because that didn't sell in the bundle. That was not part of the bundle. So Chuck Haley, somebody had asked for this album, a track, which I was unaware that the title she was looking for is under a different name here, Swaying to the Music. It actually has Slow Dancing in parentheses. So instead of Chuck Haley, sell this to Pam Murray for $5, okay? So that's sold to Pam instead of Chuck Haley. And Chuck, she had dibs on that. She was looking for a track that I was unfamiliar with under that title. It does say it in parentheses. That caught me off guard. That's sold to her. Grateful Dead just got one bid. What a great price on that, $95. That's sold to John Kaiser. Nobody bid on Los Primos. That's a $5 buy now. All right, there we have it. So, somebody asked, do you still have Cacophony in stock? Yes. I'm about to go grab a crate probably around from that era of new vinyl that we're about to go through. You're talking about Speed Metal Symphony. I've got to go over here and try to find some of that stuff because that was shown kind of late in the week, and since we don't have any new selections, let me see here, but I like what we've been doing these vintage bins half off, that we've some of this older stuff and bundling it, and I'm going to try to do that up front. I was flipping through the bins earlier up front when I had some time before the show started, a rare opportunity, and I was like, man, there's some good records. I shouldn't be going through all this recent stuff that's back here. I need to just go up front and crate all this stuff up front and bring it back here tonight, and we can do a bunch of vintage half off. I mean, we can do a bunch of vintage half off. I mean, a bunch of vintage half off, right, Tanner? He said yes, a bunch of vintage half off. I'm looking for Speed Metal Symphony. I think it's in one of these bins here. I'm going to try my best to find it. If not, I'll punt. You know, sometimes it's good to punt. You can punt sometimes and be perfectly okay. I may have to punt right now on this crate because this is not the crate I was looking for. These are not the drones you're looking for. This is not the crate I was looking for. Then we need all new auctions. It's at a bad time. I've walked away. I have no auctions up. There's no crate on the table. Everybody's wanting to know where I am, what's going on. Why isn't there any records? Where's Chad at? Holy moly. Where's Laura at? Where's Paul at is the big question. John, is anybody here? Tanner? We know Seth's not going to be here. That guy, his life went downhill ever since he got married. Lonnie Mack Frisbee. We can try to sell that tonight. I've been meaning to take that up front and put it in the display case forever. We've showed it before, I think, but you want to go ahead and introduce it, Tanner? Go ahead, give us the details. He says, that's my details. That's my job to give the details. Here, Tanner said, sell this to somebody. If they don't buy it, then the show's over. That's literally what he said. All right, the last time I offered this, we're going to start it at $75. This is signed by the legendary Lonnie Mack. You may know him. Lonnie Mack, and this is going to go up for a $75 start. I just lost all connection. There's nobody watching right now. It says 0/0. I don't know if anybody can still hear me. There's a good chance they can, but it says 0/0. 0/0. Let's see what's going on over here. 0/0. Test 1, 2. Okay, we're connected. We're back. All right, I can still hear you through the computer, just not the store. Yeah. Wait a minute. Laura could hear me through the computer, just not in the store. She could hear me in the store, just not through the computer. Okay, it reconnected now. We lost Restream there for a while. Okay. Yeah, I looked down and we wasn't connected at all. Okay, RK Tucker got Los Primos for $5. That is sold. Let me go back up to the top and see where I left off. Thomas Baumhart got the bundle. And then we're about to sell Cacophony. Los Primos sold for $5. Alonzo wants a Cacophony, and we're about to do that. And, okay, now I was introducing an autograph here. This is signed by Lonnie Mack, the legendary Lonnie Mack. He was known for that Flying V guitar there. This is from a promotional Frisbee, JSA authenticated, and it's going to go up for a $75 start. And what I was saying is Tanner says, if no one bids, then the whole show's over. And I was like, wow, that's riding on a lot there, or if no one buys it at least. So we'll see what happens. It's a $75 start, signed by Lonnie Mack. It's up for bid. There's a random cool item there. It's a promotional Frisbee advertising from his album. And now let's put up another, whatchamacallit here. What is this thing called? A record. This is a record. It's a sealed copy It's a sealed Columbia Record Club, CRC, a sealed club copy of The Police Synchronicity. And this is a $15 start. $15 start. First record in here is Chevelle. This is called This Type of Thinking. Chevelle is new and sealed for $28.99. Chevelle, $28.99. Bon Jovi, self-titled, $33.99. She's a Little Runaway. Bon Jovi's $33.99. And Chevelle, Naratius. Chevelle is $28.99. Chevelle. Also, we have the Black Eyed Peas, The End. This has the hit song, I Got a Feeling. The Black Peas is $39.99. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, Reading Festival, 1983. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $34.99. Reading Festival, 1983. That's a 2 LP unofficial for how much? Just $34.99. Seems like a great deal on that. We have somehow managed to already fill up a full crate. That's wonderful. I love filling up full crates. Let's fill up another one, and then another one, and then another one, and bundle deals, and this and that, and just keep selling and more and more. Tanner's currently over here next to me. He's watching the coin sale from Sunday night. So if you bought something Sunday night on the coin sale, he's tagging, he's sorting, he's doing this, he's doing that. Also, we have going up for auction right now. Without further ado, this is our next auction. I don't know if you're ready for it or not. I don't know. We're about to find out. Hopefully somebody is. We're about to find out. I don't know. It's David Bowie. And it's called Let's Spend the Night Together. It's a promo, double-sided. David Bowie, $7 start on that. Back up at the top, first thing we had here was Robert Matthews on Police 20, and then Stacey Brown on Black Eyed Peas. By the way, Stacey, your invoice this week will have that rat on it, okay? I had a feeling you wanted out of the cellar. I went ahead and pulled it. But before they sent invoices, I forgot to tell Tanner and Ed that you wanted that record. So it will be on this week's invoice. But I do have it pulled for you, okay? You also just got the Black Eyed Peas. Thank you. Prince is at 25. Prince is at 22. Prince is at 30. Ben Diger wants Chevelle. And that was This Type of Thinking. Thank you, Ben Diger. That's so to you. And we have Rush, Moving Pictures. Tom Sawyer, $36.99. Tom Sawyer, and we have Rammstein. That's called Mutter 2 LP. Rammstein is $46.99. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. Free Fallin', I Won't Back Down, $36.99. Also, we have Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. Bon Jovi's $36.99. Judas Priest, Ram It Down, $33.99. Bowie has a bid for $7, another bid for $7. The high bid on the Police right now is $30 with Kathy Collinsworth, a sealed club copy. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Yes, the Street Fighter coins will be on your invoice. It will be on your invoice. It will be on the coin invoices when they go out. Bob, yes, you will get a invoice. I just seen where somebody, I think Sean Fairweather, requested a Led Zeppelin record. So here we go. Here's a 74 US PRC Richmond reissue with the original on her sleeve. This is in EX condition. And Led Zeppelin is a $25 start. And this is going to go up for bid right now. The rest of them, Tanner, that's not all. Just that one. The rest of them are still in the binders with the prices. That one was $42. And the rest of them are still priced in the books. They just got to be punched out. $25 start on Led Zeppelin. Tanner's actually tagging those right now, Paul Brothers. He is pulling them out of the binders. And he's literally, like I see your name on the sticky note, it says Paul Brothers. So that's being taken care of. We have Chevelle, The North Corridor. Chevelle is $28.99. We have Hellraiser soundtrack. That's $34.99. We have Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland, $34.99. The Wall, Pink Floyd, $49.99. Devo, speaking of Sean Fairweather, 50 Years of De-Evolution, red and blue vinyl, $44.99. Led Zeppelin, Live, Texas International Pop Festival, $34.99. And then the newest album by Coheed and Cambria, The Father of Make Believe, that's $46.99. I've got 3 of those left. And then here is Cacophony that he asked about. This is Marty Friedman, Jason Becker, Speed Metal Symphony, black ice colored vinyl, $28.99. And this is sold to... This is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. Cacophony is what Craig says. It sounds like if I say that the wrong way, I'll say something I'm not supposed to. And then Alter Bridge, One Day Remains. Alter Bridge is $44.99. And Hammerfall, Threshold Blue Vinyl. Hammerfall is $29.99. All right, so David Bowie's at 10. with Robert Vladerchek. That sold to him for $10. Led Zeppelin's at $25 with Brad Waits, final call. The Police is at $32 with John Kaiser, final call. Anybody else want anything in here, let me know. Brad has Led Zeppelin at $25, going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. And now, what else do we have here? Without further ado, here is the moment you've all been waiting for. I'm going to read through this crate one more time. So, we have Chevelle, Bon Jovi, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Rush, Rammstein, Tom Petty, Bon Jovi, Judas Priest, Chevelle, Hellraiser, Jimi Hendrix, Pink Floyd, Devo, Led Zeppelin, Coheed and Cambria, Marty Friedman, Jason Becker, Cacophony, and then Hammerfall Threshold, $29.99 on that one. The Police is sold to John Kaiser for $32, and we have a new bid on Led Zeppelin for $26. And nobody bid on the Lonnie Mack autographed Frisbee. It's a buy now for $75 if anybody wants it. Boy, Tanner's going to be disappointed. Holy moly, how could y'all let down Tanner? I mean, that never happens. We never let down Tanner. Next thing we have is wool. I think it looks like WOO or W8L. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. The newest album here by Coheed and Cambria is sold to Ben Dygert. And then everything in this bin is new and sealed. Everything in this bin is new and sealed. These are new and sealed. So Rush is definitely not an OG. This is a new 180 gram. And Rush was only on a gatefold 2 different times. The OG copies of Rush are not a gatefold, actually. The OG copies are a single pocket jacket. There is a new remaster copy that's a gatefold. And then there is an Argentinian press that's a gatefold. That's a new sealed 180 gram, $36.99. Wool has bids for $5. And we have Cacophony. We have Cacophony. And then Wool's at $5. And Cacophony. Wow. Okay, Ride. We ordered them, Chris. They never did come in. That means they were out of stock. Anybody else? It's time for a new auction. Somebody wants to know what's the Led Zeppelin. This is a 1974 USPRC Richmond reissue with the original on the sleeve, EX edition. And the high bid on this is Brad Waits at $28. Brad Waits at $28 on Led Zeppelin. And then Wool has one bid for $5. Let's bring over a new crate. And this next crate is going to be something the likes of which you've never seen before. We have Cacophony. That is wild. I have no idea what y'all are trying to say, nor will I ever say it correctly. That's one for the books, folks. That one is one for the books. Not ever going to get that one out right, so we can keep trying. Y'all can send that phonics all day long. It's not going to work on that one. I'm sorry. That one is lost somewhere up there in my part of the brain. It's gone. No more. No more on that one. It's finished. That you can retire that one. It will forever be Cacophony. It will forever be Cacophony. All right, Led Zeppelin's at $30. Wool has one bid for $5, and that was sold to Craig Thomas for $5. Robert Matthews wants a Hammerfall. A Hammerfall. I can say that. However, Cacophony is gone, okay? Here we go. That is sold. First thing we have is a new auction. And the most newest new auction is T-Rex. Bang a gong, get it on. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start for T-Rex. Dun, 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 dun. Bang a gong, get it on. A classic. All righty. These are new vintage arrivals, priced as marked. First thing we have is the Moonglows, their greatest hits, $14.99. What a beautiful looking here copy of Johnny Cash. It's still in shrink wrap, $24.99. $24.99. And what is Craig saying here? I can bring up something. It was a big source of contention when it happened. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen or heard. Boy, now you've got me curious here. How about Hank Williams on LSD? Hank Williams on LSD. Waylon Jennings mixed the Sex Pistols. Frank Zappa on LSD. I don't know what that is, but it's $34.99. We also have Gordon Lightfoot, if you could read my mind. Gordon Lightfoot is $19.99. Johnny Cash sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. See, I can say that now. Little River Band is $9.99. Dan Seals, the best of Dan Seals, $12.99. Dan Seals, the best of Dan Seals. Johnny Cash Greatest Hits Volume 1. This is another nice copy, $24.99. And Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life, Higher Love, $19.99. T-Rex is at $20. Led Zeppelin is officially sold to Stephen Riley for $30. Stephen Riley, that's sold to you for $30. The next new auction is going to go up right now, and it is the Gospel According to Ike and Tina. This is a sealed OG copy, or it's at least, yeah, that is a sealed copy. The Gospel According to Ike and Tina, United Artists. There is a tear here in the shrink. It is a punch hole record. That's going to go up for a $15 start. The next auction, I just brought over a new handful of New Orleans singles. This is Soul Dad Brothers. That's going to go up for a $5 start. T-Rex, R.K. Tucker, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Whitney Houston's $24.99. These are new vintage arrivals priced as marked. Dean Martin sitting on top of the world. That one's in shrink, $9.99. Sawyer Brown Shakin' is $19.99. And Understand Your Man, Johnny Cash. Boy, I don't recall seeing that one too often. What a killer cover, too. $12.99 on Johnny Cash. And then we have Stacy Brown on Steve Winwood. That is sold to Stacy Brown. Thank you. Also, Pure Prairie League firing up. That is $14.99. Pure Prairie League and the Supremes at the Copa. That Supremes is $14.99. Billy Humphrey on JC. That was this Johnny Cash. That's sold to Billy Humphrey. And then David Tate, then Kelly W. And then Buck Owens is $9.99. Also, Kansas is $14.99. And this is Buffy Santa Maria, it looks like. I don't know if I recall seeing that one before. $19.99. Buffy Santa Maria, $19.99. The Supremes is sold to Jason Boxell. Final call to get a bid on Soul Dad. T-Rex is sold for $20 to Michael Butler. Sealed Ike and Tina's a final call for a $15 start. Our next auction is the legendary Son House, Father of Folk Blues. This is a 1965 U.S. original, 2-eye mono in VG condition. Near mint copies of this have sold for as much as $544. Isn't that incredible? Near mint copies of this album have sold for over $500 on Discogs. A median VG Plus is sold for $100. This is a VG copy. We have it up for a $45 start. Billy Humphrey said the other Johnny Cash, okay? So he didn't want Greatest Hits Volume 1. He wanted this Johnny Cash right here. So that's sold to Billy Humphrey. David Tate was second. Kelly Vlodarchek was second. Now, if anybody wanted that one, you might need to let me know. Jethro Tull, To Be Thick as a Brick with the original newspaper cover. That's $29.99. Gary Lewis and the Playboys is $9.99. Traffic with the original die-cut cover. That's how that originally came, by the way. $19.99. And Pat Travers Making Music, $19.99. Huey Lewis and the News. There's his nightly appearance now, $19.99. And Jefferson Starship Spitfire, $14.99. Soul Dad has one bid. Final call on that. Nobody bid on Ike and Tina. That's a buy it now for $15. Sealed copy of the Gospel According to Ike and Tina Turner. Pure Prairie League Live taking the stage. Pure Prairie League is $24.99. And we have Jimmy Buffett. You Had to Be There. That's a 2LP live. Haven't seen that come through in a while. $34.99 on that. And Soul Dad looks like it has bids for 5 and 5. R.K. Tucker came in first. As of right now, no one has bid on Son House. Wow. A Columbia 2-eye mono original from 1965. Not bad looking so ever. That's a $45 start. As of right now, there has not been a bid. Our next auction is a sealed copy of the Best of Herman's Hermits. This is sealed. There is a couple tears in the shrink. There's a tear there and a tear there, but this is an original sealed. And it also says extra, bigger than life, autographed color of Herman inside, which is Peter Noon. And of course it's sealed, so that will still be in there. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. If you just joined us, make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. We are going through a new Vintage Arrivals bin. New Vintage Arrivals bin. Just saying. Okay. And the first thing I have here is Pete Shelley, On Your Own, $9.99. Ray Charles, that's $9.99. No, this is the All-Star Cast. Looks like it's a compilation of artists from ABC Paramount. What a cool cover here of all those names. I don't know if I've had that one before. That's $9.99. And we have War Live. Boy, look at the hop sticker on that. I didn't know what this was at first, but that's that classic Live War album. It has cover damage on the back. Cover damage on the back, but it has the original gigantic hop sticker placed on the jacket. That's unusual. $29.99 on that. So Herman's Hermits does have a bid for $15, another bid for $15. Soul Dad has a new bid for $7. And that means, Robert, you're out. Donna got the All-Star Cast album. Michael snared on Pete Shelley. Jason next on the All-Star Cast. And Sunhouse is a $45 buy it now. Wow. Somebody might want to highly consider picking that up. Right, Tanner? Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's see. Let me sort through what I had left for buy it nows. Here we go. I was like, where's the rest of my auctions at? Here they are. Here is The Who, Summertime Blues and Heaven and Hell. A promo with the original deck of sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Sunhouse is sold to Michael Butler for $45. B-side of the Soul Dad Brothers features Jack White. Wow, that might help. Thank you for that little tip. I appreciate that. We have Hold On, Herman's Hermits. That's in shrink wrap for just $9.99. Carly Simon, Hello Big Man. That's $9.99. And then Mother Maybelle Carter. That's $9.99. Jesus Christ Superstar has the book there with it as well. $19.99. And Introducing the Beatles. This is a bootleg copy or counterfeit, not a real one. $19.99, I guess I should say. And Lloyd Price is in shrink wrap. Lloyd Price, Walking the Track, $19.99. So The Who has bids for 7 and 8. R.K. Tucker, you're out on Soul Dad. Donna got Mother Maybelle Carter. That's sold. There's our 245s. Chuck Haley, the only bidder on Herman's Hermits. That's sold to him for $15. Chuck Haley also wants this Herman's Hermits. That's sold to Chuck Haley. That's gone. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. This is actually a Genesis bootleg. It is just generic, in a generic sleeve. It's called Odd Man Out, A-W-E-D, live July 1975. It has a pressing defect that does not affect back play. It's got some of those like dimples in it. You probably can see it there. And I remember when Paul, we originally ran this one, he said that it didn't affect back play. So that's a Genesis bootleg from 1975. $15 start on that. Lloyd Price. Lloyd Price is in shrink, $19.99. It's on specialty, more unreleased and alternate tracks. So I think this is something from like the 80s. Yeah, 1986. It looks like a compilation of like unreleased tracks. And the price on that is $19.99. Lloyd Price. There was an old sticky note on it. I'm going to pull that off. And what was the next comment? That was Lloyd, and then SB details on JCS. Jesus Christ Superstar is the gatefold 2LP with book. $19.99, no condition note. Soul Dad is sold to Robert Warner for $8. Hallbrook, I'm assuming you're done on The Who. You never did bid again. RK Tucker had it for $8 over on YouTube. Next LP is Prince, The Morning Papers. And The Morning Papers, double-sided promo. Prince, $19.99. The Teen Queens, that's $19.99. And we had Joe Turner, Jumping with Joe. That's in shrink, $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's another sealed original record. Debbie Harry Cuckoo. This is sealed. Does have a clip corner, but it is a sealed original. Debbie Harry Cuckoo. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Next is Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radio, Volumes 1 and 2. That's in shrink with a hop sticker, $14.99. Sugar Hill label, we have CQ Bunch, Pretty Baby, and that's a double-sided promo from Sugar Hill, $24.99. The Supremes, what a nice-looking copy of Holland Dozier Holland in the original baggie. No condition notes on the vinyl, original Motown record, $14.99. Jason Boxell on Dawn, which was for Donna Summer, and then Donna, wait a minute. Jason got Donna Summer. Donna Turner put DH, she passed, or Sugar Hill, she said pass on Sugar Hill. Stacy next on Donna, and then Jason got Supremes. Debbie Winston was next. Percy Sledge, Any Day Now. Percy Sledge, $19.99. And Musical Youth is $14.99. Okay, so I unfortunately lost somebody on the Who, so let's go ahead and sell that to R.K. Tucker for $8. Genesis is sold for $15, just one bid to Mike Owen. And final call to get a bid in on Debbie Harry. It's a sealed copy for a $15 start. The next auction I'm going to put up right now, without further ado, is Etta James, At Last. Oh boy, this is always a desirable record, even in low grade. We're going to start it at $5. This is a low grade copy though. I think it's like G, cover damage. This is an OG 61 mono though of Etta James, At Last. So on a 10 scale, it's like a 1. Okay, just giving you an idea. So on a 10 scale, it's like a 1. It's in G condition, maybe a 1.5, and the cover is also like a 1. Okay, so pretty beat up record, but in high grade can demand huge money. Etta James, At Last, a $5 start on that. That's now up for bid. Next thing is a classic Temptations hit record, The Way You Do the Things You Do. The vinyl's in about EX, maybe VG Plus condition, in the original Hitsville Gordy sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Janet Gray wants Musical Youth. And we now have a quick read-through. I'm just going to read these titles. If anybody wants a price, some prices I'm going to say, especially on the stuff I can't believe didn't sell. Nobody bid on Debbie Harry. I'm going to go ahead and make that a $15 buy now. The Temptations is at $7.7. The Way You Do the Things You Do. And I'm getting my first stack of buy nows ready, but not before I put up this. Holy moly, we got Ozzy. We got Ozzy Osbourne, So Tired, a white label promo from Bark at the Moon, a double-sided promo, Ozzy, $10 start on Ozzy, So Tired promo. That is now up for bid. Wow, that was a great neck adjustment. Whew, that felt amazing. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. I'm just going to read these titles one more time very quickly. It's almost time for water break. Wait, it is time. All right, thanks for everybody spending Tuesday night. The Kiss autographs are going to be sold around 8 o'clock. And later tonight, kind of like far as our like part 2, kind of like for our part 2. The only way I can get these autographs out is pretty much to do it live right here when I'm selling. And it will be very efficient because if somebody wants to go ahead and buy them, you can. If not, then it's going to be stuff we're going to run for tomorrow. So whenever the show kind of winds down, maybe around 11 or midnight, maybe if we're really busy, it might not be until 1 a.m. But I'm going to bring up like a whole crate of autographed albums that's never been shown and pretty much price them live. That's what I told Tanner. I was like, if not, because I got here like 2 or 3 hours before the show today. And by the time I sorted through them, I kind of ran out of time to auction them or to get them ready for auction. So I was like, well, let's just do it live. And if somebody wants to buy them, great. If not, then we'll auction them the next day and I'll have all the research done on them. And I've done stuff like that before and it's turned out to be really successful. So if you can stay up late, you might get early grabs at some really cool autographed records. Some will be for sale and then some I'll be like, I've got to wait and definitely auction these at another time. We got some pretty high-end stuff that I just got authenticated, okay? Thursday night, Metal Night's looking pretty good. That'd be a great question from Laura, but I think we got a lot. And plus, I've got a ton of signed metal albums. I've pulled out a bunch already, and I've got a bunch of just like great albums, but then they're autographed, and I had to get them pulled out for Thursday night. So that's coming soon, okay? Just wanting to give y'all an update because we have a lot to go through tonight, but also it's going to be a little bit different show near the end. I left off by saying Etta James 5, Temptations 7, Temptations 7, Etta James 5, Temptations 10, Etta James 6, Ozzy 10. What was the Huey Lewis album? Give me 1 second on that. Donna Summer's already sold. Ozzy 10, Temptations 12, Ozzy 13, Etta 8, Temptations 15, Temptations 13, Ozzy 15, Etta 9, Etta 10, Temptations 17, Etta 10, Etta 11. MitLab wants the Beatles. I'll go ahead and pull that right here. Temptations 18, Etta 12, Etta 13, Temptations 20. If you need a price, let me know. We have the Moon Glows, their greatest side. Some I'll go ahead and tell you, like that was $14.99. This is called There'll Be No Tears Tonight. Hank Williams on LSD, Waylon Jennings meets the Sex Pistols, Frank Zappa. I still don't really know what this is. Eugene Chadbourne, $34.99. What a bizarre release. Gordon Lightfoot's $19.99, if you could read my mind. Little River Band. Also, Dan Seals, the best of. We got Whitney Houston, Sawyer Brown, Dean Martin, Pure Prairie League, Buck Owens, Kansas, Song for America. Somebody's been asking for Kansas. There it is, $19.99. Buffy Santa Marie, Johnny Cash, Greatest Hits Volume 1, $24.99. Robert Tomick wants No Tears. That is so to Robert Tomick. Now the Temptations is at $21. Etta James is at $16. And the last bit on the Ozzy promo, was with Calvin Ward at $15. And that's a So Tired double-sided promo from Bark at the Moon. We have Jethro Tull for $29.99, the original newspaper cover, thick as a brick. Marshall Bassett, Buck Owens was $9.99. That's so to you. Thank you. Gary Lewis is $9.99. Traffic was $19.99. Also, Pat Travers, Making Magic. Huey Lewis, Dennis Daly. It was called 4. It's beautiful. It's $19.99. Also, we have Jefferson Starship, Pure Prairie League. Jimmy Buffett, Gatefold 2LP. You Had to Be There, $34.99. War, Live, 2LP, $29.99. Carly Simon, Lloyd Price, Jesus Christ Superstar. The Prince promo is $19.99. Also, the Teen Queens, Joe Turner, and then Seco Bunch from Sugar Hill promo, and then Percy Sledge. All right, so Ozzy has a new bid for $16. Etta James is at $20, and the Temptations at $25. That's the high bid on all three of those. Let's put up another auction. The next auction is a sealed Bruce Springsteen box set. This is the Live 75 to 85 3-cassette box set. So when they released this, it was multimedia. They did it on CDs. They did it on DVD, or on not DVDs. They didn't have DVDs back then. They did it on cassettes. That's what I'm trying to think of. They did it on cassettes, vinyl, and CDs. And this is the cassette version. 3 cassettes. It's sealed. Bruce Springsteen, a $15 start. That is the sealed cassette box set. $15 on that. I don't think they did it on 8-track. If they did that on 8-track, then it's very rare. It's probably more rare than any of them if they did that on 8-track, because this is 1986. Around 1986, they were phasing out 8-tracks. Any 8-tracks from around 86 or 87 are extremely collectible. Like, some of them can be hundreds of dollars. That's when they stopped making 8-tracks. So I don't think that is on 8-track. If it is, it's a good one. Okay, and then Dennis passes on Huey Louie. Marshall Bassett says he'll go ahead and take it. So let's go ahead and give that to Marshall Bassett. Etta James 20, Etta James 21. Bill Samus wants the Johnny Cash from previously. And then Etta James 22, Temptations 26, Ozzy 17. Wow, everything's still getting bids. Everything's all getting bids there. And so I'll just let those play out. And that was the second read-through for that crate. If you're like, you know what, Chad, go ahead and give me everything that's left in there. I'll be like, sure thing. Let's just go ahead and tag all these for whoever that wants them. Calvin, Jerry, Donna, Jerry, whoever's bidding, we'll just go ahead and just give them everything left in this crate. Okay, I guess not. All right, moving on, and let's go over here and read through this crate right here very quickly. Got some new and sealed stuff, and this won't take but a lickety-split. You have that Bruce on 8-track and on Discogs for sale. You're kidding me. I have it on 8-track. I have it on 8-track for sale? Really? Okay, then it's over here on a wall behind me. Huh. Yeah, I see it. Is that 8-tracks? What do I have it listed for? You're kidding. That shows you how much I know what we have. Wow. I wonder what that's. What do I have it listed for? Let's see if I can find it. So they did do it on 8-track. 300. Yeah, I had a feeling it was. Yeah. So that's more pricey than any of the formats. Well, maybe somebody be interested in that tonight. That'd be great. Yeah. So I actually have one listed on Discogs. You never know. You never know of us, because I have no idea what I own. I wish I did. People ask me all the time for stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. Because as you just see, I have no idea. Lenny Kravitz, Greatest Hits, new and sealed 2 LP, $36.99. Sonny Clark, Cool Struttin'. Sonny Clark is $34.99, an essential jazz album there. We have the Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot, $34.99. How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb, that's on red vinyl from U2, $29.99. Elton John Diamonds, which is at a great price. His Greatest Hits, $36.99. The Who's Next is $34.99. Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On, that's on colored vinyl, $34.99. Luke Bryan's Number Ones, Luke Bryan is $29.99. U2 Boys, $29. XTC Drums and Wires, $33.99. King Crimson Lizard and XTC Skylarking, those are both $33.99. Pat Benatar's Greatest Hits, known as Icon. Heartbreaker, $38.99. We have Nina Simone's Greatest Hits for $33.99. And King Crimson Red is $33.99. So let's go back to the top and figure out who left off where. Boy, there's lots of biddings on all 4 auctions. Let me start at a certain point. Okay, I remember Etta James being at 22, Temptations 26, Ozzy 17, Temptations 28, Etta James 23, Bruce Springsteen 15, Ozzy 18, Bruce Springsteen 15, Temptations 29, Ozzy 20, Bruce 17, Ozzy out, Temptations 33, Bruce Springsteen 19, Bruce Springsteen 21. Okay, so Jerry Stone has the Bruce sealed cassette box at $21. The most recent high bid on Ozzy is Calvin Ward at 20. It's a promo of So Tired. The Temptations is at 29 with Calvin Ward. The Way You Do the Things You Do. Jason has it for 33. So Calvin, you're out on that. And then the Etta James. The last bid was with Carly Southers at $23. And like I said, this was in G condition. I graded it on a scale of 1 to 10 like a 1. So it is a low-grade record, but it is OG mono. It exists. Final call on the Temptations. Final call on Etta James. Final call on Ozzy. But the Temptations just got a new bid. Does anybody want anything in here? I read through that thing quick. No claims. Maybe we can sell one more if I read them one more time from the front. King Crimson Red, Nina Simone's Greatest Hits. Pat Benatar Icon, XTC, King Crimson, XTC, U2, Luke Bryan, Marvin Gaye, The Who, Elton John, U2, Smashing Pumpkins, Sonny Clark, and Lenny Kravitz. That was new stuff actually from last week. We have a claim. Somebody wanted Gary Lewis from the last crate. Gary Lewis from the last crate is $9.99, and this is sold to Chuck Haley. Thank you, Chuck. That's sold to you for $9.99. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to go ahead and go through something else. Maybe even like a half-off bin. You never know about me. I might do something crazy. Changing crates. Changing crates. I'm going to go ahead and put this one. Trying to keep all the new vinyl I've gone through right over here. That way I can flip through it tonight and know what to reorder and what not to order and what to never order again and what to order lots more of, etc., etc. All right. How about we go through a vintage new arrivals bin right over here. Vintage new arrivals coming at you right this second. Let me do a quick flip through them, make sure this is the one I want to go through. Whoop, before I drop it. Let's see here. Interesting. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. Interesting. Yes. Okay. All right. There's that. And then let me go ahead and get this up here. Hadn't really got to look at these yet. Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's go through this one. These are new vintage pre-owned arrivals. Price is marked. Auctions are all sold. Clean the board. The board is being cleared. Jason Boxell got the Temptations for $36. Ozzy was sold to Calvin Ward for $20. And then Etta James was sold to Carly Southers for $23. And Bruce Springsteen was sold to Jerry Stone. And that was sold to Jerry Stone for $21. Thank you. Anybody interested in the cassette or the 8-track? I have that on 8-track. It sounds like I have it on Discogs for $300. So I would obviously entertain less. because if somebody bought it right now, I'd have to pay eBay fees or Discogs fees. Next auction is a Patsy Cline promo. Boy, this could be really good, actually. Might need to check it right quick before I put it up for auction, because this thing could be really good. These orange Deca labels, let me go ahead and get a comp on this one. John handed me like 5 earlier, and he said these could be really good. So let me go ahead and grab the next sealed record as well. I got, was delivered a batch of, one second. I was delivered a batch of sealed records again just a second ago. Yeah, I don't think there's even a Discog. There's not even a Discogs for that one, I don't think. Okay, our next auction is Van Morrison. This is a 1970 Terre Haute original with the company inner sleeve. This is going to go up for a $25 start. This is Van Morrison, his band in the street choir. It is a Terre Haute original, OG pressing with the original inner sleeve. It is a gatefold, and this is Van Morrison, a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute original. That's going to go up for a $25 start. I've sold 2 Patsy Cline records in the last few years that didn't even have Discogs entries. One was a 78, and it ended up being one of the most expensive Patsy Cline records ever sold. It was at the top of the list for the longest on PopPsych. If you just search her, it was a 78. And some of her stuff is like very rare. There's not even Discogs entries for it. Very pricey stuff. Here's our next 45. This is David Bowie's Sound and Vision. This is a double-sided promo. David Bowie, that's a $7 start. Sound and Vision, that's up for bid. And then we have this Stones record, which was shown the other night, and I went back because somebody really wanted to know what kind of pressing it was, and I was like, or what year it was from. I was like, they don't give a year. And then I went back after the sale, and I double-checked it, and yeah, it's a U.S., it's probably a late 60s pressing of the Rolling Stones Aftermath, and this time I'm going to start it for just $25. It's not a bad copy whatsoever. The vinyl is EX+. EX+, but right, there is no year given. That's correct. So let's go through these new vintage arrivals. First thing I have is Willie Nelson Live. Willie Nelson's $14.99. I have Noel Harrison, The Great Electric Experiment is Over. Noel Harrison is $14.99. The Horse, Cliff Nobles and Company, $19.99. That's really cool. Also, Seduction. Whoa, for adults only. This is $19.99. I'm not for sure what's going on here, but that's $19.99. World War I Fighter Planes in Action. Wow, what a cool record. $19.99. World War I Fighter Planes in Action. Wow. If no one buys this, I might keep it. I just gave it the kiss of death. If nobody buys this, I'll keep it, because that is a pretty cool record. I've never seen it before. And it's on the Riverside Jazz label. $19.99. These are new arrivals. Jose Feliciano, Light My Fire, $9.99. Twin. Also, Jesse Coulter, Diamond in the Rough. That's $19.99. And Pergenis, what do we have here? That's $9.99. David Bowie has one bid for $7, final call. Van Morrison has one bid for $25, final call. Just saying, just letting everybody know, those are final calls, and they just have one bid as of right now. Okay, I think I found what I'm looking for. This marked as a promo. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right, so first thing we have is Robert Wlodarczyk on World War I. I knew somebody would buy it as soon as I said that, but thank you. We have the Pasadenas. The Pasadenas Tribute Right On. That's $9.99. Also, Porter Wagner, The Farmer. Porter Wagner is $12.99. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, $24.99 on The Police. Elvis, The Sun Sessions. Elvis is $29.99. Let's check the label on that one. Boy, the jacket looks nice. It's on the black RCA label. Elvis, The Sun Sessions, $29.99. And Harry Belafonte, Love is a Gentle Thing. That's $9.99. Marshall Tucker Band, Long Hard Ride, that's $14.99. And Fresh Air 6, Manaheim Steamroller, $19.99. Bowie is sold to Robert Vladarchuk for $7. Chris Knapp was the only bidder on Van Morrison. OG, one bid, $25. Thank you. And nobody bid on the Rolling Stones. It's now a $25 buy it now, which has just been reduced from the last time I showed it, which was a $35 start. So now the Rolling Stones is a $25 buy it now. I'm going to put it right over there so I can put up new auctions. Carla Bonoff is $9.99. The Supremes, what a nice looking copy of this. I Hear a Symphony. It's in the original baggie, no condition notes, $14.99. And the Sequence, Funk You Up, from Sugar Hill, $19.99. Is the chat working? I'm concerned if either nobody's saying anything or maybe the chat's not working right now. Maybe the chat is working. Okay, Jason Boxel got the Supremes. Everybody's just being eerily quiet right now. Jason Boxel got the Supremes. Carly Simon Hotcakes is $9.99. And Pure Perry League, $14.99. Can't hold up. I think Vince Gill does vocals on that one. The next auction is going to go up right now. One of my favorites by Neil Young. And this is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute repress. It is steel in shrink wrap. It's in VG Plus condition. A classic. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Hest, it's working. Okay, just wanted to make sure. We have Gary Wright, the Dreamweaver. I can't believe, I think this is like the second night in a row. And then we had one maybe on Saturday of the Dreamweaver, which is, for some reason, just a vintage record we don't get too often. Patsy Cline is going to go up for a $7 start. This is Faded Love and Blue Moon of Kentucky, an Orange Decca promo. That is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. Jefferson Starships, $14.99. And Huey Lewis. There is Sports. Sports is $19.99. Sports is $19.99. Our next sealed record is called Collectibles Presents From the Vaults of Everest, Lightning Hopkins, Part 4 in a series of 4, Nothing But the Blues, the anthology of the blues. That is sealed. Lightning Hopkins, a $15 start. First thing I want to do is read through some of the, let me go over here. First thing I want to do is read through some of the no bids over here because my table's getting a little lopsided. And I'm about to get into some New Orleans stuff, which is laying over here next to it. So let me clear up the no bids right quick. The last one is the most recent, or the first one's the most recent, which was this pressing of Aftermath, this Phillips press. We have reduced that to $25. The vinyl's beautiful. Can't believe that's still there. We got a sealed original Debbie Harry Cuckoo for $15. We have a sealed original The Gospel according to Ike and Tina Turner. That was $15. And then we had an autograph over here, a signed Frisbee promotional item from Lonnie Mack. That was $75. I'm going to put that right over here. And then also in the no bid pile, we had a sealed copy of the soundtrack Burglar. That was a $10 buy it now. We had a Kid Rock backstage pass for $5. And then a sealed Rick James Stone City Band. That was only $15. Those are all available. I'm going to take this Punk magazine probably right over here and take it up front. That'll be a lot better. Laura just dropped off new auctions. And now we have first Donna. Lightning Hopkins is a $15 start. Patsy Cline has a bid for $12. And Donna wants the Rick James Stone City Band. So those LPs are all available for buy it now. And Donna got Rick James for the $15 buy it now. So that leaves this Burglar soundtrack. And then Ike and Tina Turner, Debbie Harry, and then the Rolling Stones, okay? And the Kid Rock backstage pass. Had to get all that restacked. It's getting a little wobbly over there. Next in the bin is, Lightning Hopkins buy it now. Neil Young's a $25 start. As of right now, no bid. The Best of Buck Owens Volume 2, that's $9.99. Sawyer Brown is $19.99. Winwood is $19.99. Steve Winwood. Gordon Lightfoot, Dream Street Rose, that's $19.99. Rod was first to bid on Lightning Hopkins at $15. He was the first to bid on Lightning at $15. Jimmy Buffett, Somewhere Over China. Jimmy Buffett is $19.99. That's a really clean copy. Forever Man, Frank Sinatra. That's a mono capital pressing $14.99. Air Supply's Greatest Hits is $9.99. And Elvis Presley in Concert, a UK edition, a UK copy, 2LP, orange UK labels, $29.99, no condition notes. Patsy's at $15, Lightning Hopkins $15, Lightning Hopkins $16, Lightning Hopkins $20. Also, we have Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On. Jerry Jeff is $29.99. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, that's $19.99. And John Denver's $9.99. Lightning Hopkins is sealed. It's never been opened. Lightning Hopkins is sealed. It's never been opened. Donna, you did open Lightning, but not really. There wasn't a number next to it. But either way, there's new bids now. Let's go ahead and put up another single. This is Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson. This Girl Is Mine in the original picture sleeve. Jackson, McCartney, Michael and Paul. Original single from Thriller. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. 38 Special Forces, that's $24.99. Willie Nelson, what can you do to me now? Willie Nelson is $14.99. Lloyd Price, Mr. Personality. Lloyd Price is $19.99. ABC Records, very nice. Also, Ruben and the Jets. $39.99 for Ruben and the Jets. Red Fox. Hey, the Red Fox records continue tonight. There's a good old dirty Red Fox record, $14.99. Christopher Cross is $9.99. And Minnie Riperton, Stay in Love. Minnie Riperton, $29.99. Minnie Riperton, $29.99. The 3 Kiss autographs that I have allocated for tonight are going to be sold starting at 8 o'clock. I'm going to sell the 3 Kiss starting at 8 o'clock. Back to back to back. Those 3 are all going to be sold. First thing we have is Chris Knapp did bid on Neil Young, so it got a bid for $25. Lightning Hopkins, $23, $25, $30, $31. David Tate on Red Fox, that's so to David. Brad was second. Lightning, $33. James next. And now Lightning at $18. Lightning's already at $33, though. The big question is, where is Patsy Cline? The record is right there. Robert has the bid for $16. He outbid R.K. Tucker, and R.K. just bid $18. No bid on This Girl Is Mine. That's a $7 start. Neil Young just has 1 bid for $25, a 1970 repress. So that's from the OG year. It's in shrink wrap, and it's one of my favorites of all time. We have 1 bid for $25. Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, Cowgirl in the Sand, an incredible album. Gatefold, that's an essential in my opinion. But, you know, we all have opinions just like we all have 2 eyes. Next thing we have is me just reading through these titles one more time. If you want a price, let me know. These are all new arrivals, vintage new records. Price is marked. And like I said, if you want a price, just let me know. We got Willie Nelson Live, Noel Harrison, Cliff Noble, Seduction Record, Jose Feliciano, Jesse Coulter, Pere Grins, also the Pasadenas, Porter Wagner, and now another bid on Neil Young at 25. What time zone? We're in Central. It is currently 7 o'clock, 52 minutes. We have Elvis, The Sun Sessions, Harry Belafonte, Marshall Tucker, Manaheim Steamroller, Carla Bonoff, The Sequence, Carly Simon, Pure Prayer League, Gary Wright, Jefferson Starship, Huey Lewis. Sports Left Behind, $19.99. Buck Owens. We have Sawyer Brown, Winwood, Gordon Lightfoot, Jimmy Buffett, Frank Sinatra, Air Supply, Elvis Costello. How about Presley? Presley, Jerry Jeff, Rick Wakeman, John Denver, 38 Specials, Willie Nelson, Lloyd Price, Ruben and the Jets, Christopher Cross, and Minnie Riperton. Okay? So Paul McCartney did get a bid with Debbie for $7. Michael Jackson sold for $7. Chris, somebody had already bid $25 on Neil Young, so you tied Chris Knapp. Patsy Cline is at what now? He's out. This is sold to R.K. Tucker for $18, a promo. And then Lightning Hopkins. This is a sealed copy. The last bid that came in on this was Donna at $40. Michael said out. Final call on that. Final call on that. Let's see what else I have over here. I'm about ready for my first handful of Buy It Now singles before I get back over here to this box. Here's an interesting one here from Donovan. It's in the original picture sleeve, which I've never seen before. Atlantis. Very odd here. To Susan on the West Coast Waiting. And Donovan, Atlantis. What an interesting one here. This is going to go up for a $7 start. And that is now up for bid. Okay, and then the last thing we had was the Sugar Hill single was right here. And that was Sequence. That was Sequence, Funk You Up, double-sided, $19.99. Dar Mitchell on Huey Lewis Sports. Dar, have you bought from us before? If you're a first-time buyer, just say first-time buyer or no chat. I buy from you all the time. Richard Zeinert wants Ruben and the Jets. Neil Young, 26, 27, 28. Donna gets Lightning Hopkins for 40. Donovan in the pitcher sleeve is a $7 start. Next is going to go up right now. Laura just dropped off a truckload of auctions. The best of the Grateful Dead. A nice copy here. A nice copy. A 1974 U.S. Terre Haute Original EX Edition. A $35 start. And then the next New Orleans single is going to be right here, if I can get it off of this pile. And what do we have here? We have the Lone Surfer and his Surfer Pals. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. The Lone Surfer and his Surfer Pals. And it has some sort of insert, maybe from the record label. It's numbered 147 of 300. That's a $5 start. $5 start on that. That's now up for bid. Chris is out on Neil Young. Final call for 30. Beautiful copy there of the Dead. 35 on that. Let's swap out crates. I think I'm going to go ahead and condense these first two from tonight and try to get them all here in this same thing. Might mix it up here in a minute and do something. What am I going to do? I have no idea. You never know. I could just do something absolutely crazy. So that's the first two crates of vintage. That's a good sign when I'm able to condense them, especially that first batch I had that we sold quite a bit out of that. Several in there that I'm surprised didn't sell. I don't want to read them off, but I mean, I'm kind of surprised. All right, put that right there. Let me step over here, see what I've got next in this pile. Trying to chip away at some of this stuff here. I see a crate I want to go through. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Neil Young is sold to Chris Knapp for $30. Final call on Grateful Dead. Nobody bid on Donovan. That's a $7 buy it now. The Surfer has the one bid for $5. And I'm going to read through these very quickly and let you know what's in here, okay? First thing we have is Bad Brains. That's $33.99, Bad Brains. Also, Beach House, Teen Dream. Beach House is $36.99. 2 copies of the Black Keys, Thick Freakness. Black Keys is $33.99. The Breeders, Last Splash. The Breeders is $29.99. And this is Phoebe Bridgers and Rob Moose, Copycat Killer, $24.99 on that. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be the Muffs. And the Muffs is a $19.99 U.S. original. The note on the back says, very scarce garage rock featuring Kim Shattuck on Vox, who used to be in the Pixies. VG++ condition. This is going to be just a $35 start. Alert today, alive tomorrow. Some of them have sold for as much as $108. That's a $35 start on that. The Lone Surfer has a bid for $6. Also, we have Deer Hunter. This is $29.99, and this is Hall U Digest. That is $29.99. And Francois Hardy, $24.99. I believe that's the self-titled. It says Deluxe Gatefold 180-gram virgin vinyl. 2 copies here of Melody's Echo Chamber. That's new and sealed, $28.99. Slow Dive, Just for a Day, music on vinyl, $44.99. And Yola Tango, I Can Hear the Heart Beating as One, $38.99. The Strokes is $28.99, 2 of those. And Sigur Rós is $59.99. We have 2 of those. Ohm, God is Good, $33.99. And 1 copy here of Alice Coltrane, Journey in the Sachamandanda, featuring Pharoah Sanders, $34.99. Surfer has a new bid. Nobody bid on the Grateful Dead. This is the best of the Grateful Dead. Skeletons from the Closet, a 1974 U.S. Terre Haute OG. That is going to go up for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on the No Big Grateful Dead record there. It's available if anybody wants it. Death, The Sound of Perseverance. Death is a 2 LP, $33.99. Marilyn Manson, Born Villain. That is a gatefold. That's $54.99. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman is $39.99. The Grateful Dead is sold to Carol Puckett for just $35. No One's Been on the Muffs. It's a final call for $35. Debbie Winstead, You're Out on the Surfer record. I'm about to sell it to RK for $7. Next auction is Janis Joplin, Me and My Bobby McGee. It's a double-sided promo. Double-sided promo of Janis Joplin. Very cool record there. That's a $7 start on that. The next auction going up right now is A Flock of Seagulls. I ran so far away. This is an 82 U.S. Terre Haute original, EX condition and original copy. $35 start on that. Now the Surfer Records at 8. Also, we have Cosmos Factory on red vinyl, $33.99. And one copy of Mountain Climbing. That's a music on vinyl press. That is $39.99. That is Mississippi Queen, of course. Lamb of God, Wrath is $39.99. The Clash, Combat Rock, new and sealed remaster, $33.99. The Clash, London Calling, 2 LPs, $39. And Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia. That's a music on vinyl press, $39.99. The Replacements, Pleased to Meet Me. The Replacements is $33. Aerosmith is $39.99. And Morbid Angel, Blessed Are the Sick, $38.99. Flock of Seagulls is EX condition and a VG Plus or better jacket. New bid on Surfer. We have bids for 8, now 9. And we have Janis Joplin at 10. Janis Joplin 10. I'm going to put those two right there. Slayer Live Undead is $33.99. Muse is $33.99. And if you want a new and sealed Huey Lewis, there it is. The 40th anniversary of Sports, $29.99. The Muffs is a no bid. That's a buy now for just $35, which is the lowest that it has ever sold for before on Discogs. So if you're looking for that record, it's at a great price over here at just $35. Iomi, the 1996 Depth Sessions with Glenn Hughes, $33.99. Marilyn Manson, One Assassination Under God, $29.99. Suicidal Tendencies, Join the Army, $38.99. And Pussifer, Money Shot, Your Reload, brown galaxy colored vinyl, $34.99. The Muffs is sold to Mike Massey for $35. Wow, that's a great price. I mean, that's the lowest ones ever sold before. Surfer Records at 10. Flock of Seagulls is at 40, now 42. The next auction is Buzzcocks, Flat Pack Philosophy. The Buzzcocks is a 2006 UK OG on orange vinyl with the original inner sleeve, and that is going to go up for a $25 start. Buzzcocks, $25 start on that. Surfer is now at 10 with Debbie Winstead, which means RK Tucker, you're out. Janis still just has that one bid, and this is a final call on this crate. Can I get anybody interested in anything in here? I read through a lot of titles right then. I have Pussifer, Suicidal Tendencies. I had Marilyn Manson, Tony Iommi, Huey Lewis, Muse, Slayer, Morbid Angel, Aerosmith, The Replacements, Screaming Trees, The Clash, Lamb of God, Mountain, Cosmos Factory, Ozzy, Marilyn Manson, Death, Alice Coltrane. We had Ohm, and then Sigur Rós, and The Strokes, and Yola Tango, and Slow Dive, and Melody's Echo Chamber, and Francois Hardy, and Deer Hunter, and Phoebe Bridgers, and this was the Breeders. Yeah, the Breeders, and then the Black Keys, and then Beach House, and then Bad Brains. If anybody wants anything in there, they're going to be right here behind me. At any given time, you can say, you know what? Go ahead and just give me one of each. That's a wide variety of fantastic music there, Chad. Go ahead and just send them my way. I'll take one of each, and then I'll tag them, and we'll pull them all out for you. In the meantime, we have the Surfer record here. Let's make sure this sleeve and this insert all go together here, and this is right here, and this is sold for $10 to Debbie Winstead. Thank you. And now Janis Joplin, just promo, just got that one bid for $10, and that was to Sandy Mile. And the Buzzcocks has one bid for $25 and another bid for $25. Paul Oakley bid first, then Chris X, and now, now we have quite a bid going on Flock of Seagulls. We have quite a bidding war going on Flock of Seagulls. All righty, let me see what else I have over here. Let's see what's in this bin. I think it's about time for another new vintage. I don't think John's had any check condition stuff. I'm used to starting with a check condition bin, but I just don't think he's ran across. I think a lot of the stuff that has been marked from, I think a lot of the stuff that's been marked from this new stuff that Paul bought in Chattanooga, which I just remembered. I thought, Paul, we bought a collection of like 15,000 records, and we never did even post it on Facebook or literally bought another massive collection. And which when I left, or right before John left, I saw him over here digging through them, and he was just saying how clean and nice all these LPs were. So it's like we just acquired another big collection. I was like, this is bizarre for us not to buy something like this and not post it. Let everybody know that they just bought another huge trailer full of records. Give me 1 second here before I start this crate. All right. Debbie said, Mike. Nope, I just stopped talking. Okay, first thing we have is Flock of Seagulls 58. Pete says he's out. Buzzcocks 26. Paul Oakley, you're out on the Buzzcocks. Flock of Seagulls is at 58 with Mike Owen. Pete Weisgarber says he's done. So those are final calls on those. Final calls on those. Our next 45 from the New Orleans collection is going to go up right now, and it's the Bamboo Kids. The Bamboo Kids is going to go up for a $5 start. Suck the life out of me. $5 start on the Bamboo Kids. Let's go ahead and read through these new vintage arrivals. These are priced as marked. These are first come, first serve. New vintage arrivals priced as marked. First thing I have here is the Billy Joel Interview. This is a promo record, $29.99. Billy Joel Interview, $29.99. Monty Reed wants Suicidal Tendencies from the Last Bin. That was this one up here called Join the Army. Thank you. I'll pull that. And I just ordered a ton of Suicidal Tendencies albums. We had one customer who wanted everything that was in print except for the couple he's already bought from us, and those should be here this week. Okay? That is sold. And then that is sold Monty Reed. Thank you. Also, we have Rockin' Easy. That's a 24-track, 2 LP compilation, $19.99 on that. Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind, $24.99. And then Garcia, which is Jerry Garcia, original green label. And I think sometimes this has a sticker over it to kind of censor this because it's kind of a naughty-looking cover. $39.99 on that. Buzzcocks is sold to Chris X for $32. And now the Flock of Seagulls is sold to Mike Owen for $58. Bamboo Kids is a $5 start from the New Orleans collection. Here is another random sealed record. I don't know anything about it. It's called Heckle, We're Not Laughing With You. It's sealed. How about a $10 start? Heckle, We're Not Laughing With You. I know literally nothing about that. I have no details on it. And then the other LP I'm going to put up is this Sex Pistols, which I believe is a bootleg. It is. How about a Sex Pistols bootleg here? 2002 is when it was pressed. It was recorded live at the Kingfish Club in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, January 9th, 1978. A $35 start. The Sex Pistols, Psychotic Reaction. Sex Pistols vintage concert there live in Louisiana, 1978. A $35 start. Jimi Hendrix, nice. Electric Ladyland, Gatefold 2 LP. $39.99 on Hendrix, Electric Ladyland. We have Traffic, Shoot at the Fantasy Factory. Traffic's $19.99. And Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. Unfortunately, it's got some pretty bad corner wear. It is a gatefold, though, on the correct tan label. That is $24. I think the first label's tan. It could be orange, but that's $24.99. And we have Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife, $19.99. George Carlin, FM AM, The Comedy Records Continue, $14.99. And Dolly's Greatest Hits. Dolly is $24.99. Also, we have Paul Hardcastle, 19. Paul Hardcastle, that is $14.99. The Bamboo Kids is a buy it now for $5. Also, Arlo Guthrie's Washington County, $19.99, and Bill Haley's 20 Greatest Hits, $12.99. $12.99. We have Hall & Oates Ecstatic, $19.99, and this is Hot House Flowers, Conversation and Music with Hot House Flowers, promotional use not for sale, $19.99. Donna on PH, and that was Paul Hardcastle. Thank you, that's sold. If anybody wants this Heckle LP, that is a buy it now for $10. And we have Tony on JC, and JC was, I'm assuming that was for maybe George Carlin, GC. And we have Hunters and Collectors, Human Frailty. That is $14.99. Hunters and Collectors, Human Frailty, $14.99 on that. No bid on the Sex Pistols. If anybody wants that for $35, you can buy it right now. The Sex Pistols, Psychotic Reaction. That's a live concert, 1978. It's a buy it now for $35. Tawana Bennett on BA for Brian Adams. Brian Adams is sold to Tawana Bennett. And then also the best of Arlo Guthrie, that's $19.99. Next auction I'm going to put up right now is Miles Davis Jazz Track. Miles Davis is a 1959 USOG mono. It is in VG minus, and we're going to put it up for a $15 star. Miles Davis. And one more time, that's a Columbia 6-eye label. On the label it says Jazz Track, the Miles Davis Quintet, Elevator to the Scaffold. That is going to go up for a $15 start. It is VG minus. And then Tony McDaniel does want George Carlin. Sex Pistols is sold to Michael Butler for the buy it now price of $35. Miles Davis already has a bid for $15. The next New Orleans single is Silver Ship, Meet Me at the Station, The Reveliers. The Reveliers, yeah. $5 start on that. That's now up for bid. That is now up for bid. And then also, I've got another random sealed record here. The Nutmeg's Greatest Hits. It's on the Collectibles label. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on the Nutmeg's Greatest Hits, okay? Also, Noel Harrison, Santa Monica Pier. Noel Harrison is $14.99. And Bruce Hornsby, That's Just the Way It Is, in shrink wrap, $24.99. Bruce Hornsby, That's Just the Way It Is. Chad's going to mute his mic. I'm Chad, by the way. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second to take a drink of this so you don't have to hear me slurping. All righty. Adult beverage. That is not, Craig loves saying that. That's not an adult beverage. That is a bottle of Dasani water with a great value cherry slushy energy packet and a great value blueberry slushy packet, which is a lot of caffeine. No alcohol for me. None whatsoever. Chris Pedzwar on Bruce Hornsby. That's sold to Chris Pedzwar. The Reveliers has one bid for $5. Miles Davis has one bid for $15. Final call. And Donnie Iris live, $19.99. I'll go ahead and say this. If you were looking at the hot pictures for tonight and you saw an auction you had your eyes on, you're going to get it at a great price right now. I think just about every auction has had either 1 or 0 bids, and we've only had a couple with a couple bids. So if you have your eyes on some auctions tonight, I'd be patient. They're probably going to be sold at minimum bid or maybe just 1 or 2 bids. That's the way they're trending right now. Unless all of a sudden everybody wakes up and they start drinking their coffee and they really get focused on what's being sold. Just saying. First thing we have is Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. Heart is $24.99. We have Jerry Lee's Greatest, $19.99 on Jerry Lee. Laura's going to start ringing her bell here in a second from the back. And then some kind of sword's going to get brought out. Then everybody's going to be in trouble. We have Larry Groshi. That is $14.99. Junk Food Junkie. And we have Henry Gross released, $9.99. We got a request for Hendrix. We got a request for Skinny Pumpy. I'm going to sell the Revelers for $5. The Reveliers is sold for $5. If anybody wants the sealed Nutmegs Greatest Hits, it's a $10 buy it now. Let's see what else I have over here. I have R.E.M., Iggy Pop, Jimi Hendrix, Joy Division, Mississippi John Hurt, Pink Floyd. We have Talking Heads, Meat Puppets, Pink Floyd, Concrete Blonde, Kiss, Randy Travis, David Bowie, Blind Faith, David Bowie, The Ramones, Bob Marley, Iggy Pop, Traveling Wilburys, Triumph, Gary Moore, Van Halen, The Replacements, The Rolling Stones, Eno, Nina Simone, AC/DC, The Ramonas, NXS, and here comes Jimi Hendrix. Oh, wow. It is a 1967 U.S. Terre Haute original in VG condition, and this is OG, and this is a $35 start. A 67 U.S. Terre Haute original with this beautiful jacket. This is Jimi Hendrix. Are you experienced? It is OG. It is stereo. It's in VG. The jacket's like EX. It's a really nice looking jacket. A debut iconic album. Purple Haze, Manic Depression, Hey Joe, Love or Confusion, May This Be Love, I Don't Live Today, The Wind Cries Mary. Wow, what a song. Fire, Third Stone from the Sun, Foxy Lady. Are You Experienced? That is a $35 start. Let's go back to the top, and I left off by saying Miles Davis 20, Miles Davis 21, Miles Davis 22. We got a request for the Meat Puppets, Miles Davis 23. Heckle still available for $10. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for $35. GTR $24.99. We're going through a vintage bin of new arrivals. These are priced as marked. The Guess Who Road Food, $19.99. The History of British Rock, Volume 3. That's a 2LP, $24.99. And Corey Hart, Boy in the Box, Corey Hart is $19.99. First thing we have is our next auction, the Blue Devils. This is from the New Orleans, Blue Devil King and Tornado. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And our other New Orleans auction is the Incredible Kings, the Limp, the Elegance, Upu Padu. That's going to go up for $5. I did. Let me step up front and get that right quick. By the way, Laura, have you got your bell yet? Do you even have your bell? I don't know. Let me see if it's still up here. I'll know if she has it or not. Here it is. Wow. An actual bell. That's Laura's Shane bell. And then here's my newest delivery from Mike Massey. Foley's Gym. Get motivated in a van down by the river. Thank you, Mike Massey. Foley's Gym. Get motivated in a van down by the river. Matt Foley. I appreciate that. That is pretty epic. 2XL, that should fit me. Well, if it don't fit me, I'll hit the gym and I'll fit into it better. How about that? I'm usually between a 2 and a 3X right now, but I need to get back down to where 2X fits pretty comfortably. But yeah, that will work for sure. It looks like it's a pretty big shirt, so thank you on that. Matt Foley's in a van down by the river gym. And then here's Laura Shane Bell. She's going to ring this in the back when she's disappointed when y'all don't buy one of her records. So I'm going to leave that right here next to the auctions in the crate, Laura, for whenever you come up to make another delivery. Okay? So thank you. That's pretty sweet. And then we have a Joy Division auction on deck. Jimi Hendrix is at 40, Miles Davis 24, Jimi Hendrix 45. Stacey Brown got Corey Hart, Miles Davis 25, Jimi Hendrix 37. We have Paul Conway wants the Heckle record, which was a $10 bot now. Thank you, Paul Conway. That's so do you. And then Miles Davis out. We have our next record was, or our next comment was Jimi Hendrix at $50. And then we have the Blue Devils with a bid for $5. And then Hendrix 50-51. Next is the Hooters Nervous Night. That is $14.99. Hooters Nervous Night, $14.99. Bruce Hornsby in the Range. This is Scenes from the South Side. That's $24.99. Bruce Hornsby in the Range. And James Gang live in concert, $19.99. James Gang live in concert. Buddy Holly for the first time anywhere, $19.99. Buddy Holly and George Harrison, Dark Horse, with the kind of alternate cover there because it's a Capitol reissue label, $24.99. Now, first thing we have is an update on all 4 auctions across the board. The back left auction is Miles Davis Jazz Track, and that was a 59 US mono and VG minus. The last bid that came in on MD was Donna Turner at 25, and that's a final call. Also, we got 2 45s up from the New Orleans collection. We got the Blue Devils and the Incredible Kings and the Elegance, which is a split release. And right now, the only one that has a bid is the Blue Devils for $5. The other one doesn't have a bid. And then back here is an OG Jimi Hendrix 67 Terre Haute. Nice VG vinyl. And then a nice cover. About the only flaw is this little corner wear down here. Presents very well. It's at $57 of Chris Baycheck. That's now between Chris and Tony. And then the first claim in here out of that new little batch I just read was George Harrison, so to Michael Butler. Thank you. Also, Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Joe Jackson, Body and Soul, $19.99. We have The Jam, Beat Surrender, $26.99. A solid bond. Is this The Jam? I guess. The Jam, Beat Surrender, $26.99. Looks like it's a 5-track EP. Also, Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, $19.99. And we have Vandergraaf Generator. Wow. $36.99 on Vandergraaf Generator. Pawn Hearts. $36.99 on Vandergraaf Generator. The Kiss records are going to be sold at 8 o'clock, Matt. 8 o'clock on the Kiss records. I've got several people on standby. They're on probably on the edge of their seat, actually. But yeah, 8 o'clock is when the Kiss records get started. Nick Bergeron gets Mick Jagger. That's so to Nick Bergeron. Miles Davis has a new bid for $31. Pete on Vandergraaf Generator. That's not one I see very often. How about Queen 2, $59.99. A very clean copy here, $59.99. The one that's covered is the Blue Devils. Blue Devils, Blue Devil King, and Tornado are the songs. It has one bid for $5. We're about to sell it. Buck Owens, It's a Monsters Holiday. That's really cool. Buck Owens, $29.99. $29.99 on that one. How about Dolly Parton in White Limousine? That's one that doesn't come through very often. $39.99. Blue Cheers, $36.99. The Grateful Dead's $44.99. And then Honky Tonk Man, Clint Eastwood, $24.99. Wow, that was a great batch of stuff there. Great batch of stuff there. Just right there in a row to clear out that bin. First thing was Pete got Vandergraaf Generator. Miles Davis got a new bid for $35. New bid on Blue Devils for $6. Miles Davis, $36. Queen 2 was $59.99. It looks like a very clean original. $59.99. Chris is out on Jimi Hendrix. Marshall Bassett got Buck Owens. Another bid on the Blue Devils for $6. Jason got Dolly Parton. That's one that doesn't come through very often. And then David was second. And then Jimmy, $65. So the Incredible Kings and the Elegance is a $5 buy now. Jimi Hendrix is at $65 of Ryan Anderson. Miles Davis is at $36. Michael McCullen, it's back to you. And now we have two people tied on the Blue Devils at $6, which is Tim Volness and Craig Thomas. All righty, that was a great vintage bin, especially all those that I just entered or finished the crate with there. That was pretty wild. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. Sorry. Here we go. So first thing we have, if no one takes Queens 2. Okay, so let's do this right here. So Mike Torrey says he'll take Queen 2 if the person who asked about it didn't want it. The person that asked is Patrick Fu. Patrick, that's on you if you want it. Just let me know. And I'm going to read these titles. This is the soundtrack to Honky Tonk Man, which is music by Ray Price, Marty Robbins, Porter Wagner, John Anderson, and Clint Eastwood. That's a gold stamp promo, $24.99. Also, we have Billy Joel, the interview album, Easy Rock, Marshall Tucker, Jerry Garcia still available. And then let me pause there on Jimi Hendrix to give an update on this Jimi Hendrix. Looks like Craig's out and Ryan has it for $65. Now a final call. Now Miles Davis is at $40. And we have the Blue Devils at $9. Let me go ahead and put up another New Orleans single. I think we had this last night. We did. Here's another copy of the Von Zippers. The Von Zippers is a $5 start. Also, Traffic was $19.99. Don't forget about Lou Reed. Dolly's Greatest Hits is still available, $24.99. Also, Arlo Guthrie, Bill Haley, Hall & Oates, Hot House Flowers, Hunters and Collectors, Arlo Guthrie, Noel Harrison, Donnie Iris, Heart, Dog and Butterfly, Jerry Lee, Junk Food Junkie, Henry Gross, GTR, The Guess Who, History British Rock, Hooters, and Bruce Hornsby. All right, so Debbie put 5. I'm assuming that was for this record. This is the Von Zippers, VZ, if you want to bid on that one. And then Jimi Hendrix is sold then, and this is sold to Ryan Anderson for $65. Thank you, Ryan. That is sold to you for $65. Appreciate that. I think it was down to you and one other person. The other person set out. That is sold, and now Queen is sold to Mike Torres for the buy it now price. These two are now for bid, and the Blue Devils is sold to Tim Voldness for $9. That is sold, and now Miles Davis is sold, and that is sold to Michael McCullen for $40. There we have it. And the remaining records in here was James Gang in concert, Buddy Holly, Joe Jackson, The Jam, Jethro Tull, Blue Cheer, and Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead, $44.99. All righty, wide variety, great stuff in there. Speaking of Grateful Dead, I got an interesting kind of deal here. It's been over here in my auction stuff for a while, and let's take a look at it. I think this is something from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It's some Grateful Dead, I think like fan club type magazine, maybe hippie related stuff. There's a lot of hippie looking stuff in here. People dancing naked, people taking baths and ponds, music articles. And I think it has something to do with the Grateful Dead, and possibly it has music on it as well with these 45s. This says Garcia Lesh Hart. This says Grateful Dead High Time, Garcia Hunter, Grateful Dead Cumberland Blues, Woodstock. This says Woodstock 1969. That's got to be live from Woodstock. The Matrix San Francisco. So yeah, these are definitely Grateful Dead. Somebody just said fansies. That's a great way to put it. And I think they came with a record. They say made in the UK. We got Volume 1, Dead 2, and Volume 1, Dead 1. They sound pretty interesting. We're going to put them both together in an auction lot for a $20 start. $20 start. Robert says came out in Italy. There we have it. That would make sense based on where these 45s are pressed. So let's sell both of them together for a $20 start. They're going to get 2 magazines here, and then the 2 45s, I'm pretty sure they went with them. And now the Von Zippers is at 8 with Tim Voldness. It's between Debbie and Tim. Debbie, you're out. Tim has it for 8. Time for a new record. Grateful Dead is a $20 start. Okay, let's see what else I have over here to do. Let's see what else I have over here to do or not to do. To do or not to do. Some of the stuff I can't get to is the problem. So I've been listening to Nectar, Remember the Future, which is an incredible album, especially the song Remember the Future. And it has been stuck in my head for quite some time now, especially that kind of breakdown part of the album. Oh man, it's just been stuck in my head. It's a good and bad thing. It's a great song. It's bad when I'm just walking around singing it. Let's find a new crate here to go through. Okay. I have another new arrivals crate, and of course Laura's going to be bringing some new vintage stuff up very soon. But I have a great looking crate here that needs to be buy it now or best offer. So I have a vintage discount bin to go through right now, and before I bring it over, I need to take the other one off the table. But this one even has some new and sealed stuff in it. So let me figure out where to put this. And let me put it right here behind me actually, okay? All righty. Von Zipper has a new bid for 8. The problem with that, Debbie, is Tim had already bid 8, so you tied him. Tim had already bid 8, so you tied him on that. Okay, and let's go ahead and bring this crate over. So this can be a buy it now best offer crate, and then I'm about to put up all new LP auctions. And if anybody wants to bid on that dead item, now's the time, because I'm about to roll it. And these are going to be buy it now best offer. We do have a bid. Looks like from a new person over on YouTube. Leslie Lashbrook has it for 20. That's going once, going twice. The Von Zippers is at 9. Well, let's go ahead and get right into our next LP. Y'all heard all that lineup over here. Incredible stuff. Let's go ahead and do REM Green. REM is going to go up right now. This is REM, a 1988 U.S. Carrollton original club copy with the original inner sleeve. REM is going to go up for a $55 start, and there's no condition notes because the vinyl's near mint minus. EX++. REM is a $55 start. Final call on the Grateful Dead, and now the Von Zippers is at 11. This crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. First thing we have here is The Age of Pleasure, Janelle Monáe. That is sealed on Orange Crush vinyl, $34.99. So these you can go ahead and buy, or you can make an offer. Totally up to you. If you want to go ahead and make an offer, go right ahead. I'm either going to say sold, I'm going to counter, or I might just say pass. If I just say pass, that means you've offered something way too low and I'm not even acknowledging it. I don't do that too often, but I have had some offers so low that I'll just say pass. That's rare though. However, they're mostly I'll counter if I don't like your first offer, or I'll go ahead and say sold. This is Remo Drive. This is, This is, have I found, I still haven't asked Paul, these are not priced. I might have priced these on the fly. I did. These are $19.99. Remo Drive, $19.99. Fleetwood Mac. Now, this is a vintage. I don't know if it's an OG press. It may be with that label. But this is Fleetwood Mac, $29.99. Then Play On. And I've got 3 copies of Royal Thunder, Rebuilding the Mountain. That is sealed on Go Vinyl, $24.99. The Grateful Dead fansies are sold to Leslie Lashbrook for $20. Thank you, Leslie. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. Whoever's tagging this, I'm going to put them back in this plastic baggie they were in. And thank you, Leslie. If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, and then I'll get you some first-time buyer instructions. I'm going to put that right there. REM, no bid. I'm looking for a $55 start. It's a final call. Final call on that. And let's go ahead and put up Joy Division, the Peel Sessions. This is a big one. 87 UK. I mean, just anything with Joy Division. It could be any record. I'll say it's big if it has the words Joy Division on it, because it's Joy Division, the Peel Sessions. A limited edition, metallic sleeve, VG condition, a $35 start. So this is an 87 UK limited edition. It is VG condition. It is going to go up for a $35 start. And this is on this metallic type sleeve. Very interesting. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Debbie, you're out on the Von Zippers again. Y'all are going back and forth. That's now at 13. REM 35, Joy Division 35, Joy Division 36. Right now, I have Steve Miller Band, Rock Love, $19.99. These are buy it now, best offer. Return to Forever, featuring Chick Corea. Hymn of the Seven Galaxy, $19.99. We have Babe Ruth, that's $19.99. And this is Reverend Peyton's big DAM band. This is sealed $24.99. And Rihanna, and this one's called Rated R. Rihanna is sealed $32.99. Yes, but I'm registered. First time buyer and I'm registered. Okay, thank you and welcome. So we have $7 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. And that's for anybody watching right now. If you're out there and you're a first-time buyer, or you're maybe wanting to buy and therefore will become a first-time buyer, $7 unlimited shipping, as much as you want to buy, okay? That's how it works around here. First thing we had was REM is a 50, Pete, that's right, $55 start, you have it. Joy Division 45.45, Von Zippers 14, Debbie has outbid Tim, and then Ryan Mustaine wants to Return to Forever. That's so to Ryan Mustaine. Fred, you were second. REM was a $55 bid. We have an offer on Rihanna for $28, $28, $28. That must be, excuse me, the magic number. So Rihanna is Donna's at 28, then Adam, then Janet. Okay, REM is way out of order. The opening bid for this was $55. And then I think somebody misbid, and now it's out of order. This is at $55 to Pete Weisgarber, which was just the starting bid. It's an OG club in near McMinus, and now it's a final call. Joy Division's at $50. The Von Zippers is sold to Debbie for $14. So if you're new or you want to get on the action, $7 start. Or excuse me, $7 unlimited shipping. $7 unlimited shipping. Let me do something here. Okay. Texting my brother. I broke some very positive news to my brother today. I'm taking him to the Masters. And I think it would have been I think it's probably the most shocking news up until his life right now. So I told him, I said, I've got you a ticket for the Masters. I hope that you can come. And he immediately took off from work. So it's going to be an awesome experience. So the week of the Masters, I'm not going to be here for a few days. So very excited. That's who I've been texting during the sale, because he's off from work right now. He's off from work right now, and he's been asking me like a million questions. So I've been pausing to text him back every now and then. So I've got to make sure. He's very curious about how everything works. I said, well, it's a different place. First of all, no cell phones. Definitely no cell phones allowed there. We have Linda Ronstadt, What's New, $9.99. We have the Pointer Sisters, So Excited. The Pointer Sisters is $14.99. And George Benson, In Your Eyes, $14.99. I usually get to see my brother about 4 times a year. This is going to be a pretty cool experience, even though he's not too far from me. We basically just see each other on holidays now. So I'm like, I got to get where Nathan can go with me for sure. So, okay, back to the auctions. I guess we're done on REM. Nobody else bid until right now. Mike Owen bid $56. Pete, I was picking it up. I was like, is nobody going to bid? And now it's at $56, okay? Let's go back up the top. And the last bid on Joy Division was Fred Carnell at $50. The Kiss records also are going to be sold at 8 o'clock. And we have Jason Boxell, PS for 10. Jason Boxell, you get the Pointer Sisters for 10. Mike Bartlett, Linda Ronstadt. Let's round that up to 7. Or I don't like the 50-cent mark, so I'll do $7 on Linda Ronstadt if that's good with you. REM's at $65. And Pete said it's at $65. Mike Owens, you're out. And we have the Helicopters, Eyes of Oblivion. This is sealed on silver and gold vinyl, $29.99. And Barbara Streisand, $9.99. And Herbie Mann, The Evolution of Man. Herbie Mann is $14.99. Jeremiah Lewis said he bid $51 on Joy Division. Either I don't see it or it didn't come through. I don't think that came through, Jeremiah. Maybe it did, but either way, Fred Carnell, now you're out on Joy Division. Mike Bartlett said he'll take Linda Ronstadt for $7. That's so to Mike Bartlett. Is Joy Division a BBC session? It's called the Peel Sessions, an 87 UK original on the limited edition metallic sleeve. It's in VG condition. Now it's at $51. Chris Knapp wants a Helicopters. That's so to Chris Knapp. And then also we have Billy Burnett. This is $9.99. Fred, if you want the Helicopters, it will be $29.99. We have the Replacements, Don't Tell a Soul. The Replacements is sealed for $29.99, and we have 2 copies of that. New bid on Joy Division. Mike Owen is out on REM. Now it's sold to Pete Weisgarber for $56. Pete, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $56, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another New Orleans single, and the next New Orleans single is Tarantula, Girl Trouble. That's going to go up for a $5 start. I feel like we've had that one before. $5 start on that. We also have 2 copies of the Replacements, and we have a white vinyl Greta Van Fleet sealed, $36.99. Greta Van Fleet, that's the white vinyl indie exclusive, $36.99. The white vinyl indie exclusive. Now, Fred, the reason Helicopters is sticker price is because Chris already bought one. We had 2. Mike bid 56, I bid 65. Okay. Oh, 65, that's right. 65, the Pete Weisgarber, sorry. Boy, that REM was a confusing auction. That was a very confusing auction for me. Pete Weisgarber got it for $65. Thank you, Pete. That is sold to you. That is sold to you, okay? Now, we have Joy Division at $55. Fred, let me know if you want a Helicopters for sticker. Girl Trouble's a $5 start. Back to the auctions. I have up for auction right now. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with David Bowie here. This is the rise and fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. And this is a 1980, so this is not OG. This is a 1980 U.S. Indianapolis EX edition, a $35 start on David Bowie. The rise and fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, a $35 start. We have Girl Trouble at $5. We have Joy Division at $56. Is that spelled helicopters? Yeah, that is helicopters. Hella, Hella, copters, yes. And that is sealed on silver and gold split colored vinyl, $29.99. The Herbie Mann record in here is called The Evolution of Man. It is a gatefold 2 LP, $14.99. David Bowie's a $35 start. Girl Trouble. All these 45s from New Orleans are EX or better. Every New Orleans single is EX or better. They might need a cleaning when you get them, but all the New Orleans singles are EX or better. They may need a cleaning, just FYI. Lone Justice Shelter, $14.99. And you can probably ask the people that's been buying these for the last few months. We've shipped thousands of them. They've all been EX or better. We have Animal Stories Volume 3. That's $9.99. And Steve Winwood Chronicles. That's like a greatest hits record, solo career, VG Plus, $14.99. Fred Carnell said he will take the helicopters. He had dibs on that one. Last one sold to him. Next is Mark Lynn on GT for $9. And GT for $9 was, let me figure out what GT. Oh, he's bidding on Girl Trouble. Now, what happened on Joy Division? Jeremiah Lewis bid $56, which means Fred Carnell's out. Fred Carnell's out, and now we have Chris Pedzwar on Steve Winwood. That's sold to Chris Pedzwar. Thank you. That's sold to you. Mike Owen, he's already bought it. Hey, there's REM Green. This is a 25th anniversary. Sealed, $39.99. We have 2 of those. And Joe Walsh, Guiding Gum. Joe Walsh is $19.99. We'll pause here at Hall & Oates H2O and Shrink with the original Hop sticker, $19.99. Girl Trouble is sold to Mark Lent for $9. Fred, it's back to you on Joy Division. Final call to get a bid on Bowie for $35. Final call to get a bid on Bowie for $35. Let me pause there and grab the next New Orleans single, and that is Square Box, The Pebbles, Lonely Movement. The top part of the sleeve here is a little dog-eared. We can roll that back and try to get it flattened. It's on black vinyl, and I believe that is The Pebbles, and they're going to go up for a $5 start. This is a buy it now best offer. All right. Give me 1 second, please. All right. So, the condition on Joy Division, the vinyl's in VG condition. The sleeve is VG Plus or better. Natalie Cole in Sparable. Natalie Cole's $9.99. Herbie Mann is sold to Donna for $9. And then there was a hypothetical question earlier. I didn't ignore you, Ryan. I was thinking about it. Chad, choose one, a round of golf with Tiger or UT National Football Championship. I would pick the round of golf with Tiger Woods for sure. Lobo, $14.99. Lobo's a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Also, guitar music of Barrios, Guy Lewowski. That is $9.99. And The Temptations, Surface Thrills. The Temptations is $14.99. And Kitty Can BG's, a 1975 Uruguay press. That is $24.99. And Peter Cetera, Solitude Solitaire. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. All right, no bid on no bid on David Bowie. Almost said Billy Idol. $35 buy it now on that if anybody wants it. The Pebbles is a $5 start. Temptations, $9. Let's go ahead and sell that to Donna for $9. Thank you. That is sold. And then Mark O'Reilly gets the David Bowie for $35. 1980 pressing, very nice at $35. And we have Joy Division. Now, there was one other person who asked the condition, but we are about to sell it because it's been with one person for $56. Jeremiah's had it for 5 minutes for $56, but since then, 2 people have asked what it was, and then 2 people has asked the condition, but no one's bid, so we're about to sell it. And then we have Peter Cetera at $8, and Mark Fallon, that was $14.99. I'll do $10 on that if you want it, okay? Let me go ahead and be grabbing the next auction. The first one I'm going to do is, let me figure out what I've done with it. Okay, well, I was getting nervous. I was like, oh gosh, I hope I hadn't lost these records. There's been people waiting on them for hours. Okay, here's our next auction. This is a signed copy. This is Kiss, Music from the Elder. It's been signed by two of the original members of Kiss, which is Paul Stanley and Ace Frehley. It has been JSA certified, and that's a recent certification. Like, I just got this certified about 2 weeks ago. Obviously very authentic. I've got used to their signatures by now. We've had a lot of Kiss stuff come through signed. Very cool. This is signed by Paul Stanley and Ace Frehley. Kiss, Music from the Elder. Starting bid is going to be $295. Now, I just seen where a photo signed by Ace and Paul sold for $399.99. Always albums tend to typically bring a little bit more. Signed by Paul Stanley and Ace Frehley. Very cool. $295 start. That's up for bid. Signed and JSA authenticated. All right, let's go ahead and sell Joy Division. I've gave that as much time as I possibly can, probably too much time. Jeremiah Luce gets it for $56. The Stanley Frehley double signed album is a $295 start. It's been JSA authenticated. We've done all the hard work for you. All you got to do is buy it now. Nobody bid on the Pebbles. The Pebbles is a $5 buy it now. Mark Fowling got Peter Cetera for $10. That's actually going to be the next record in my next bin because this one has filled up. This one has really filled up. So let me go grab a new empty crate. I kind of have them laying over here everywhere now. Let me grab this. And now the first record in the new crate is going to be this. So to Mark Fowling for $10. And then the information on Natalie Cole. Natalie Cole was called Insparable. That's $9.99. Fred Carnell gets the Pebbles for $5. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Our next auction is going to go up the Meat Puppets. This is called Mirage. The Meat Puppets is a 1987 U.S. original with the original on her sleeve. It's an EX condition. And the Meat Puppets is going to go up for a $45 start. Meat Puppets Mirage, a $45 start. EX condition. Natalie Cole, Donna, I will sell that to you for $7 if you want it. Next is the Songs of Christofferson, $14.99. Also, Dylan by Bob Dylan is $26.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. We have Stardust, David Essex, and others, $24.99. Phil Spector's Greatest Hits is $34.99. Donna said sold on Natalie Cole for $7. That's sold to Donna. Also, we have Chase. Chase is $9.99. Pat Metheny Group is $24.99. Adventures in Utopia with Todd Rundgren, $19.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive 4-wheel drive, $14.99. Info on Animal Stories. I saw your question earlier. I forgot about you. Uncle Laura and Lil Tommy's Animal Stories Volume 3, WLS AM 89 and FM 94.7, taken from actual Animal Stories segments as heard on WLS Radio. $9.99. As of right now, the Meat Puppets is an 87 U.S. original, first pressing, no bid, looking for a $45 start. Right now, the autographed copy of Music from the Elder by Paul Stanley, Ace Frehley does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $295 start. Final calls before those are buy it nows. The Rolling Stones Some Girls, $34.99. Billy Joel The Bridge in Shrink with Hop, $19.99. Rush Signals. Rush is $34.99. Very nice copy. This is mastered by Bob Lowig. Yeah, it's like this. Where's those RLs at? I think it is. Yeah. Master Disc RL. This says Master Disc BK, and this side says Master Disc BRL. That is $34.99. Chuck Haley on Animal Stories for $7. That's sold to Chuck Haley. James Van Buren, that's sealed for $9.99. Also Key Largo, 1970 UK. $49.99. Chick Corea The Leprechaun, EX $11.99. The Forster Sisters is $9.99. We have HBO presents Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits, $24.99. Rusty Weir Stacked Deck, that was $9.99. And the Monkey's Head is $99.99. Tougher one to get here. And it's in shrink. It's a 68 original Rockaway press, $99.99 on the Monkey's Head. $99.99 on that. All right, the next New Orleans single is Rock Pretty Baby, which is this Decca EP. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Rock Pretty Baby. It's on this black EP here. This is a $7 start. This is a $7 start. Sonny Burke, Henry Mancini, Bill Carey. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And I think that's like a little EP from a soundtrack, and that is going to go up for a $7 start. Mike Torres gets the Monkeys. Ryan Mustaine on Rush. That is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $30. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine for $30. The next New Orleans single is going to be right here, and that is Reckless, Baby Please, and Tough Rules. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Those are now up for bid. Those are now up for bid. Kiss is a $295 bid. There was no bid placed on that. It's a $295 buy it now. And the Meat Puppets was another no bid. That is a $45 buy it now. That's probably the most two bizarre auctions of the night. The ones with the most requests had 0 bids. I found that kind of odd. But I will tell you right now, I'm going to read the titles left in here one more time, just very quickly, and we'll see if anybody wants to make an offer on anything that's left. The next auction that's going to go up right now is Concrete Blonde, and this is called God is a Bullet, Free Little Wing. I think it is a 12-inch single. It is. It's a 1989 U.S. original for a $15 start. This is Concrete Blonde, God is a Bullet, Free, and Little Wing, which is a 3-track single. That's pretty cool. Never get anything hardly original OG Concrete Blonde. There's nothing hardly in print except that one album. $15 start, and of course both auctions are sold. John Kaiser gets Kiss, $295. Great price on that, thank you. Meat Puppets, $45. That's sold to Mark Fallon for $45. And somebody was next. Mark Lent was next. I can't believe no one bid. I was like shocked. No one bid on either one of those. That was probably the shocking moment of the night. I'm shocked. I'm very shocked. I don't know if I can put the other ones up now. I'm kind of worried. I'll do another one in just a second. Our next auction is Bob Marley. This is Bob Marley and the Wailers, Babylon by Bus. Really cool here. It's in the original jacket. It is a specialty reissue, but it has the original die-cut jacket that was intended. It is a EX edition record, just a $25 start on Bob Marley. $25 start there on Bob Marley. So there's those two auctions right there, okay? So we sold Kiss, we sold Meat Puppet, Concrete Blonde, 15, 15, 15, 20, 21. And here's what's left in here. If you want to make an offer, just let me know. Then I've got another new crate of something to go through. We have Janelle Monáe. Boy, I keep forgetting this one. Remo Drive, Janelle Monáe, Remo Drive, Fleetwood Mac, and this is a buy it now best offer bin. Also, we had Royal Thunder, Steve Miller Band. We have Babe Ruth, Reverend Peyton's Big Band, George Benson, Barbra Streisand, Billy Burnett. We had The Replacements, also Greta Van Fleet, Lone Justice, R.E.M., Joe Walsh, Hall & Oates Lobo, Guy Lowowski, Bee Gees, Christopherson, Dylan, David Essex, Phil Spector, Chase, Pat Metheny, Utopia, BTO, Rolling Stones, Billy Joe, Jans Van Buren, Key Largo, Chick Corea, Forster Sisters, Kenny Rogers, and Rusty Weir. All right, so the high bids on these singles, the last thing I remember reading off was The Rock Pretty Baby was at $10 of Chuck Haley. R.K. Tucker, you're out. I don't think I've heard back from you. And I'm going to go ahead and make Reckless a buy it now for $5. Reckless for $5. Somebody said, is that a Nutmegs LP over here? You've got good eyes. You just caught like half of his face and you knew it was the Nutmegs. That is a sealed record. It's a $10 buy it now. Nutmegs Greatest Hits. It's sealed, a $10 buy it now. How much was R.E.M.? That's a sealed 25th anniversary edition for $39.99. How much was Janelle Monáe? Janelle Monáe was sealed $34.99 on Orange Crush vinyl. And then Rock has a new bid for $12 of R.K. Tucker. Chuck Haley, you're out. Bob Marley has one bid for $25. Bob Marley has one bid for $25. Rod Bryan gets the Reckless 45 for $5. That's sold to Rod Bryan. David V said sold, and David V asked about, what did you ask about, David V? Sold. Now, what was that on? What did you ask about? And then Brad said Bach for $10. I believe that was on a Bachman Turner Overdrive that was in here. Is that right? Was that back here? Where was that? Let's see here. Okay. Okay, there's so much that just come in and such there's so much that have just come in such an odd order. I'm pretty much confused, but I bet I can figure it out. Brad Waite's got Botman for 10. Concrete Blonde has a new bid for 35. Fred Carnell wants an REM. Rod Bryan did get Reckless for 5. How much was Reverend Peyton? Jeff Malwitz, it's sealed. Sealed for $24.99. Shannon offered 10 on this Hall & Oates. Shannon, I'll do that one for 15. This one's really nice with a shrink and hype. I have it marked for $19.99. Totally up to you, though. 15 on that. New bet on Marley for 27. The Nutmegs. Okay. The Nutmegs. That's sold to David V for $10. Okay. And then Concrete Blonde has new bids for $36.38. And that means Rock Pretty Baby is back to R.K. Tucker if he wants it. No, I mean back to Chuck Haley, because Chuck, you got outbid. It's now at $12. It is now at $12. Okay, before I take the crate off, I'm going to make sure everybody was done. I think everybody's done, though, so I'm going to take the crate off the table. All right? And then I've seen 2 offers pop up. That's usually how it goes. That's why I'm not going to take them too far. We're going to go ahead and sell Donna Turner, Janelle Monáe for $28. Thank you, that's sold. Now, we have Bob Marley, for the longest, was at $25. And then Janet, you got outbid on YouTube by Cyclone Doug. He bid $27. Chuck is out on this, so let's sell this to R.K. Tucker. This is sold to R.K. Tucker for $12. And then Concrete Blonde looks like it's with Nick Bargeron at $38. And that is now a final call. That's now a final call. The next autographed album is going to be this right here, which is this Blackjack, signed by Bruce Kulick. It has been JSA authenticated. Already kind of a tougher record and a very desirable record. What an awesome 3D. I mean, they did a great job on this. It literally looks like a deck of playing cards. Of course, this is an original. It's very nicely back here on the back, signed by Bruce Kulick. And it's been JSA authenticated. And where's the sticker? There's the JSA sticker. There's the card. And that's going to go up for a $65 start. Blackjack, and it's been signed by Bruce Kulick, $65 start. That's now up for bid. I'm going to put that one right there in the middle. She's out on Bob Marley. We have an out on Concrete Blonde, and when I come back, I'm going to sell both of those. All righty. I think there was another crate of vintage over here, and I have a pretty good feeling Laura's going to be delivering some new arrivals in the very near future. I'm going to go ahead and see what's over here in this other new arrivals bin that John brought me before he left. I'm going to go ahead and try to read through some of these. That was a Buy It Now Best Offer bin. So now we're back in the new vintage stuff. This is new vintage LPs priced as marked. Blackjack has a bid with Dan Rice for $65. Very cool there. Signed by what went on to be a Kiss guitarist, Bruce Kulick. Now Bob Marley surprisingly sold just $27 to Cyclone Doug. Thank you. That sold to you for $27. And Nick Bargeron got Concrete Blonde for $38. Now Blackjack has a bid for $65. Our next auction, I've got something else here that looks pretty hardcore over here just randomly. Burning. Let's see. Burn. Poor World. Vicious Intent on red vinyl. I believe so. Vicious Intent. Burn Your World. Yeah. Vicious Intent on red vinyl. That's going to go up for a $7 start. All right. And next thing we have is let's see here. What do we have? Let's do, oh yeah. Aha. Okay, this is Miles, as in Miles Davis in Berlin. Miles, as in Miles Davis in Berlin. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. A $35 start. There's the insert, and then there's the cover. That's a Japanese pressing. Miles in Berlin, $35 start. Nick Bargeron says, put that on my invoice. I'll pay for it, but ship it to Craig Sweden as a gift. He says, thanks for all you do at Collectco. especially sharing the track listings. Craig, you just got a free gift from Nick Bargeron. What a nice gesture. Thank you, Nick Bargeron. So make sure he gets billed for that. So how about we go ahead and tag it and key it in for Nick, and we'll get that over to Doug, or we'll get that over to Ed tomorrow and go ahead and ship that to him, okay? Now, we have Miles Davis of a bid for $35, and the autographed blackjack has one bid, and that is a final call. That is a final call, and we're about to sell it. All right? What do we have in here? This is New Arrivals, priced as marked. Blackjack has a new bid for $68. I have New York City. I'm doing fine now. These are priced as marked, New Arrivals. Boy, that's one we don't get very often. $14.99. New York City, I'm doing fine now. Christopher Cross, another page. Christopher Cross is $9.99. Also, we have Dinah Ross and the Supremes, $34.99. This is a triple LP, I believe. Yeah, it's a compilation, $34.99. And John Denver's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. That's $9.99. We have Red Fox, Laugh of the Party. There it is. Red Fox, Volume 8. Some dirty Red Fox, $14.99. And we have Gary Wright. That is $14.99. What year is the Miles Davis? I'm not for sure. I have no research on this. This was a stray Japanese pressing that I left over here, and it got left out because I didn't catch the OB on it because they don't have one. Back here it says 1977. Of course, you can't go by that. I don't really know on that. And then somebody wanted the Atlantis picture sleeve from Donovan. That is sold to Chuck Haley for $7. Blackjack has a new bid for $70 and now $75. So we got 3-4 new bidders all of a sudden on Blackjack. I thought it was just going to get one bid for $65. Now we got bids for $68, $68, $70, now $75. Mark Fallon, these are all sticker price. So Christopher Cross would be $9.99. Nick Bargeron gets Red Fox. Nobody bid on Vicious Intent, so that's a buy now for $7 if anybody wants it. Our next single, this one looks very interesting. James Brown. This is bizarre looking almost. It says Special DJ Promotional Record. Open end. I don't know. It's got odd looking grooves. It almost looks like an interview, but also with music. James Brown, that's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. Also, we have the Flashdance soundtrack, $19.99. We're back to new vintage stuff. New vintage stuff priced as marked. Flashdance, $19.99. Staying Alive soundtrack, $19.99. And Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits and some that will be. Solid Willie compilation there, $24.99. James Brown has a bid for $5, now $8. And Frank Sinatra, round 1. Frank Sinatra is $29.99. And the Tremolos are here. The Tremolos and Brian Poole, $14.99. So, just for clarification, Miles Davis just got one bid, and that was with Donna almost 3 minutes ago, almost 4 minutes ago. We're about to sell it to her for $35. And now Bruce Kulick jumped up to $80 with Brad Waits. And Bruce Kulick is the autograph on the back of this Blackjack album. That's now at $80. We've had it JSL authenticated. James Brown has bids for $5, $7, and $8. I think that one came from the other stuff. So I started that one at $7, and now it's at $8. And let's keep going. We're going through new vintage arrivals. Price is marked here. Walt Disney presents The Story of the Littlest Outlaw, $19.99 on that. Also, Dean Martin hits again, $9.99. Dean Martin hits again. Dean Martin is $9.99. Dean Martin hits again. And Potluck with Elvis. That's an Indianapolis press. No condition notes, $29.99. $29.99 on Elvis. Miles Davis is at $40. Blackjack is at $78. James Brown's at $90. New bid on Miles Davis, $38. And now $40 with Donna. Now $40 with Donna. We have the Many Voices of Marion Makeba. That's $19.99. The Many Voices of Marion Makeba. And the Best of Michael Martin Murphey, $12.99. Mike Wilt on Flashdance. Flashdance is sold to Mike Wilt. Also, we have Rick Wakeman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, $19.99 on Rick Wakeman. Let me pause right there for 1 second. We have John Denver. This one's called JD, like his initials, $9.99. And George Thorogood. Boy, that's a nice looking copy. Original inner sleeve, bad to the bone, $19.99. Matt Lidioff on Rick Wakeman. And this one felt like it had the book with it. It does. This one has the book with it as well. I try to mention that. When they pick them up and they feel kind of heavy, they usually have the book with it, okay? Now, Blackjack. I see Stuck going out. That's after Brad Waits bid $80. So anybody else that was bidding, it's at $80 with Brad Waits. We're about to sell it. James Brown's at $11, and now Miles Davis is at $45. That's the high bid right now on all of our auctions. We have Elvis on stage, 1970 Indianapolis, $29.99 on Elvis Presley. And Lloyd Price Collectibles, Greatest Hits. Lloyd Price is $19.99. And Midnight Oil, 10-9-876-54321. That is the name of the album. I also think it has an alternate title, but Midnight Oil is $29.99. And Willie Nelson with Waylon Jennings, Take It to the Limit. That's a gold stamp promo, $24.99 on Waylon and Willie, $24.99. And Badger, One Live. That's pretty cool. Roger Dean artwork, gatefold, $26.99. We got Blackjack out, James Brown out, new bid on Miles Davis. Looks like we've got our winning bidder on Blackjack. Ace Frehley's coming up next. Blackjack's at $80 of Brad Waits. These are new arrivals, priced as marked. He went out on James Brown. That's a final call to RK for $11. These are new vintage arrivals. New vintage arrivals priced as marked. Tyler getting Badger. That is so to Tyler Ubry. And Little River Band Sleeper Catcher. Little River Band's $9.99. Also the best of Herman's Hermits, Gatefold, $14.99. And Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse of the Heart, $9.99. John Denver Spirit, $9.99. So James Brown is sold to RK Tucker for $11. Brad Waits, you do get the signed Blackjack for $80. Thank you. And then they're still bidding on Miles Davis. The most recent high bid's $47. Donna, you're out. Ryan has it for $47. As promised, here is the third autographed Kiss record. I want y'all to listen to what we still have left in the auction bin. Iggy Pop, Mississippi John Hurt, Pink Floyd, Talking Heads, Pink Floyd, Kiss, Randy Travis, Blind Faith, David Bowie, the Ramones, Iggy Pop, Traveling Wilburys, Triumph, Gary Moore, Van Halen, The Replacements, The Rolling Stones, Eno, Nina Simone, AC/DC, The Ramonas, NXS, plus other surprises, and all of our 45s. Now, there's only one thing I hadn't got to do with this. I hadn't got to check what pressing the actual record. But what I like about this is the actual record is definitely a vintage or OG copy. It actually may be a bizarre foreign copy here. Let me see what exactly... Wow, the vinyl, though, is beautiful. What pressing is this? Brazil? This is a Brazilian press. That's pretty interesting by itself. It's a Brazilian press of Creatures of the Night. It has been signed by Ace Frehley. JSA authenticated. Nice silver paint pen. JSA authenticated. Ready to go, $155 start. Kiss, Creatures of the Night. And the vinyl on the actual disc, on the actual record, extremely nice. That's now up for bid. New bid on Miles Davis for $48. RK on LRB, Little River Band. That is sold. Time for a new 45 over here. I'm almost ready for our first hand of buy it nows. I think I've thinned through everything I wanted to sell here. That'll be a buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Yep, yes. Okay, those are all buy it nows. I'll work on that. So it looks like I'm down to the next handful over here and then more New Orleans stuff. Let me go ahead and actually grab those. Is the Kiss Creature sleeve also Brazilian? Let's see here. The sleeve is, yes, it's also Brazil. Yep. Brazil and Brazil. Yep. All right. We have a bid for $160 of Oso Adventure. And let me step right over here and grab these. And I'm almost done with another box. A whole nother box that John brought me not too long ago. More 40s. I just got to do a little bit of sorting. And we got some here we're going to do for buy its nows. And let me figure out what I want to leave for auction. Great buy it nows coming up. Just saying. I'm kind of to the point where I got to get a new stack of stuff over here. Okay, those are going to be great to do buy it nows later. We'll go ahead and put this thing up. This is another Saturday night. Sam Cooke, very cool single in the original RCA sleeve and nice. Another Saturday night. That's a $7 start on Sam Cooke. That is going up for bid. And then we have here the next handful of New Orleans stuff. Let's flip this one over. It looks like it's the Liars. It is. The Liars. Don't give it up now. How do you know? The Liars is going to go up for a $5 start. Herman's Hermits was $14.99. Fred Morris, $14.99 on Herman's Hermits. Also, the Country Collection of Waylon Jennings. That one's bizarre. Don't get that one very often or ever. $24.99. Rick Wakeman, a soundtrack he did. White Rock, that's $19.99. Jerry Jeff is $19.99. The Miami Vice soundtrack, $19.99. The Miami Vice soundtrack. Also, Willie Nelson, Ray Price, $14.99. And Flashdance is $17.99. Is Bad to the Bone, ST17076. Bad to the Bone is ST-17076. Yes, $19.99 on that. Very clean. And the soundtrack to Honeysuckle Rose, Willie Nelson, $24.99. Sam Cooke 8, that. And it's time to sell some auctions. Miles Davis is sold. And that's sold to Donna Turner for $48. Thank you, Donna. Donna, thank you. That's sold to you for $48. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a new sleeve. That's sold to Donna for $48. We have not sold AC/DC yet. And there was only one bid on the autographed Kiss, Creatures of the Night, signed by Ace Frehley. And that's sold to Oso Adventure for $160. Thank you, Oso. That's sold to you. Now, and all the autograph stuff that I have, I was only able to pull out these three tonight because I was like, man, I've been wanting to at least get these out and let people know I have them. There would definitely be some people highly interested in bidding on these. Now, what I said earlier, after I've gone through all of our new stuff tonight and I've done all the discount bins I want to do, after all that's said and done, later tonight, if you can stay late, I'm going to try to go through, I'm just going to try to go through a lot of LPs that's autographed, that's been authenticated, and really look at them for the first time. What I've been trying to explain to people is I just got about 600 autographed albums authenticated, but I don't really know what was in there. So what we done over the last 6 months, we accumulated a lot of signed albums. I don't know what got authenticated. I don't know what got rejected. And so I'm pretty much going to try to start on them tonight whenever we go through all of our new stuff, kind of for our like part 2 segment. And if you can stay up, you'll have an opportunity to buy some of them. Or if I don't want to sell them right then, you can at least preview them for what's coming up for auction, possibly tomorrow or definitely Thursday night. I know there's some autographed metal albums in there, like already great titles just by themselves, and then they're autographed by either a member or possibly the whole band. So that kind of stuff is coming up later tonight. We have Eric Clapton August, $34.99. Eric Clapton August, and Chad's about ready for a V8. I got to go up front and get one in just a second. And water and maybe some trail mix. Rick Wakeman, $19.99. The 6 Wives of Henry VIII. And Asia, self-titles, $19.99. Badger was a gatefold. Badger is a gatefold. And we had a request for AC/DC. And then Badger was a U.S. original gatefold. Yes, Waylon Jennings is still here. And then somebody did want that George Thorogood. That was Sandy Mile. Sandy Mile did get that George Thorogood. I'm pricing them on the fly. I'm going to have to look them up and figure out who signed them and that kind of deal. They're not priced. They're not priced. So they're going to have to, it's going to be where I bring over a crate, and that's why it's going to be at the end of the show. I'm going to basically start trying to figure out who signed them. You know, I'm going to be doing all the research and stuff live, basically where y'all can see me do it. And if we can go ahead and sell them, I will. Some I'll be like, nah, I'm not going to price that. We'll have that tomorrow, okay? So Cody Wright gets Waylon. And then we have Elvis Blue Hawaii, $29.99. Elvis Blue Hawaii. What a nice copy. It's not OG, but of course that has Can't Help Falling in Love. That's just a beautiful vintage copy there, probably from the late 60s. It's still LSP, $29.99. And we have James Taylor's Greatest Hits. Boy, I love James Taylor, $34.99. Pete Weisgarber on Rick Wakeman, that's sold. And then The Liars is sold. The Liars is sold to R.K. Tucker for $6, and he got Sam Cooke for $8. Those are sold. Resubmit them. No. If they're rejected, then they're bad. And usually if I see them and myself, they're if JSA rejects them, they're bad. If JSA rejects them, they're bad. We have The Sound of Music, $19.99 for The Sound of Music, and Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind, $14.99. Okay, next is we had another Kiss record coming up. This time it's not signed, though, and somebody just asked for Nina Simone and AC/DC. Let's go ahead and get all those on deck. I just read off some killer titles, and let's go ahead and get those on deck, okay? The first one I have is Kiss, Hotter Than Hell, probably my favorite Kiss album, and this thing is OG. It's a 1974 U.S. original. There is no pressing plant, but this is OG from 74, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. I've actually been filming. I've been taking pictures of bad autographs, fake ones. I'm trying to work on a really good YouTube video to drop showing bad autographs, good autographs, and what to look for, what to stay away from, etc., etc. A very informational video. I can't just shoot it all in one thing because I've took pictures of like the albums and I got to put them on the screen, so I got to find time to edit it, etc., etc. So Kiss is a $35 start, and it's a nice VG Plus copy. By the way, Laura just delivered a crate, and there is the inner sleeve, and that's a $35 start. Did I already pull that Waylon? I don't think I've pulled it yet, have I? Right here, Waylon. This was called the Country Collection TV LP 10. I think that was something that they offered through TV ads only. It has the theme from the Dukes of Hazzard. So this is probably something that was sold only through TV. That's why I've never seen it before. Wow, Laura bringing like back to back. Okay. Wow, it's all the same record. Okay. Wow. Okay. So she just brought 2 crates. Hey, we got Laura stickers to give away. Uh-oh. We got the Laura stickers. Air Supply, $9.99 for Air Supply. Johnny Cash is $29.99. Frank Sinatra is $19.99. And we have Steve Miller, Nobody But You Baby. That's a 12-inch single, $9.99 on Steve Miller. And Mother Mania, the best of the Mothers of Invention, $49.99. Blue Verve label, very nice. Okay? Yeah, I would just caught that. I don't think that's the original inner sleeve for this record, by the way. I don't think that's the original inner sleeve. Yeah, that's not the original inner sleeve for that record, by the way. So not the original inner sleeve. That probably came from that guy in Wisconsin. I don't know what he did, but he mismatched every record he had with the wrong inner sleeves. It seemed like he pulled out all the discs and then mixed them up and shuffled them back in. And they've tried their best, I think, to match them up, but that happens. Okay, Nina Simone's coming up right now. As soon as I call out these Kiss bids, 35, 35, 37, 40. And then Johnny Cash. This was called A Believer Sings the Truth. Gatefold 2 LP, $29.99. Kelly asked, then Ryan, and then James Cohorn. I must have not said much about that one. I must have messed that up probably. I was talking too much. But I do have one other thing to talk about. I made a post today about us looking to hire somebody. And somehow it got kind of confused, and I think people thought I was asking where else we could sell stuff. I'm not really looking anywhere else to sell anything. We know about Whatnot. We even had somebody message us and ask if we ever try to sell on eBay, and I don't know if they were joking or being serious, but we don't have, we're not really looking for anywhere else to sell anything. I'm needing more help selling more stuff. We already know how to sell it. So if you're out there and you saw that ad and it was maybe I worded it incorrectly, I don't think I did. I'm looking to hire somebody to work here to help me sell more stuff, essentially. Just like what Paul, John, and Laura does, but basically for everything else that's in this building. So that's what that post was intended for. Somehow it turned into a discussion post about where else I could sell stuff. And I was like, no, we obviously don't need anywhere else to sell anything. We sell stuff here on Facebook and YouTube. I just need more help pricing and getting more stuff ready for sale, and then listing it on websites or on our website, and on here on just getting it ready for sale, essentially. So Nina Simone, Silk and Soul, because we basically need a website built. So but I don't know, I just wanted to clarify that. But it was weird, like the first 5 comments I was like, what have I done here? Because I was like, it got very confusing. I was about to delete it and reword it. I was like the first 2 comments is like, have you ever sold on Whatnot? And I was like, yeah, we were actually one of the first record sellers ever on Whatnot. We actually got an email and then a call from one of the guys that were like trying to build the vinyl department. I was like, yeah, I've actually sold on Whatnot. We don't want to pay fees. I don't want to sell anywhere that charges fees. We don't have to. We have Facebook and YouTube here. I just need help basically preparing more stuff. But I think everybody that understood it that have messages is we have some serious interested parties. So Nina Simone is a 69 US Rockaway, $25 start. But I wanted to say that right now, that everybody that didn't see that post, we're looking to hire, especially the people watching on YouTube that don't have Facebook. I'm basically trying to hire somebody who can help us sell more stuff, okay? For example, anything and everything else in the store that John, Paul, and Laura don't already work on. Okay, but yes, you got that. Nina Simone, 25. And then Kiss has kind of stalled out. Mike Torres has it for 40. Jimmy LaCroix, you're out. Mike Torres has it for 40. But there's that. But I think some people are just being helpful. But we are not interested in Whatnot. I may sell on there eventually. But I just don't need to. I don't really like it, and plus they charge you fees. So, but yeah, we already have an account on there. Okay, so Mississippi John Hurt has not went up. Let's go through these new Laura crates. Okay. Here we go. All right. Kind of the way I viewed it a few years ago, I was like, how about we just spend a ton of money advertising and try to get people on our own channel? That way you don't have to pay fees on anything. Paying fees suck. You sell something on eBay and it gets pricey. All right. Okay. I know one thing we need. We need merchandise on our website. Jimmy McCoy's out on Kiss. Let's get back to fast action because we got a Laura crate on the table. This is a 1974 US original. There's no pressing plant indicated. This is OG Kiss, original inner sleeve, but that's actually, it does have a Kiss inner sleeve, but that's for rock and roll over. And that is in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. It's a 74 US, no plant indicated. No plant indicated. And that's a final call on Kiss for $40 to Mike Torres. Final call, $40 on Mike Torres. And then Nina Simone is a 69 US Rockaway. That is a reissue for a 69. This originally came out in 67. It's in VG Plus condition. And Nina Simone has one bid for $25. The next New Orleans single is right here. This is the Hypno Men. The Hypno Men's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. And the next thing we have is, boy, I don't know what to call this one. The Juanitas? The Janitors? What does that say? I'm not for sure. Tacos and Turisnos. The Juanitos. There we go. The Juanitos. Yeah. The Juanitos. $5 start on that. Discogs does charge a fee, but they're pretty reasonable based on everything else. But you have some things we have to put on there, like rare, obscure records. Otherwise, we would never sell them. Bob Marley, Exodus. Bob Marley is sealed. I got 2 copies. $29.99. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Exodus, $29.99. I've got 2 copies of Her, H-E-R. That is sealed for $24.99. 2 copies of that. And 2 copies of Roy Gallagher, Defender. Roy Gallagher, Defender. That is sealed for $19.99. And then Sturgill Simpson, High Top Mountain, sealed, just $19.99 on Sturgill. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those. That would be great if we could sell all of those. Moses E on the Bob Marley, that's sold to Moses E. The Hypno Men has a bid for 6. Michael Butler wants the Roy Gallagher. That's sold to Michael Butler. Melissa Bailey got a Sturgill Simpson. And now Kiss is sold to Mike Torres for $40. I can't believe it. But Nina Simone just had 1 bid for $25. And now that is sold to Donna for $25. Nina Simone, Silk and Soul. More auctions going up right now. And we have the Juanitos at 5. We already pulled Sturgill. Here's AC/DC for those about to rock. This is a 1981 U.S. Specialty Original. This is going to go up for a $35 start. For those about to rock, $35 start. And there's those 2 singles, which both have 1 bids. Danny Thomason also wants a Sturgill, new and sealed, $19.99. That doesn't sound too bad whatsoever. I'm going to go ahead and dish out some 45s at $6.99 each. Stray Cat Strut by the Stray Cats, that's $6.99. Stray Cat Strut. Sweet Caroline, Neil Diamond. That's probably a pretty good one at $6.99 in the original company sleeve. Jimmy Buffett, Livingston Saturday Night. Sam Cooke promo, Sugar Dumpling, and Jackie Wilson, Talk That Talk, Only You, Only Me, a Brunswick original single in the picture sleeve. Those are all $6.99 there. We have R.K. Tucker also on a Sturgill Simpson. Chris X on the Sam Cooke promo. That is sold to him. SC, I'm assuming, no, that could be Stray Cats. I got 2 SCs here. Let me know what that is. Chris X. And then Brad Waits for sure gets Neil Diamond for $6.99. R.K. Tucker next on Neil Diamond. R.K. possibly first on Sam Cooke. R.K. Tucker first on Wilson, which is Jackie Wilson, $6.99. Okay, so we'll both Stray Cats and Sam Cooke could possibly be sold. We're about to find out. Next record in here is Tame Impala, Inner Speaker, sealed, just $24.99 and only 1 copy. And we have Modern Life is War. Tribulation Work Songs. Modern Life is War. It's on Peach. $24.99. Hardcore. $24.99. Okay. And then Chris X did want Stray Cats, so that's sold to him for $6.99. That means Sam Cooke is sold to R.K. Tucker for $6.99. That leaves Jimmy Buffett, Livingston Saturday Night. Also, these 2 45s are sold to R.K. Tucker. He gets the Juanitos for $5. He gets the Hypno Men for $6. And then I don't think AC/DC got a bid. Final call, an 81 U.S. Original, looking for a $35 start. Janet Wilson wants Her. That's sold to Janet Wilson. Chris Knapp on Tame Impala, sold to Chris Knapp. And we have 3 copies of Led Zeppelin 2, $24.99. Now, Laura, I was expecting on the back, Chad loves Led Zeppelin. You let me down there. Led Zeppelin 2, sealed. That's not a bad price whatsoever, $24.99. We still got Iggy Pop, Mississippi John Hurt, Pink Floyd, Talking Heads. Let's go ahead and do the Mississippi John Hurt. Somebody asked about that a second ago. This is a 66 U.S. Mono Original with the company inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and we're also going to put it up for a $35 start. Mississippi John Hurt. That's called Today, and that is going to go up for a $35 start. AC/DC. No condition notes on the vinyl. Is this RL? Yeah, mastered by Bob Ludwig. I thought it was. He also did Back in Black. Beautiful vinyl and mastered by the Guru. That is at $35. And that's with Gregory and then John Kaiser. And then we sold a Zeppelin. Did you pull a Her for me or was I Janet Wilson? Uh-oh, what did I do here? Janet Gray got I might have said Wilson because of Jackie Wilson. The Jackie Wilson single, hold on a second. Jackie Wilson was sold to R.K. Tucker. Janet Gray got a her. I might have miscrossed some words there. Janet Gray got a her. That's right. You wanted the her LP. Then Chris Knapp got Tame Impala. Chris Pedzwar gets a Led Zeppelin. Brad Faust gets a Led Zeppelin. And we have AC/DC at $36. Okay, so that's a new bid. Mississippi John Hurt's a $35 start. Next 45 auction from the New Orleans pile. What a bizarre one here. The Bugs are here. Cool, the Bugs. The Bugs are leaving here. The Bugs are leaving here. On green vinyl, the Bugs is a $5 start. Mississippi John Hurt is a 66 US mono with the original company inner sleeve. A $35 start. One Led Zeppelin 2 left. Tyler Childers, Long Violent History, just $19.99 on Tyler. And we have Arms of, let's see here, sealed on yellow and black vinyl, Arms of Cowards, I believe. It's Pigs times 7. Sealed $29.99. We have 2 of those. And I'll pause here at Mudvayne. Limited edition 3000 on yellow and black marble vinyl. Mudvayne is $34.99. Mudvayne is $34.99. We have AC/DC 36, AC/DC 40, John Hurt 35, John Hurt 35, Bugs 37, AC/DC 37, Mississippi John Hurt 50. And before I do anything else, I'm going to pause my mic. I'm going to step up front and get something to drink. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. We're right in the middle of 2 auctions and a great crate. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. I'm here, but I'm about to chug this V8. All right. Thank you. I have 2 timeouts remaining. 2 extended timeouts. I needed that. I even got to scarf down some trail mix right quick. That was well worth it. All righty. Okay. She didn't take a bite of that big caramel apple. No, I did that before the sale, and I got to eat it after the sale. It's got a layer of caramel on it about that thick. The first bite I took was all caramel. It was all caramel and no apple, but that's a good one. Okay. Now, sorry, I'm probably completely lost on our auctions, but I'll try to get us caught back up. I was kind of getting a low energy Chad, and we don't need low energy Chad at 851. Mississippi John Hurt was at 50, then 52. AC/DC was at 37, then 38. And then John Griffin commented NJ, and NJ was for John Griffin. Was that a claim? Oh, no, that's where he's watching from. My bad. Those are locations. So we got John Griffin. We got New Jersey, AC/DC 41, viewers in Texas, Washington, John Hurt 56. We got viewers in Texas, AC/DC 45, John Hurt 60, Tennessee, John Hurt out, Atlanta, Ukraine, North Carolina, Hermitage. And then how much is Mudvayne? Mudvayne is yellow and black, unopened, at a great price, just $34.99. Mudvayne, $34.99. So I think that means that the high bid on Mississippi John Hurt probably goes to Patrick Lear at $60. It does. And yes, we have a new candy store here in town. There's a candy store right down the road from us now. Like, I could almost walk there. It's right before the square, and I had my mom pick me up a caramel apple today. She took my nephew there to get some candy and treats, and I said, if you go there, I want to try their caramel apples, because that's one of my favorite things ever. And usually I get something like that like when I go on vacation, like up in the mountains or something. And so I was like, wow, they have caramel apples? Let me try that. And the caramel on it's about that thick. And I was like, holy moly. I ate about 3 bites and I was a little weak. The Bugs has a new bid of 6, and AC/DC is a final call. And AC/DC is with Gregory Roberts, and this is an OG mastered by Bob Lugwood. John Kaiser, you're out. Gregory has that at $46. Now, Sturgill Simpson was just $19.99. We've got 4 left if you want one, Richard. Ryan Eaton wants a Mudvayne, and 78 Trans Am wants a Jindal. I don't know if that's a location or a claim. And then we have AC/DC in the crate. If you want blood, you got it. AC/DC is sealed, $24.99. How about Larkin Poe? Self-Made Man, limited edition olive green vinyl, sealed, $24.99. When these Mudvaynes come out, this is $45. Carmel Williams. No, I didn't have that nickname. I have High on Fire, Snakes for the Divine. This is sealed, $29.99. Stoner Rock, ruby colored vinyl, High on Fire, $29.99. $29.99. I went by President Chad in high school. President Chad. We have Manchester Orchestra, The Valley of Vision. This is sealed for $19.99. And we have Gang of Four, Songs of the Free, sealed for $24.99. Wow, there's a lot going on right now. I've got caramel apples on my mind. We're getting bids. There's great records being shown. I really can't keep up at this point. My head's starting to spin. I've had a lot of caffeine just injected into me. There's a lot going on right now. The first thing is Bugs got a new bid for $8, and William Dragovich out. AC/DC got a new bid for $48. Adam Bullock on High on Fire. Adam Bullock, High on Fire. John Kaiser on AC/DC Blood. AC/DC has a new bid for $50. Danny also wants an AC/DC. We just hit Mudvayne, AC/DC, High on Fire, Manchester Orchestra, and then Gang of Four. Also, we have SOS, SESA. This is sealed, and there's a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves SESA. 3 heart from Laura, $29.99. So William Dragovich is out on the Bugs. Let's go ahead and sell that to R.K. Tucker for $8. Patrick Lear's probably like, please, for the love of all things good and holy. That's in the words of Matt Foley. for the love of all things good and holy, sell John Lee Hooker. You got to say that in the Chris Farley voice. That is sold to Patrick Lear for $60. Thank you, Patrick. That is sold. And now AC/DC is at $50 of Gregory Roberts. Gregory Roberts has that for $50. That is OG, mastered by Bob Ludwig, and there's no condition notes. Let's go. We got AC/DC. How about some Pink Floyd? How about original Pink Floyd? That is OG, as in original gangster. The Cow. This is an OG Cow. Adam Hartmother, a 1970 U.S. Jacksonville EX edition, a $35 start. Gatefold, Pink Floyd, Adam Hartmother, $35 start. A 1970 U.S. Jacksonville OG. U.S. Jacksonville OG. AC/DC 52. And now, here's what I'm going to do, because I forgot to do this earlier. Here is the now famous Laura Crate sticky note, created in the hand of Laura. The first person who buys a Tears for Fears for just $29.99 gets the Laura Crate sticky note. And we have 6 copies of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lucky number 7. We have 7 copies. Tears for Fears, Songs of the Big Chair. That's some fantastic handwriting. That's calligraphy. Laura Crate. Tears for Fears. That is an essential. And you get the Laura Crate sticky note. How could you go wrong? I've been giving it to the first person who claims the first record. I forgot to do that earlier. John Reniski has Pink Floyd at 35. And now AC/DC's at 60. John Kaiser's out. Now it's a final call. Chris X gets Tears for Fears. And the Laura Crate sticky note. Wow. What a piece of art. That is sold to Chris X. Thank you. I think I had enough of them there. I figured somebody would get one. If anybody else wants one for $29.99, let me know. Is Manchester Orchestra an EP? Manchester Orchestra is called The Valley of Vision, Indie Store exclusive, blue vinyl, $19.99. Boy, I'm having trouble reading the track listing. Well, it has 6 tracks. I mean, it could be. It doesn't say it is, but it could be. $29.99. John Kaiser says he wants to put back AC/DC If You Want Blood. So that's still available if anybody wants it for $24.99. Pink Floyd 38, 36, 40, 40, 45. And then AC/DC has a new bid for $62. And how much was Mudvayne? We got to go through this whole crate again. Mudvayne was $34.99 on yellow and black vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and show. Actually, I had one more kind of odd miscellaneous thing here before I start doing Buy It Now 45s. I had a vintage, this is from Fred Goodwin. I found it in a tub. A vintage John Goldfinger. What am I trying to say? John Goldfinger. James Bond vintage paperback of Goldfinger. This is $6.99. What kind of pressing is this? And Ian Fleming, 1959. Wow. I think that that might have been the original publication. Or did they come out before that? This could be from then. I don't think it is, though. Either way, Goldfinger, $6.99. That was involved his James Bond stuff. And then we have a vintage original postcard. Buddy Miles, this is from the Avalon Ballroom. This is one of those original postcards from the San Francisco Avalon Ballroom. $15 on that. That was my last 2 truly miscellaneous. So a vintage James Bond Goldfinger paperback, $6.99. And this Buddy Miles Avalon Ballroom. It's actually Buddy Miles, Dino Vannetti, and Country Weather. That's an original Avalon Ballroom postcard, $15. So that's my 2 most random miscellaneous things I have left over here to show tonight. Now my bin is kind of freed up. They're still bidding on AC/DC and Pink Floyd's at $55. Now, Justin Deckelman is sold on Mudvayne. That's a great price. Yep. Thank you, Justin. That's sold to you. Now, let's read through these one more time here. That was a great first crate from Laura. And guess what? There is more on the way. There is more on the way. First thing we have here is Bob Marley and the Wailers, Exodus. Bob Marley is sealed, $29.99 for Exodus. Her is sealed for $24.99. Roy Gallagher, Defender. So we have Her and Roy Gallagher, not Gallagher, as I've been saying it forever, $19.99. Sturgill Simpson, High Top Mountain. Sturgill Simpson, there's 4 copies left, sealed, $19.99. And Modern Life is War. Tribulation Work Songs, exclusive peach vinyl. Those are unopened, sealed, $24.99. AC/DC is sold to Gregory Roberts for $65. Thank you. They're still bidding on Pink Floyd. We still got Iggy Pop, Talking Heads, Pink Floyd, a sealed copy of Relics coming up. Wow, a sealed copy of Relics. Randy Travis, Blind Faith, David Bowie, The Ramones, Iggy Pop, Traveling Wilburys, Triumph, Gary Moore, Van Halen, Replacements, Rolling Stones, Eno, Ramonas, and NXS. And let's go ahead and put up one of those Iggy Pop since I read off a couple. Here is Iggy Pop, The Idiot, a 1977 U.S. Indianapolis original, 77 U.S. Indianapolis original in VG condition. Iggy Pop is a $25 start. The Idiot, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. The Stones is a 12-inch single of One Hit to the Body. A 12-inch single of One Hit to the Body, it looks like. All right, we got 3 of those. Also, Led Zeppelin 2 at a great price of $24.99. Sealed, we sold 2 or 3. There's 1 left in there. Also, Tyler Childers' Long Violent History, $19.99. 2 Tyler Childers left. And we have Pigs times 7, Yellow and Black, sealed, $29.99. Larkin Poe, Self-Made Man, olive green vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Guess what? They're still bidding on Pink Floyd. I have some Buy It Now 45s here. These are $6.99. I have here in my car, Gary Newman, Cars, $6.99. Bob Dylan, Watching the River Flow. Spanish is the Loving Tongue. Bob Dylan, $6.99. Silver, Wham, Bam, Shang-a-Lang, Free, All Right Now. Great song. Men at Work, Overkill in the picture sleeve. And we have Elvis Costello, The Only Flame in Town. Elvis Costello, $6.99. Those are all available as Buy It Nows for $6.99. We have John Reniski out on Pink Floyd. That is the final call for 61. No one's bid on Iggy Pop. Final call. And then we have Mike Massey on the Cars. Mike Massey gets the Cars. And that was right here. Gets Cars by Gary Newman. And Michael Butler gets Free, All Right Now. Thank you. And that leaves Wham Bam Shang-a-Lang by Silver. Bob Dylan, Watching the River Flow. The Elvis Costello picture sleeve of Only Flame in Town. And Men at Work. Those are all $6.99. Okay? And then also in here we had High on Fire. Surprisingly still available. Ruby Red Vinyl. $29.99. We had Manchester Orchestra, The Valley of Vision, sealed, $19.99. Gang of Four, Songs of the Free, multicolor splatter, $24.99. SESA SOS, sealed, $29.99. And luckily, we sold 1 Tears for Fears. There's 6 left, $29.99. And then 1 AC/DC left. If you want blood, $24.99. John Reniski wants the Men at Work for $6.99. That means Iggy Pop is a no bid, a $25 buy it now, and that means Pink Floyd is officially sold to Sandy Mile for $61. OG Atom Heartmother. Allen's Psychedelic Breakfast. Alrighty, there's that. Time for new auctions. Let's do one down, 1 Pink Floyd down. Here's another one. Now, there's no way to confirm if this is a 71 or 75 unless you open it. But I tell you what, it's a textured cover. It's really nice. It has no saw marks. It has no punch holes. It just, to me, has a good feel to it. This is Pink Floyd Relic sealed. There is 1 tear in the shrink right there. No saw marks, no cut holes. It's sealed, a $55 start. That's now for bid, a $55 start. Tim Graham wants a Tears for Fears. Shout. Let It All Out. Anybody else on that bin? Nobody on Iggy Pop? Let's try Talking Heads, True Stories. I have another Laura crate coming up right now. She brought 2 up here when she came up earlier. So another one coming up right now as soon as I show you this. Talking Heads, True Stories. Talking Heads is a 1986 U.S. Allied original. True Stories is a $35 start. True Stories is a $35 start. There's the original inner sleeve. Nice Talking Heads. A 86 U.S. original. I'm going to take our first pile of miscellaneous stuff into the room tonight. That's all the miscellaneous stuff we've accumulated tonight before I swap out crates. All right. There's that. Now I'm going to swap out crates. If you change your mind and you're like, well, dang it, Chad, I was going to go ahead and buy everything that's left in there, even all the duplicates, just let me know. And Brandon Lack says he'll take a Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Relics has a bid for $55, looking for a $35 start. This crate looks like it has 3 titles in it, which is okay with me. I was curious what Laura had in here, and then I was very curious what she had this record priced. And then, wow, that's a interesting deal. And then we got these. Okay. Is it translucent? I will check right now. Laura normally marks if they are, but we'll double check just in case. And I got plenty of more New Orleans stuff coming up. It's always hard for me to hold these up. It's not translucent. No, not translucent. Pink Floyd does have a bid, though, for $55. That's a final call. Boy, my pile's got a little wacky over here. Let me throw away these sleeves. Let me get my stack here resituated. I may have to put them back here for a second. Okay. Here's my current New Orleans stack. I'm trying to figure out what kind of mess I've made here. Let's do that one and this one. Some of these might have some, I think I skipped over all those because they had some light water damage. Some of them in there do. Okay. First thing we have is the Time Beings. Visions, Louis Go Home. The Time Beings is a $5 start. And we have Fortune and Maltese, Fiddled While Rome Burned. That's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? New Orleans LPs. Just not too long ago, some of them got mixed in. I noticed, John, but I think most of that 20,000 we've sold off. But yeah, I think most of that 20,000 we've sold them all. So I think most of that stuff's gone. It's all been sold. We have mostly 45s left. Laffy Bewitched, the Goddess Edition, includes 4 bonus tracks and board game. These are sealed, $29.99. Laffy Bewitched, sealed, $29.99. There's 4 copies of that. Sealed Laffy, the Goddess Edition. And then we have Adele 30. And Adele is sealed, 2LP, just $14.99. $14.99 on Adele. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 copies of Adele 30. Those are sealed for $14.99. And then the last record in here was The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. And that is sealed at a great price of just $24.99. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, just $24.99. Now, Chris, I do have some in the half-off crates up front that I'm going to be trying to work in. Actually, maybe here in just a second. I've got half-off crates I want to read through and you probably will see some in there that you missed, okay? You probably will see some in there that you missed, because I know you probably wasn't watching every time. So let me pause and update some stuff. Pink Floyd had a bid for 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. Now Michael Jacob put 30, which was for Adele 30. Michael Jacob gets one of those for $14.99. Lauryn Hill sold to Chris Kirkley. Lauryn Hill sold to Brandon Lack. Michael Nath got an Adele. And Talking Heads is a buy it now for $35. True Stories is an 86 U.S. Allied original with the original on her sleeve, and now it can be bought for the buy it now price of $35. $35. I'm going to put that right there. They're still bidding on relics. Next LP, let's switch it up with a little bit of country. This is Randy Travis, 1986 U.S. Specialty. It's an OG Club, RCA Music Service, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. Randy Travis, Storms of Life, $25 start on that. And then we have True Stories, sold to Tim Graham for $35. Nobody bid on these 45s. They're a $5 buy it now. The Time Beings and Fortune and Maltese, those are a $5 buy it now. $5 buy it now on those. Okay, those are Fortune and Maltese, $5. Trying to get some of these sorted here. There we go. All righty. That crate had 3 records. Laffy Bewitched, $29.99. We just got a lot of copies. And then Adele is only $14.99. And also Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, just $24.99. We're about to go through a half-off bin. Laura's marking more records. And I've already went through all of John's stuff. We didn't have any new vinyl tonight. So what I'm going to do is go get some half-off stuff from up front. I've gone through about as much half-off stuff back here that I can. We've went through like 6 recent half-off bins the last 2 nights. We've went through like 6 recent great classic rock top bins. And of course, we've sold most of it because it was way too recent, but it's so convenient for me because they're right here behind me. All the stuff that I really need to be doing half off is up front. I'm going right now to get a crate. We'll get some of that back here. It's going to be half off sticker. And then maybe we can do even another one. And even after we get done with that one, if Laura has new stuff up here, we'll do another one, okay? We'll be doing those for a while. William Dragovich wants both of those 45s for $5 and $5. Thank you, William Dragovich. Those are sold to you. And then also, I had 2 earlier that didn't sell. If anybody wants those for $8, Bamboo Kids and the Incredible Kings, I'll do those for $4 and $4 and bundle those together if anybody wants those, okay? When I come back, I'm selling relics to John Kaiser for $85, and I'm going to make Randy Travis a buy it now for just $25. I'm going to move this. Oh, what just happened? Oh, nothing, okay. I'm going to move this half-off crate right there is what I'm trying to say. I'll be right back. Let me go get this stuff. And unfortunately, it's one of these things I have to walk up here to get it. All righty. Thanks, everybody, for waiting, being patient with me. Tonight, I'm having to do a lot of footwork. I don't like a lot of leg work. I don't have to like to walk around, but just everything I need is like on the other side of the room or all the way up front. Both of those sold to William Drakovich, $8, so do those for $4 and $4. Relics is sold to John Kaiser for $85, and wow, Randy Travis is a $25 bot now. I'll put him over here with Iggy Pop. Randy Travis, a $25 bot now. Next auction is Blind Faith and David Bowie. All right, so Blind Faith is the 69 U.S. original pressing with the band cover. So this is the OG. Sometimes you see it reissued on RSO. This is the actual original Atco, 1841 Broadway, a subsidiary of Atlantic, CTH, Terre Haute, Company Inner Sleeve, VG Plus, a $35 start. $35 start. Blind Faith. I've been known to have a soothing voice. I've had some people admit they watch me just to fall asleep. And I'm like, that's okay. As long as you occasionally buy a record, I'm all right with that. A 72 U.S. Indianapolis reissue. So this is 72, the year of release for this reissue. They always call these reissue, even if it's the first year and first label, because it came out previously as Man of Words, Man of Music on Mercury. So this is actually the first time on RCA with this jacket and with this title, but it's billed as a reissue because it came out previously as Man of Words, Man of Music, which is a tough one to get. So that is VG Plus, a $25 start. Blind Faith has a bid for $35. Danny gets Randy, and then he says pass on Randy. Iggy Info, LOL. Blind Faith has another $35. And we have info on Iggy Pop. It's a 77 U.S. original in VG condition. $25 buy it now. All right, so this is a half-off vintage, no more, no less. I have to get some more New Orleans stuff. But first, I'm going to do more buy it now $6.99ers. The first $6.99 I have is Peter Frampton doing Signed, Sealed, Delivered, I'm Yours. Jimmy Buffett, Fins. John Fogerty, The Man Down the Road. Eric Clapton, Willie and the Hand Jive, a promo. Night Ranger, Don't Tell Me You Love Me. And Paul McCartney, Spies Like Us. Paul McCartney, Spies Like Us. Those are all $6.99. Two legendary albums back there, Space Oddity and Blind Faith. I'm wasted and I can't find my way back home. Steve Winwood, amazing vocals. Every song on that album's a little bit of a treat. Fantastic stuff there if you've never listened to it. Might want to go check that out. Boy, I'm nearing the bottom of this big tub of New Orleans singles. We're getting near the bottom of it. It's been pretty incredible. We've been selling out this one tub for about 3 weeks. By the end of the night, I might have to go get a box, okay? So these are all $6.99, and there's no claims. That was Paul McCartney, Night Ranger, Eric Clapton, John Fogerty, Jimmy Buffett, and Peter Frampton. I'm going to put those right over here. And first in the half-off bin is Weather Report. So here's how half-off bins work. No more, no less. The price, I tell you, is the half-off price. VG, $6.50 on Weather Report. Tailspin, VG, $6.50. Also, Spyro Gyra, Free Time, $5, no condition notes. Terry Noland. Terry Noland is VG condition, $25. Terry Noland, VG condition, $25. Bob Dylan, Street Legal, $15 for Bob Dylan, Street Legal. Another side of Bob Dylan, a 67 stereo Pittman, VG condition, $15. And the Rolling Stones, Live, 1981 Still Life. That is now $7.50. $7.50. The Rolling Stones Still Life. Back up at the top, we had Blind Faith, 35. David Bowie, 25. Blind Faith, 44. Blind Faith, 40. David Bowie, 25, 26. David Bowie, 30. Blind Faith, 42, 48, 45, 50, 55. Donna Turner on Spyro Gyra. Donna Turner on Spyro Gyra. David Bowie, 35. And Jason Hughes wants Still Life. And that was... what was Still Life? Oh, that's the Rolling Stones. Thank you. David Bowie. What was the 45s there to your left before you put more on the stack? There's one. You probably saw this right here. It's Burn Your World, Vicious Intent on red vinyl. It's $7. That is probably what you've seen. And Adam, I know what you're usually interested in. That's probably the only one you're interested in out of that stack. But if you give me a second, I'll read the rest of them. That's the only metal, hardcore, violent-looking record that's left in there. That was kind of an oddity. Shafts, big score. That's a cool cover, and that's the score to Shaft. Now just $20. That was $39.99. Adam Bullock is sold for $7 to Adam Bullock. That is sold to Adam Bullock. Garrett said, Chad's been lulling me to sleep with that lilting Tennessee accent for almost 2 years. I guess I'll take this as a compliment. But yeah, I remember, actually my family has told me that for a long time. They're like, you can really put some people to sleep. I'm like, really? I guess that is like, I don't know. I mean, I have a job where I really need to get people fired up. But if we get kind of into a lull, then, you know, you never know. What happened? Blind Faith is at $80. Bowie's at $42. Is Iggy VG Plus? Iggy is VG condition. It's $25. Now, the last thing we had in here was the Rolling Stones went with the Jason, then Greg, and then Adam got that for $7. Next is Sylvia. That's a soundtrack, $7.50. Sylvia, $7.50 on Sylvia. Also, Mick Vicar soundtrack, Roger Daltrey from The Who, $10. And To Be or Not to Be soundtrack, Mel Brooks, that's $10. We have Stories, $10 on Stories. And Sneaky Pete. This is Sneaky Pete, $12.50 on old Sneaky Pete there. The Importance of Being Earnest. Earnest is $5. And Carl Perkins, My Kind of Country. Carl Perkins is $10. Blind Faith at $85, Bowie $45, Bowie $45, and Blind Faith $94. Now, there is a local couple that tells me the first thing they do when they get ready for bed is they cast me to their television in their bedroom, and they fall asleep to me every night. And when they wake up, it's on autoplay, so my streams just keep playing one after another. I mean, they're obviously like 8 hours, so even if they fall asleep and I end it, it autoplays until the next stream. And when they wake up, it's usually still on their screen in their bedroom. So, I mean, they literally go to sleep to me. But they also buy stuff. I'll see their names pop up every once in a while. They'll buy stuff, and then I don't see them. I'm like, well, they must be asleep. The Penetrators. Hit the jet stream with the Penetrators. Here's our next New Orleans single. $5 start on the Penetrators. We have Blind Faith 94. Blind Faith is at 100. And David Bowie. The last bid was Adam Bullock and Janie Green. Both bid 45. Adam Bullock was first. Adam Bullock was first. And then, Rounder Folk 2, we have $7.50. $7.50. And The Other Side of Midnight, $10. Other Side of Midnight. Sounds kinky. Bowie 47. Cyclone Doug wants The Importance of Being Earnest. That's Ernest Tubb. That is so to Cyclone Doug. That is so to Cyclone Doug. Nicholas and Alexandra. Nicholas, I didn't mean for that to sound in any way. We'll just move on. The Walter Wanderley Trio. This is $10. The Walter Wanderley Trio. Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits with poster, $12.50. It's in shrink with a hop sticker and poster. Cat Stevens is $12.50. And Wayne Chung, Everybody Have Fun Tonight. Wayne Chung is only $7.50. $7.50. That's a maxi single. Wow, Stan, Sly and the Family Stone, now just $17.50 for Sly. And what do we have here? This is 2020 Sex Trap, $15. David Bowie, $50. The Penetrators is at $5. Dave Seretna on the Cat Stevens, sold. John Reniski on Wayne Chung, then Robert Matthews, then Jason Hughes. Donna on Sly, great half off bid here. Janie's out on Bowie. That means final call to Adam for $50. Michael Butler's out on Blind Faith. Final call to John Kaiser for $100. The Penetrators has bids for $5 and $5. William Dragovich, you're out. Janie second on Stand. We have the Legends Let Loose. Bopalina, 63 mono. A 1963 mono, $15. And John Cougar, there's our nightly copy of $10. We have Bodico High Window. This one might have seen, yeah, that one's water damaged. I'm going to get a water damage pile together and bundle them later and do a big auction because some of y'all will probably take the time to clean them. That's an empty sleeve. I might find the record. Who is it? Sammy Masters. If we find a record with Sammy Masters. Here we go. Smokin' Dave and the Primo Dopes. Ethiopian Jokes. Smokin' Dave and the Primo Dopes. Ethiopian Jokes. $5 start on that. $5 start on that. Bowie 52, Bowie 55. We have the Washington Squares, $7.50. William Dragovich back in on the Penetrators at $6. The Promise, original motion picture soundtrack. The Promise is $7.50. The Supremes is $6.50. The Love Machine, Dionne Warwick, that is $5. It's got a Soul Brothers sticker on the front. That looks pretty cool. That's $5. Dionne Warwick soundtrack. The Fortunes is $10. The Fortunes. Ray Stevens. Ray Stevens is $5. And the Paper Moon soundtrack, $13.50. Mason Williams phonograph record with classical gas, $5. Donna Turner first on the Supremes. Now they're still bidding on the Penetrators. Smokin' Dave is a $5 start. They're still bidding on Bowie, but Blind Faith is sold for $100 on the number to John Kaiser. Thank you, that's sold. Next LP going up for auction is going to be Van Halen, 5150. Oh man, why can't this be love? 1986, U.S. Carrollton, an original club copy, EX edition, the first of the Hagar albums, $35. Here it comes, that funny feeling again, $35 star, Van Halen, up for bid. Next is James Cohorn on RS, and that was for Ray Stevens. Thank you, James Cohorn. That's so to you. Ray Charles, Wish You Were Here Tonight. Ray Charles is $7.50. Harlow Wilcox is $7.50. And Wet Willie, Keep on Smiling, $10. Bowie 57, Bowie 60. Van Halen has opened at $50. And then what are the tracks on the Fortunes? The Fortunes is You've Got Your Troubles, Looking Through the Eyes of Love, Won't You Give Him One More Chance, The Empty Place, If We Lived on the Top of a Mountain, Voice of Your Choice, Here It Comes Again, Maria, Laughing Fit to Cry, Colored Lights, All Cried Out, Time to Be Gone. Time to Be Going, that's $10. Next is Donna Turner. Make sure Ray goes in for $7.50. Make sure that's the price on that one. That's so to Donna. And then Smokin' Dave has a bid for $5. Michael Butler first on Wet Willie, then John Reniski. And then we have, can you show Harlow Wilcox what's on it? This is $7.50. Groovy Grubworm, Wipeout, Walk Don't Run, The Gold Eagle, Raunchy, Sad is the Lonely, Golden Guitar Flower, Mexico Wheels, Guitar Boogie, Honky Tonk, and Moose Trot. $7.50. The Penetrators is sold, and that's sold to Robert Tomick for $8. He also has the bid on Smokin' Dave for $5. The last bid that came in on Bowie was $60, and John Kaiser, it's back to you. Next is Miss Estelle Walters, $7.50. Also the Who Face Dances with poster, $12.50. And then Mar E Soul. This is a live Puerto Rico Pop Festival, $17.50 with the Allman Brothers, Dr. John, Cactus, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. I'll let y'all read all those artists there while I pull the Sturgill Simpson from the last crate. That was right back here, and I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, so I got 3 left. He's talking about this right here. Sturgill Simpson sold to Richard Miller. That's sold to Richard Miller. Bowie has a new bid for $65. Looks like Van Halen's going to stand at just one bid with Michael Jacob for $50. We are going through a half-off bin here. Carlos Santana, John McLaughlin, that's $10. We have the Simon Sisters sing The Lobster Quadrille. That is $10. And we have Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Paul Simon's and Shrink, $10 on Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. I got to swap out crates right quick because this one has really filled up. And let me swap out crates right quick. This one's really filled up on me. Let me grab a new gray crate here to fill up. We love gray crates. We got gray crates, we got red crates, we got blue crates, green crates. My favorite's gray. I don't know about if Laura's got a favorite crate color. Mine's gray. I like the gray ones. I also like blue and green. All right. Now, back up at the top, we have Bowie at 70. And let's go ahead and sell Smoking Dave for $5 to Robert Tomick. The next one over here is the Trash Men, Rollover Beethoven and Betty Jean. And this is a $5 start. $5 start on the Trash Men. That is now up for bid. And we have Gail McCormick. This is now $10. $10. Black and red. Laura going with kind of the gothic colors. Steppenwolf VG Plus 750. 750 on that. Not very surprised. Traffic, Shootout the Fantasy Factory. VG Plus, as y'all see, I wear gray t-shirt. Probably Laura's not surprised. I do wear gray t-shirts basically every day. Annette's Beach Party, VG $10, either gray or black. Sheena Easton is $5. And Carla Bonoff is $8.50. In the last few minutes, someone's asked, what is the Van Halen for auction? And then Van Halen info, sorry, stepped away for a bid. And then what is the Van Halen bid? Van Halen is a 1986 U.S. original club copy. I started it at $35. We got one bid for $50 of Michael Jacob. He has it for a final call. MT Matt, let me know if you want in. Michael Peveler, let me know if you want in. The Trashman has one bid for $5. We get these from a crate. We get this from a crate company called Milk Crates Direct. And before anybody goes and orders, I think we're working with them right now on a referral code. Hope nobody's bought a lot from them recently. I'm going to try to work on a referral code with them. That way we can send them some business and maybe we'll get some kind of discount on future crates because we have spent a lot with them. And I think I have sent them probably thousands of dollars in business. So I'm going to try to work on a referral code with them. The Way We Were, that's $7.50. That's the soundtrack to The Way We Were. Elvis is $12.50. Original gold orange label there. We have Sam Signoff, Blue Duck, Fly North to North Country. That is $5. Also, Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley. That is in shrink wrap. Nice copy for $15. We have Cooking with Fats Domino for $13.50. And Clarence Clemens is $8.50. Clarence Clemens is $8.50. That's what's available there. David Bowie's at 85 with John Kaiser. They're still battling that out. The Trashmen sold one bid to Brent for $5. Brent also on RS. Rod Stewart, that was a nice copy. And now Michael Jacob. Wow. That was insane. Michael, MT Matt, probably had the most greatest snipe of all time right there. There's a new bid on Van Halen for $52. Speaking of snipe, probably Michael Jacob wants to snipe me right now for not selling it faster. There's a new bid on Van Halen for $52 with MT Matt. That is now a new bid. Michael Jacob, you've been outbid. And then what was the Ray Stevens album that was claimed? I really don't know the name of it. It has Whoosh on the front. Gabe Baez wants Fats Domino. I don't have the Tiffany. Do I have it? I don't know if I have it or not, honestly. Fats Domino is sold to Gabe Baez. New bid on Van Halen for $55. And now we have David Bowie at 85 with John Kaiser. Adam Bullock says he's done. Final call to John Kaiser. All right, here's our next buy it nows for $6.99 in the 45 department. And then all new auctions coming up. First thing we have is B-52s, $6.99. How about Musical Youth, Past the Ducci? Musical Youth, $6.99. Bobby Brown, My Prerogative. Elvis, In the Ghetto. Give a Little Bit. Give a Little Bit of Your Love, something, some Super Tramp. And Styx, Borrow Time. $6.99. MT Matt, Van Halen's Back to You. Okay? And now David Bowie is officially sold to John Kaiser for $85. Thank you, time for new auctions. And these are all $6.99. $6.99. First, Donna wants BB for Bobby Brown. Sold Brad Faust on Elvis, In the Ghetto. That's sold to Brad Faust. Regina was second. We have Musical Youth. The B-52s is called Good Stuff. and Bad Influence, 1992. Good Stuff and Bad Influence, 1992. $6.99, 1992, $6.99 on that. He's out on Van Halen. He tried. Michael Jacob, that's OD for 55. Now, y'all want everybody to know you can bid at any time. Sometimes it's like probably the worst time ever for the person who's had the bid for a long time. But if you get on and ask, I'll go ahead and give it a second. Sometimes I call stuff too fast. Sometimes I call stuff too slow. We have a 1988 U.S. OG specialty pressing of the Traveling Wilburys. This is called the Traveling Wilburys by the Traveling Wilburys. It's in VG Plus condition. It's going to go up for a $35 start. And we have Triumph Stages. Triumph is an 85 U.S. original EX edition, a $25 start. Now, these came from up front. I'm going to get kind of crazy with this crate. I'm going to offer these as a bundle deal. I'm going to count them. I'm going to give you a price, and there's still great titles left in here, but these are even older. They've been probably shown at least once or twice. This might have already been shown half off at some point. Let me count these, and then I'm going to offer this as an insane bundle deal to somebody. And there's some pretty good-looking titles in here, especially for about as cheap as I'm about to price them per unit. First thing we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's some great titles in here. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 41. There's 41 records in there, and $225 for a bundle deal price. $225 for a bundle deal price of everything that's left in that crate. There is 41 albums, and we bring out the air horn. Just think about it. Robert Tomic gets the B-52s for $6.99, and then Robert Matthews has Triumph for $25, and we're looking for a $35 start on the Traveling Wilburys. Don't think, if you think long, you'll think wrong. Just saying. It's available. That would put those at just a little over $5 per unit there. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. All you got to do is comment the word bundle or sold on bundle. Or Chad, go ahead, I'll take them. And we'll do that. Let's see what else we have here. So when I come back, Triumph's the final call for $25. And then also Traveling Wilburys looking for a $35 start. Now I'm about to lay down some more New Orleans singles. In the meantime, let me go up front, and I got to grab another crate like that. Or I might have one over here that may be more buy now best offer worthy. We'll see. Yeah, I think this one here might be pretty good for buy now best offer worthy. Just got to get some people motivated to make some offers. If that happens, we probably will sell a bunch out of here. So we'll see what happens. And let's do this crate, because this is probably pretty recent, probably one of the more recent crates up here, except for the stuff for this week. And we'll do these buy now best offer. And probably, I have a strong feeling when we're done with this bin, there'll be some new deliveries from Laura. Okay, and now Triumph is sold to, wait a minute, there's one up here right now. We might go ahead and bring it over right now. Her crate just got delivered. Robert Matthews got Triumph. If anybody wants the Traveling Wilburys, $35. If anybody wants the Traveling Wilburys, $35 buy it now, 88 U.S. specialty. Never mind, we'll do her crate that just got brought up here. Instead of something like this, we'll do her crate that just got brought up here. Let me step over here and get it. Okay. Oh, knee pop. If I squat down to pick up these crates, I have some insane knee pop. Everybody's gotten really quiet on me. Anybody want to say anything before we get started? I have something to say. First, the first record that's sold out of here gets the Laura Crate sticky note. The first person to buy something out of here gets the Laura Crate sticky note. In the meantime, I'm going to put up our next auction, which is the Ramones. And the Ramones, wow, there's a lot of information here. The Ramones is a 1977 U.S. Pittman original. It is a first pressing. That is indicated by the inclusion of Carbona Not Glue, which was replaced by Sheena is a Punk Rocker on later pressings. Original inner sleeve, VG++/EX-. The Ramones is going to go up for a $45 start. Let me read that again. A 1977 U.S. Pittman original, first press, indicated by the inclusion of Carbona Not Glue, which was replaced later by their big hit, Sheena's a Punk Rocker. Okay? The vinyl is VG++/EX-. So right on that borderline between being VG plus and EX. And it's probably just because of a couple scuffs. But this is OG. It has the original inner sleeve. The jacket's VG, maybe VG- because of the spine wear. VG, not bad, no writing or anything. The Ramones is a $45 start. These pretzels are making me thirsty. I'm actually pretty thirsty myself. Those V8s go fast when I literally try to chug them. All right. First thing I have in here is the Gaslight Anthem, Sink or Swim. The Gaslight Anthem is sealed on red and black vinyl for $29.99. The Gaslight Anthem, $29.99. We have 2 copies of that. That's called the Gaslight Anthem. It's on red and black vinyl, $29.99. De La Soul, 5 Feet High and Rising, 2 LP yellow vinyl. De La Soul is sealed on yellow vinyl, $29.99 for De La Soul. That's their classic 5 Feet High and Rising. Gaslight Anthem sold to Josh Tanner and a lucky winner of the Laura Crate Sticky Note. Thank you. That is sold to you. Now, we need another LP going up for auction, and the first LP is Iggy Pop, Instinct. Iggy Pop is a 1988 U.S. original with the original inner sleeve, VG+, Iggy Pop, a $15 start on Iggy Pop. Next LP is the Lemon Twigs, Everything Harmony. The Lemon Twigs is sealed for $19.99. The Lemon Twigs. Also, the High Women. The High Women, Brandy Carlisle, Natalie Hemby, Maren Morris, Amanda Shires. That is sealed for $24.99. We've got 2 of those. And Larkin Poe, Venom and Faith. Larkin Poe is sealed for $19.99. There's 1 bid on Iggy Pop for $15. Let's see what's next over here in my New Orleans stack. This is Larson. Boy, this is like a book or something. Let's see what's going on here. Larson version 14.0. I think we had one of these the other night. Wasn't this like a compilation or something? Because that's the label, right? Larson version 14.0. Yeah, it might be like multiple tracks. I'm not for sure. That's pretty interesting, though. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Larson version 14.0. Iggy Pop is at 15, 16, 18. The Ramones has an opening bid for 50. Iggy Pop 17, 20, and 20. Kristen Barnett wants the High Women. That's so to Kristen Barnett. These are new arrivals from Laura that just got delivered. Yes, these are sticker price. Iggy's at 18. New arrivals that just got delivered. Live at the Academy. Television, April 12th, 1992. Television is sealed on red and white vinyl. $24.99. Final call on the Ramones. And that is a high bid with John Kaiser for $50. I have 2 copies of the Juice Glove. The Juice Glove is unopened, $19.99. Excuse me. What am I saying? This is G-Love, the Juice. I was about to say, what is that? G-Love, the Juice, unopened, $19.99. That sounds better. And there's 2 of those. And then Muse, Origin of Symmetry. Muse, Origin of Symmetry. This is sealed. 2 LP, new and sealed, $29.99 on Muse. Also, Jessica Pratt here in the pitch. Jessica Pratt is sealed, $24.99. Jessica Pratt, we have 1, 2, 3 copies of that. And REM, Life's Rich Pageant. REM is sealed, $24.99. Michael Butler on television. That is right back here, and that's sold to Michael Butler. Thank you. That is sold to Michael Butler. And now we have Iggy Pop, Cyclone Dugout, Ramones out, and that means this is sold to John Kaiser for $50. John Kaiser, that's sold to you for $50. Iggy Pop's at 22 with Cyclone Doug. And nobody bet on Larson version 14.0. So if anybody wants that, it's a $5 buy it now. Put that right there. And the next record here was Jewel, Freewheeling Woman. Jewel was sealed for $19.99. And I want to make sure I didn't mess up there that I show REM. REM was sealed for $24.99. Larson is sold to Robert Tomick for $5. Thank you. That's sold to you. We have Lizzo. This is 'Cause I Love You. Lizzo is sealed for $19.99. Larson is at, it was already, no one bid on that, right? No, it was a buy it now for $5. So RK Tucker, you're second. And we have 3 copies of Genesis Abacab. A half-speed master sealed, $24.99. Chris Knapp says he'll take the lemon twigs. That one was right in here. There it is, the lemon twigs. That is sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you. And then Iggy Pop is sold to Cyclone Doug for $22. Thank you on that. Next auction is Gary Moore. And yeah, let's do Gary Moore and NXS. So Gary Moore is live. And this is an 84 UK original. VG Plus condition, a $15 start. And then NXS, Need You Tonight, Mediate. NXS is no condition notes. Big hit song here. 12-inch single and Shrink, $15 start. MT Matt on a Genesis. RK Tucker on a Genesis. Abacabs. And then Craig Honeycutt gets the third one. Nice there. Half-Speed Master. Some great Genesis there. Put another record on. Great song on that album. Death Cab for Cootie. We have the facts and we're voting yes. Death Cab for Cootie. That is sealed for $19.99. NXS has a bid for $15. Another bid for $15. Another bid for $15. And Cyndi Lauper MoFi. Nice. Just $29.99. Girls, they want to have fun. She's so unusual. Cyndi Lauper, that's a sealed MoFi copy for just $29.99. And we have Kristen Hirsch, Possible Dust Clouds. Kristen Hirsch is sealed on silver vinyl for $19.99. And Lord, Melodrama. Lord is sealed. There is a note on the back from Laura here. Laura loves Lord with a 2-heart rating, $24.99. Also, we have Cyndi Lauper sold, and Cyndi Lauper sold. One to John Wernitzky, the other to Janie Green. Also, Tame Impala Lonerism. Tame Impala is sealed, $24.99. Death Cab is sold to Rod Bryan. Nobody's bid on Gary Moore, UK, looking for a $15 start. I'll somehow already need more New Orleans singles. Let me see what I can get out of here. And here is another Larson, I think, compilation deal. And let me grab this handful of New Orleans stuff here and see what we got. Let's get some more going here, all right? What's the next New Orleans single? Big Fun. Passing the Time. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Big Fun. Interesting single there. $5 start on that. NXS 20, NXS 20, NX 22, and Gary Moore does have a bid for $15. We have Tame Price and Tame Impala. Chris, it's sealed for $24.99. If you want it, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Jason Hughes. GBH, No Need to Panic. GBH is unopened, $19.99. And then Mudvayne, Lost and Found. Mudvayne is limited edition of 1,500 individually numbered copies on black and gold marble vinyl. Mudvayne is unopened, $34.99. And we have one copy here of Caesar sealed, $24.99. Looks like it's called Good Days, or at least that's what's tattooed on the forehead of this child. $24.99 on that. So Chris Knapp got Tame Impala. That means Jason Hughes, you were second. Big Fun had a bid for 5 and then 6. And then Gary Moore has bids for 16. Mudvayne is sold to Adam Bullock. John Howard got GBH. Justin got a Mudvayne. And then Gary Moore 16, Gary Moore 18. All right. The metal stuff in there got grabbed quickly, it looks like. Let's start with the back left with auction. This is NXS. Need You Tonight, 12-inch single. And it's in shrink. And the last bid on that, and the vinyl's really nice, was Kathy Collinsworth at $22. Kathy has that for $22. The next auction is Gary Moore Live. This is an 84 UK original in VG Plus condition. Gary Moore has a new bid for 19, now 20. And then this single is called Big Fun. And Big Fun has bids for 5 and then 6. John Reniski, you're out. Donna Turner wants one of the Caesars. That is sold to Donna Turner. Still new bids coming in on In Excess is now at 25, and Gary Moore is now at 20. Michael Butler says he's out. One second, please. All right. Oh. Okay, let's read through these again. A lot of viewers right now for 952. We got 161 over on YouTube. How many people we have on Facebook? I can't see Facebook anymore, so I never know how many's watching on Facebook. I'm just kind of curious for 10 o'clock on Tuesday night how many total people we got tuned in. And thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm about to do some 90, so wow, quite a bit of people watching for 10 o'clock Central Time on a Monday night. That's pretty good turnout. Thanks everybody. And I'm about to read through some more buy it nows for $6.99. These are all $6.99. We have the B-52s, Private Idaho, and Party Out of Bounds from 1980. We have an early RCA single here from Spade Cooley on green vinyl. That's late 40s, early 50s for a Tuesday night. Thank you. Elvis Presley, Any Way You Want Me. We have the Babies, Head First. The Babies. The Truth, Exception of Love. Supertramp, Take the Long Way Home. ZZ Top, Leela, I'm not familiar with that one. That's from El Loco. And then Don't Tease Me. It looks like Layla. Leila, Leila. Those are $6.99 there. All righty. So lots of activity. Welcome everybody. We are here and we are selling records. We're about to read through her crate again. I'm about to do some half off or vintage buy it now best off or something. And then like I said, a little bit later tonight, I think I'm just going to bring over some autographs, and I'm going to have to do it when everybody's really ready for the pace to slow down, because it's going to be like me literally trying to look stuff up and price it on the fly. But I've got to get it done. If I don't do it like right now, maybe we can sell some of it. It'll never get done, and we're going to have all these autographed albums forever. So let's tag some of these, and then I'm going to call these bids for a final call. Michael Butler got Spade Cooley for $6.99. Regina got Elvis for $6.99. And then R.K. Tucker first on the Babies for $6.99. And then R.K. Tucker first on Supertramp for $6.99. And Donna wants to put back Caesar. I'll make that one of the first records I'll show again. That leaves ZZ Top, The Truth, and the B-52s. Now, Big Fun, or first NXS, because it's the oldest auction. Kathy has it for $28. This is between Kathy and John Kaiser, unless John's already set out. John hadn't set out, so Kathy has this at $28, John. You've been outbid. And then Big Fun was our next New Orleans single. And big fun, the last bid that came in on this, and I think I can go ahead and sell it, it was R.K. Tucker at $6. Yep, R.K. Tucker got that for $6. And then Gary Moore live. Cyclone Doug was the most recent bidder at $27. And that means Alan Hagen's out. Cyclone has that for $27. Jim B wants both Caesars. These are Caesars. They're yellow. They're sealed. They're $24.99. That's sold to Jim B and Jim B. He got both of those. The next New Orleans single, there's new bids on NXS, but John Kaiser's out. John Kaiser's out. And then our next New Orleans single is right here. This is the Raouls, R-A-O-U-L-S. That's a $5 start. And then the ZZ Top tracks was L-E-I-L-A, and then Don't Tease Me. That's the tracks on ZZ Top. That's unfortunate. That record broke. And then our other New Orleans single is going to be right here. And this is La Papa de la Paz. La Pipa de la Paz. Baby Let Me Kiss You. He Perdido Groovy Situation. That looks pretty interesting. That's actually an older... This is like a Spanish... This is like actually a 70s record, maybe 60s. La Papa de la Paz. That's going to go up for a $5 start. They're still bidding on Gary Moore, and there's new bids coming in on NXS. And let's read through these one more time. We have one Gaslight Anthem left on red and black vinyl for $29.99. We have De La Soul on yellow vinyl for $29.99. That's a 2 LP. Also, The High Women is sealed for $24.99. Lark and Poe, Venom and Faith, sealed for $19.99. This is G Love, The Juice, unopened for $19.99. Muse, Origin of Symmetry is $29.99. Jessica Pratt is $24.99. REM was sealed for $24.99. Jewel, Freewheelin' Woman, sealed for $19.99. Lizzo was sealed $19.99. Death Cab for Cutie, $19.99. Kristen Hirsch was sealed for $19.99. And Lord, Melodrama, sealed $24.99. All right, so guess what? Gary Moore has a new bid of $30 with Cyclone Doug. Chris X, after you say out, you can't bid again, unfortunately. Cyclone Doug has it for $30. They're still bidding on NXS. Evan Estrada wants a Jewel. And now there's another new bidder on Gary Moore for $33. And now a new bid on NXS for $42. And now ST wants an REM. And these two singles, the Raouls, R-A-U-L-S, R-A-O-U-L-S, is a $5 start. And La Pipa, Papa, P-I-P-A, has one bid for $5. Did you say he's grabbing a New Orleans LP bin? There is not really a New Orleans LP bin. There's crates up front that may have 5 or 10 or 1 or half of the crate, but that isn't really anything we have sorted up there. So there's not really, unfortunately, there's no thing anymore as a New Orleans crate. If we're lucky to find it, it may have like 5 records or something in it. I think, Chris Knapp, I asked Paul about 2 things the other day, and John. I said, what's the status on the blues collection? Paul said, we sold all 7,000 blues LPs. There's nothing left. We went through them all. The last at half off, we sold them all. And then I asked John about New Orleans. He said, we have sold all the New Orleans stuff. What's been put out is what's left. So I know we go and buy like 15 and 20,000 albums at a time, but you give it a couple months and they'll all be sold or gone or they're left off, and then we show them until they are sold or bundled. I think you bought some of the last bundles. You were buying them, Chris, 50, 60 at a time. You start buying those things 50, 60 at a time every other night, they're going to get gone fast. 2 or 3 crates are full. Boom, boom, boom. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing. I do have a vintage bin here. I'm about to make a decision if I want to do it half off or buy it now best offer. How about we go ahead and do it half off and try to get a bunch of it sold? That might be best. So the bar's been set high, I know. But I told everybody, I was like, all right, there's 7,000 LPs back here. Let me tell you what's going to happen. We're going to sell them, and then they're all going to be gone, just like all the metal from this most recent haul. We've had, I guess, 2 or 3 big metal nights now, maybe 1 or 2 more, and it's probably going to be all be gone. And all those big grails I posted pictures of, I mean, it's all gone. That's what I was trying to explain. It's like, well, we don't have any trouble finding records. We have trouble keeping records because as soon as we can get them stickered, they're going to be gone if it's a good title. All the good stuff gets gone immediately. It's all gone. Like I'm constantly needing grails like everybody else is. That's why they call them a grail. That's why they call them that. Okay, let's go through this crate, and we're going to do this at half off. I had it up here earlier as buy now, but it's 10 o'clock. It's time for a half off, and this has great vintage stuff in it. We've had an all-out war for Gary Moore and NXS. Like I look up, and they're still bidding. Mike Owen has it for $58. Now, Gary Moore got down to Don Cav at $33. And that's a final call for Don Cav for $33. La Pipa, I figured this one was good. It's at $30. And I don't think anybody bid on the Rouse. I'm going to make sure. Nope, nobody bid on that one. It's a $5 buy it now. They're still bidding on NXS. Half off vintage. First is the classic, the Knack, My Sharona. Self-titled Knack, $7.50. How about Jim Croce? The Life and Times of Jim Croce, $7.50. Jim Croce. We have Matthew Sweet inside. A 1986 pressing, just $15. Wow. That's 3 great. And wow, again, this is going to be a great crate, it looks like. Tom Petty's just $18.50. Southern Accents, $18.50. Bram Tchaikovsky, $10 on Bram T. America Sings, a Walt Disney record, 1974 storybooking record, $25. And a little touch of Schmilson in the night. That's now $10. Robert bid on the Rouse. I'll go ahead and give it to you then. Robert told me it gets the Rouse for $5. NXS 60, NXS 62. La Pipa, I think, is done. It's at $30. If you want back in, let me know. And then the first claimant here was Chris X on the Knack. That's sold to Chris X. Shakedown got Tom Petty. Don't come around here no more. That is sold to Shakedown. NXS 65. Jason Hughes, second on Tom Petty. Kristen Barnett on Matthew Sweet. Chris X, next on Tom Petty. Mike Strauss is out on Pipa. Also, that means Gary Moore is sold. And Gary Moore is sold to the winning bidder of Don Cav. And Don Cav on YouTube, you've bought from us before, right? NXS is at $68. And then we have ST next on Matthew Sweet. Chuck Berry's Golden Decade Volume 2, $13.50. Half off records. First come, first serve. No more, no less. Walt Disney's Addition and Subtraction, $10. I've grabbed too many. Let's show Bo Dean's. Bo Dean's is $10. And how about Great Piano Concertos and their composers? Classical stuff there. $10. ST on Nielsen. That is sold to ST. NXS has a new bid for $70. And now La Pipa is sold to Andrew Shaw for $30. Our next New Orleans single is right here. This is on Raff. Can I get it out of this sleeve? It needs to be taken. This is a bad plastic. This is that old plastic that's probably doing more harm than good. Yeah, that's that like almost like sticky. Bad plastic there. Made out of no telling what kind of chemicals. We have Walk Within My Brain. This is Love Army. $5 start. Made in Mexico. Love Army. Walk Within My Brain. And the door is open to your heart. $5 start on that. Bo Dean's is sold to Josh Tanner. NXS 72, now 75. Foreigner is $7.50. That's Cat Stevens. Cat Stevens. And we have Carla Bonoff at $5. We have Sandy Nelson. He's a drummer boy. Sandy Nelson is $7.50. Carly Simon is $5. And Charlie Daniels Radio Special, an 89 promo. This is $18.50. $18.50. Love has a bid for $5. Our next New Orleans single is, it's either, is it Satan's Cheerleader or Satan's Cheerleaders? Satan's Cheerleaders sounds pretty sinister. Satan's Cheerleaders, with a really odd looking cover here. What a bizarre looking sleeve. Dedicated to Vampira. Living Eye Records, Irvine, California. $5 start on that. What is the NXS, Mike Owen? This is a 12-inch single of Need You Tonight and Mediate. And the flip side, it's a 12-inch maxi single. And the B-side is I'm Coming Home. It's got 3 tracks on it, essentially. Okay? There's that. There's that. It's marked Garage. It was marked Garage. Okay? But we have Cyclone Doug on Carla Bonoff. Adam Bullock put NNO. NNO was something, maybe. Or is that a miscue, Adam? Love has bids for 7 now. And 7. And then Satan has bids for 5, 6. Love 9. Love 9. Next half off record is ABBA Super Trooper. ABBA is $10. That's called Super Trooper. ABBA is $10. Also, Men at Work Cargo, $12.50. John Cougar Mellencamp. John Cougar Mellencamp, $10. Foreigner 4, $10. Foreigner 4, $10. Original inner sleeve, $10 on that. R.K. Tucker says he'll take ZZ Top from earlier for $6.99. Satan has a bid for 10. Love has a bid for 9. Are we done on NXS? Mike Owens out. Kathy Collinsworth has it for 75. Final call. The next auction is going to be Eno, Another Green World, as in Brian Eno. This is a 78 U.S. Winchester with the original inner sleeve. It does have a saw cut and some writing. Right there's the saw mark she mentions. Right there's the writing. It's no condition notes on the vinyl, though. So the disc is extremely clean. $25 start on Eno. That's now up for bid. Next was, okay, so John Reniski on Foreigner 4. Satan 10, 11, 11. Mike next on Foreigner. MT Matt next on Foreigner. Chris next on Foreigner. And then Chris Knapp wants John Cougar. Craig says he's done with Satan. And now Josh Tanner's back in with Satan at 17. Love has a new bid for 14. The System, The Pleasure Seekers, 1985 Seal, $12.50. After the Fire, $12.50. Gary Morris, Why Lady Why. Gary Morris is $7.50. KT Oslin, 80s Ladies, $7.50. Stray Cats, Built for Speed, $12.50. Stray Cats, Built for Speed, $12.50. Madonna, True Blue, $17.50. Brian Briggs Combat Zone, $10. We have Jason Hughes on After the Fire. So did Jason Hughes. Love has a new bid for 15. And then Dwayne Caldwell second on After the Fire. And NXS is sold to Kathy Collinsworth for $75. Mike Owen wants MA, Madonna. Chris X got the Stray Cats. Alan Hagan on KT Oslin. Adam Bullock next on Madonna. You were second. Cyclone Doug on Gary Moore. That was Gary Morris. Make sure you're okay with that. That's Gary Morris. And now Love is at 16 and Satan is at 17 with Josh Tanner. No bid on Eno. We're looking for a $25 start. Our next auction is going to be the Ramon Uz. That is the Ramon Uz out of the basement. And that's a 1990 US original, a $25 start. Next in the half off bin, the Jacksons Destiny. The Jacksons is $15. We have Sunshine Company, Sunshine and Shadows. That's now just $12.50. That looks interesting. Also, Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. Wow. Half off of $44.99. That's now $22.50. The Knack round trip. The Knack is $7.50. Donna Turner on the Jacksons. Donna Turner on the Jacksons. John Reniski on Fleetwood Mac. And then Shakedown, then Kathy, then Patrick Lear. The Gentrys, Keep on Dancing, $12.50 on that. I think it's time to sell some records. Craig got Love for $16, and Josh Tanner got Satan for $17. Satan and Love are both off the board. No more. And now Eno's a no bid. It's a $25 buy now if anybody wants it. Who is this? Brian Eno for just $25. And then final call on the Ramones back there. Next New Orleans single is the Dickies Banana Splits on yellow vinyl. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Some of these may need a cleaning. Graham Day and the Gaylords, and that is a $5 start. Hope I'm saying that right. I got to be pretty close. Sunshine sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you. That is sold to Chris Knapp. And then we have Debbie Gibson, Out of the Blue. This is $12.50. Next is Tim Voldness gets the Eno for $25. Craig is in on the Dickies at $5. Chris Knapp second on Eno. Also, we have Golden Earring Cut with their hit song Stepping Into the Twilight Zone. $12.50. Stepping Into the Twilight Zone. And we have Go West, $10 on Go West. Also, we have Leo Kottke, the best of Leo Kottke, $10 on Leo Kottke, the best of Leo Kottke. Okay, so the Dickies has bids for $5 and now $7. And then Mike Owen on GE for Golden Earring. We're going through a half-off bin. The Ramones is a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants that. And then the next two auctions are the Replacements and the Rolling Stones. And the Replacements is called An Interview with Paul Westerberg. And that is an 87 US white label promo, $25 start. Pleased to meet me. So what is going on here? Is this got music on it as well? Pleased to meet me. Segment. It looks like it has some music on here as well. I think it's interview and maybe some snippets, or maybe because it mentions tracks, but I'm not real for sure. So I don't really know what the total package here includes, but it is a white label promo, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. And then here is the Rolling Stones, One Hit to the Body, which is an 86 US with a promo marked label, 12-inch single. The Rolling Stones is a $10 start. First thing is Donna needs to put back the Jacksons Victory. This is going back if anybody wants it for $15. And then first thing we have here. Okay, so the Dickies 7, we sold Golden Earring. Dickies 8, Josh Tanner got the Ramones for $25. Adam Bullock was second. Dickies 9, Dickies out. And then the Stones has a bid for $12. And Dennis Jackson. The Rolling Stones is an auction, of course. What's the 45s on the right? These are all sold over here. This is all the sold stuff. The other stuff, I don't. The other stuff over here are buy it nows, which I'll go through later. These were the remaining $6.99 buy it nows. And Graham Day did not get a bid. It's a $5 buy it now. Graham Day did not get a bid. That's a $5 buy it now. We have Culture Club, Waking Up with a House on Fire. That's in Shrink and Hot for $12.50. The Jacksons is sold to Webster Vance. We have Tim Curry for $7.50. I Do the Rock. And the Charlie Daniels Band Whiskey, $12.50. Charlie Daniels Band Whiskey, $12.50. No, the one up for auction. This is the Dickies Banana Splits on yellow vinyl. Yeah, this has got like some of these have been stored where after you get them out and clean them, you don't want to put them back in the jacket. There's like almost like debris down in the jacket. Just FYI, okay? So when you get these things back out, I would clean them and then try to put them in like a new sleeve. So say some of these are really dusty. That was Graham Day. That was Robert Tomick, Graham Day, Get Off My Track. If you wanted it, $5. If not, RK does. Now, Webster Vance said he'll take the Jacksons. I've pulled that. The next comment was, sorry, Chad, I will take the Iggy Pop for $25. You're talking about this record here, The Idiot. That's sold to David Haygood for $25. Now the Dickies is at $10. And then Scott Oman got the Culture Club album. Now let me update the Rolling Stones. One hit to the body. Here's what happened. Kathy opened it at 12. Dennis put Rolling Stones, but it didn't have a numerical, so I'm assuming he's not bidding. And then Kathy has it for 12, and that's a final call. RK Tucker gets Graham Day for $5. And the replacements, I'm pretty sure, didn't get a bid. It's a final call for $25. And they're still bidding on the Dickies. It's now at 10. Okay? Also, we have ABBA, Voulez. ABBA is $10. Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, that's $7.50. And 3D, See It Loud. 3D's a 1980 New Wave, $7.50. Time for a new auction from the New Orleans collection. This is Don Crane's new downliner sect, Roses and I Can't Get Away From You. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Next is Elvis, a Canadian tribute. This was pressed on yellow clear vinyl. It's in shrink. Elvis is now $10. Also, the Beach Boys in concert. That's a 2 LP, $17.50 on the Beach Boys in concert. Carla Bonoff is $5. Also, we have Renaissance. That's in shrink, now $5. Mike Owen on 3D. Mike Owen on 3D, that's sold. Downliner Sect has a bid for $5. RK, you're out on the Dickies. Now, Kathy, you get the Rolling Stones for $12. That's sold to you. And the replacements is a bot now for $25 if anybody wants it. Debbie Winstead got Elvis Presley. That is sold to Debbie Winstead. Sharky Q was second. Craig next on Elvis. Also, Fleetwood Mac Tusk is $17.50. Fleetwood Mac just $17.50. Wow, REO Speedwagon $12.50. Wow, Procol Harum for $12.50. Wow, The Who with Poster and Shrink and Poster. And The Who is $12.50. That's a really good batch of triple threats there. Next thing we have is going up for auction. Without further ado, here is the moment you've all been waiting for. I have no idea. Let's see what I've got right. I've sold off most of the sealed stuff that they brought me today. Here, I'll try this one right quick. This is a sealed record going up for a $10 start. It's the Memphis Horns. Horns for Everything. It's on Million Records. It's sealed, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. The Dickies has a new bid for $14. Final call on Downliner for $5. The next newest claim was John Reniski on Fleetwood Mac. That's sold. Mike Owen on The Who. That's sold. Patrick Lear second. Todd Saw on REO Speedwagon. And we have Jay Giles, Love Stinks, $10. Have you done the muffs yet? I have, and can you believe this? It just got one bid, minimum bid for the lowest it's ever sold for on Discogs, and it tied that. I was like shocked. Probably Laura can say the same thing. And we have, I needed you on here to bid, Josh, because it only got one bid. Here's a buy it now for $6.99. New Kids on the Block. And some kind of cardboard record here. What is this? Head of the Class. I think this might be some kind of more lip-smacking listening from High Society. Recorded by Gloria Leonard. That might be some kind of nasty record. I'm not for sure. That might be some sort of... That could be a nasty record there. First thing we have is Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire, $7.50. John Mayall, The Last of the British Blues, $13.50. Elvis is $7.50. And the Rolling Stones, Dirty Work, in that original red shrink wrap, $17.50 on that. $17.50. All right, so up here, we had REO was the last thing I said. That was sold to Todd Saw. Memphis got a bid for 12, 10, then 12. John, you were second on REO. And then did I get Stray Cats? Oh, boy. Stray Cats? Are you talking about a 45? Boy, Robert, that was a long time ago. I really don't remember. And then what was the New Kids on the Block song? That was Hangin' Tough and Didn't I Blow Your Mind? Okay? And then High Society was a nudie mag. That's what I thought. Patrick Lear on JM. That was John Mayall. I don't see that one as often. And then Debbie Winston got Elvis. That's so did Debbie. Chris Kirkley got the Rolling Stones. Memphis Horns has a new bid for 15. Edmund Estrada wants Jay Giles. Mike, you were second on John Mayall. Downliner Sect is sold to William Dragovich for $5. And then we have the Banana Splits, the Dickies. And this was at 14 with R.K. Tucker. The previous bidder was Moses E. Now, Moses, I don't think you ever did say out. So that's a final call on that. And Kristen does want New Kids on the Block. $6.99. Laura's pretty mad at the results of that. She's... I think I hear the blade sharpening back there. Memphis is at 16. And this is a great half-off bin. I think it's worthy of another read-through. But also, I think there's some pretty good stuff remaining on the table that I need to show one more time. Let's see here. Wow. That's all gone. That's amazing. We've sold a whole nother box of 45s. Okay, so right now, let me show you what is going up for auction. It is the Bass base holes. The Bass holes. The base holes is going to go up for a $5 start. Okay? The only LPs that... Actually, I have some over here. Let me get these all together. Here are the LPs that did not sell tonight. Let's get these sold. Buy it now or best offer. These were technically put up on the auction block and did not get a bid. So let's change that right now. Okay? First is the Burglar soundtrack for a $10 buy it now. The Burglar soundtrack, a $10 buy it now. A sealed OG Icantina, $10 buy it now. Debbie, actually that was $15. This was $15. Icantina was $15. Debbie Harry, $15. The Rolling Stones was already $35. And then I got it down to $25, and it's a clean copy. The Replacements was $25. The Traveling Wilburys was $35. And Randy Travis, I should say, was only $25. So that is the LPs that officially hit the auction block that were buy it nows. Randy Travis was an 86 US original, no condition notes. Traveling Wilburys is in shrink. It was a VG Plus copy for $35. The Replacements was $25. The Rolling Stones was $25. Sealed Debbie Harry, $15. Sealed Icantina, $15. And Sealed Burglar for $10. Now, when I left off, I had said Memphis was at 16. We sold New Kids on the Block. Memphis 17. Memphis 18. He says he's out on the Dickies. Base Holes got a bid for 5. Memphis Hordes 2022. And then let's go ahead and sell the Dickies then. Yellow Vinyl and the Dickies was sold up here. That was a long time ago. R.K. Tucker, $14. R.K. Tucker, $14. And then the next comment was Dennis Jackson on Ike. He gets that for $15. Okay, and then what was the song by April March on the 7-inch single? April March. I don't remember April March, but I will check. Melissa Bailey said Randy Travis, $18. And after that, there was no other offers. But Melissa, I would like to get $20 for this, if possible. I'll do $20. And actually, another offer just came in for $20. So, yeah, $20, and I'll sell that to you. Melissa Bailey, clean copy, Randy Travis. The next comment was Josh Tanner on RS, and that was for Rolling Stones. So that is officially sold to Josh Tanner for $25. Nice. And then Traveling Wilburys 30. that was the next comment with Oso Adventure. And there was another offer for 30. So Oso was first. Let's sell that to him for 30. And then Debbie was next on the Stones. Patty was next on Randy. Base has a new bid for 6. Mike Owen on Debbie Harry, a sealed original for $15. Mike Allspaw on the Burglar soundtrack for 10. And then John Reniski put RS. If that's for the Rolling Stones, already sold. Nick Bargeron, if that's for the Rolling Stones, already sold. Base 23, Memphis 23. Another offer on Traveling Wilburys, Memphis 25. And April March is on the base holes. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. Because right now, Melissa Bailey gets Randy Travis. So all those LPs are sold except the replacements. And interview Paul Westerberg. And this was a white label promo, $25. Surely we can get that sold. Now, the Memphis Horns is now at 25. Greg Murray, you're out. This is the base holes featuring April March. And that is Microscope Feeling, Microscope Feeling, Microscope Feeling, and Moody. Microscope Feeling and Moody. Okay? And that has a new bid of 7 with William Dragovich. Now the Memphis Horns is up to Greg Murray to say in or out. Donna has it for 25. So I need somebody to make an offer on that replacements record so I can sell it. That's the only LP that was put up for auction so far that has not sold. Now we had 4 miscellaneous items. The first miscellaneous item was a Kid Rock Backstage Pass from 1999, November 24th. That was $5. Final price. I've got an autograph here. This is a promotional item from Lonnie Mack's album Second Sight. It is autographed by Lonnie Mack. It's JSA authenticated. It was $75. $75. And then back here, we have an original. This is Avalon Ballroom postcard, which is basically like a mini concert poster for Buddy Miles Express. An original Avalon Ballroom, San Francisco. That was $15. And then I had a James Bond Goldfinger paperback for $6.99. That was literally all of the miscellaneous stuff there. That was it for miscellaneous. Those items right there. Okay? Now, the base holes has a new bid for 9. Donna, you get the Memphis Horns. That's sold to you for $25. Thank you, Donna. That's sold to you. And our next single from the New Orleans collection is right here. And this is Larson again, which I think is one of these like books and samplers. And Larson is going to go up for a $5 start. There's the record. This is Larson, I think number 13. Yeah, Larson number 13. That's going to go up for a $5 start. I'm not going to read off all the singles back there right now, but we will get to it in just a second. Because I want to get back to this half-off bin. My crate here has filled up really full. So let me swap out crates right quick. Base holes, the final call to Tim Voldness for 10. Because he just said out. Let me push this up here. And let me grab this new empty crate. New empty crate coming. That means we got at least one more crate to try to fill up tonight. I think we can do such. Boy, I've really cleaned out my bins over here. I normally would keep this so we can autograph it. Because I'm about to start doing something with these autographed. So I'm gonna make a request here. You can buy this, but I'm not going to open it and autograph it. Because I have kept all the Pablo Cruz records except this one because it's sealed. Because I have been selling them. I have some stuff we're building up for a big fundraiser autographed, okay? And I'm talking about like my autograph, not Pablo Cruz autograph. So I'm going to go ahead and sell this one because it's sealed. I guess I could have opened it, but it is a sealed Pablo Cruz record. That's going to go up for a $10 start. I'm not going to autograph it. I don't want to open it. let's keep it sealed. I'll let you open it, and then we'll take it from there. Next is Quarter Flash. Quarter Flash is a $10 start. Quarter Flash is a $10 start. I don't know if y'all have heard my ideas with Autograph Pablo, but I'm building up something cool, okay? Don't worry, it's coming in the near future. But that is a sealed Pablo Cruz, and I haven't had a Pablo Cruz record up in months, so that should stir some interest. Okay, now let's go through some half-off stuff. First, base holes was sold for 10. Larson has a bid for 9, and the base holes was sold to Tim Voldness, by the way. And then Quarter Flash is another sealed record, a $10 start on Quarter Flash. Sealed dollar start on Quarter Flash, okay? First thing we have in the half-off bin is Jim Croce. This is $7.50. A gatefold, the life and times of Jim Croce. Boy, this was overlooked. This is why I'm going back through this crate again. I did a speed run. Now we really need to pay attention to what's left in here. This is only $7.50. Wow. $7.50. The life and times of Jim Croce. Pablo Cruz is at 19. Romelu gets to Jim Croce. The crate's off to a good recap. We have Bram Tchaikovsky. This is $10 on Bram Tchaikovsky. This is Strange Man, Change Man, red Polydor label. That is half off, now just $10. We're doing a late night discount bin. Late night discount bin. America Sings, the original soundtrack of Disneyland Attraction. This was this is like a record book, basically based off of a Disneyland ride. America Sings, and of course, you know, there was Disneyland rides that were later inspired to be movies, like Pirates of the Caribbean. This is called America Sings. It's like a storybook and record from the Disneyland attraction. Burl Ives, that is now $25. Daniel Farrow, you were third on Jim Croce. Pablo Cruz is at $20. Larson is sold to R.K. Tucker for $9. We also have Chuck Berry Golden Decade Volume 2, $13.50 on that. Walt Disney's Addition and Subtraction, that is $10. Walt Disney Presents the Great Piano Concertos and Their Composers. Beethoven, that is 1965, another Disney record, that was $10. Foreigner by Cat Stevens, that was $7.50. Sandy Nelson, he's a drummer boy, $7.50. And Carly Simon Spy, $5. Pablo Cruz at $20. Quarter Flash has two $10 bids. Mike Owen has one, and Greg Beddinger has one. So, Greg, you're out. Now, Dennis Schellenberger wants the America Sings, America Stories. I think he meant America Sings here. That's sold to Dennis Schellenberger for $25. Romelu wants the Disney Piano record. That's sold to Romelu. Debbie Winstead on Cat Stevens. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Now, the next New Orleans single. I've got to step over here to get out of the tub. We took another big chunk out of them right then, selling off that handful. Here's another new handful coming up. This one right on top looks very interesting. This is the Mutants. This is the Mutants, and it's going to go up for a $5 start. Yes, the Pablo was sealed with hop sticker. The Mutants is kind of like on a pinkish looking vinyl. That's a $5 start. And yeah, the only reason I'm not keeping this Pablo is because it's sealed. I'm trying to get them all together so we can do some fundraising, charitable fundraising for the autographed ones. So that's why the only reason I'm selling that. I've been stashing them. I've got about 2 full crates of Pablo Cruz records, and I've told y'all already what I plan on doing with those, like a charitable fundraiser to sell off the autographed ones. So that's the only reason I'm selling this one, because it's sealed and I really can't autograph it. So, but yes, that's what we plan on doing in the future. If you hadn't heard already, we're doing some signed Pablo Cruz records for some charitable causes. And I've been stashing them and getting them ready for that, okay? Back to the half-off bin. The Charlie Daniels Story, a radio special. This is a pretty cool thing here. It's a promo only. So this was never sold in store, and it's the songs and stories of a simple man as told in narration and song by Charlie Daniels. So I think he's playing music and then he's talking about the songs. very cool here. It's $18.50, and that's the first time and only time I've ever had that record before. The Muffs is sold. Pablo Cruz is at 27. Quarter Flash is at 15 and 15. And Tommy Flowers on Charlie Daniels. And the Mutants has a high bid of $6 of R.K. Tucker. That's a new high bid. We have ABBA Super Trooper. ABBA is $10. Men at Work Cargo is $12.50. The System, the Pleasure Seekers. The System is a 1985. That is sealed, unopened for $12.50. Brian Briggs, Combat Zone, sealed for $10. We have Gary Morris in Shrink and Hype. Why Lady Why? Gary Morris is in Shrink and Hype, $7.50. Mike Owen on MAW. This is Men at Work Cargo. That is sold to Mike Owen for $12.50. I have the Knack Round Trip. The Knack is in Shrink, $7.50. The Knack Round Trip. The Gentrys, Keep on Dancing, Keep on Dancing, Keep on Dancing. The Gentrys, $12.50. Debbie Gibson, Out of the Blue. Debbie's in Shrink. The original on her sleeve, no condition notes, $12.50. Debbie has Pablo at $30. Quarter Flash is at $17. The Mutants just got one bid. R.K. Tucker, $6. Okay, I'm curious. Why would you sign Pablo Cruz LPs? John, that's kind of a long story. You have to have been on here for about the last 6 years. That goes back all the way to about 2020. 2019, actually, I think. I think that goes all the way back to 2019 or 2020. So it's a long story, but you just had, it's one of those deals you had to been there. David Williams on the Gentrys. D. Kong on Debbie Gibson. Great half off being here. Go West. This has their hit song Call Me on it. Just $10. Our next single is The Mutants. Drunk Mambo Outtakes. The Mutants is going to go up for a $5 start. The Mutants. And how about the Go Devils? I think is what that says. The Go Devils. I'm in Pittsburgh and it's raining. $5 on the Go Devils. Next is Leo Kottke, the best of Leo Kottke. A 2 LP, that's $10. Mike Owen got Go West. Romelu C was second. Tim Curry, I Do the Rock. $7.50 on Tim Curry. Another Charlie Daniels. This one's called Whiskey. $12.50 on Charlie Daniels. Original Orange Epic label clean. $12.50. Leo Kottke sold to Brent Robley. The Mutants is a $5 start. The Go Devils has a bid for $5. Sealed Pablo Cruz sold to Debbie Winston for $30. The 4 LP lot for $60. Yeah, I remember that. We've had some fun times with Pablo. Long story short, we used to make fun of him because Pablo Cruz is probably one of the most common 70s records of all time. Meaning, if you see them, if you start looking for them, you'll see them quite often. And we had basically somebody making a joke about them. And then I turned the tables and I started hyping them up. I'm a professional hypester, as y'all know. And when I turned the tables and started hyping them up, everybody started buying them. And then at that point, it became where everybody wanted them just because of the hype that I had created on them. I mean, they do have some pretty killer songs. Love Will Find a Way. What You Gonna Do. They got some great songs. It's yacht rock at its finest. I flipped the script and hyped them up, and then everybody started wanting them. And then we got to the point where I started selling autographed copies. Like, we auctioned off an autographed copy about 4 months ago for like $190. And that's when I said, okay, we've got to chill. If we're going to start selling these things for $200 autographed by Chad and the Collecco crew, let's put the money to a good cause. So what I've done is I've been stockpiling them for months, and I've been trying to figure out the best way to basically use the money, okay? So, because we had a couple people like bidding, I went back and looked, and there was like over 10 people that had bid over $100. And I'm like, okay, if somebody wants a Collecco relic signed by the crew, if we're going to sell it for that kind of money, let's put it into like some kind of scholarship or fundraiser or something serious. Because if I have people wanting to pay $100 for our autographs here, let's put the money to good cause instead of just selling them for the fun of it. So I basically been stockpiling them for that reason. The last bid was the Go Devils at 5, the Go Devils at 6, Mutants is at 5, Debbie Winston on Charlie Daniels, Go Devils at 7, Edmund Estrada on Tim Curry, the Go Devils at 8, the Mutants at 5, the Go Devils at 9, the Go Devils at 9, and we have ABBA. This is Voulouvet, $10. I can get signed copies of 1910. Now, John, I'm not talking about signed by Pablo Cruz. I'm talking about Pablo Cruz records signed by me and Laura and Paul and John and Seth and Tanner. I'm not talking about them signed by Pablo Cruz. I'm talking about that we autograph them. We autograph them, not the actual artist. Somebody got confused the other night on that too. But we have Jefferson Starship. We have $7.50 on Red Octopus. The Beach Boys in concert, $17.50. The Beach Boys in concert. Carla Bonoff, $5 on Carla Bonoff. Renaissance is only $5. And we have Procol Harum, Shine On Brightly. Procol Harum is $12.50. Procol Harum. And we have Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire. Gordon Lightfoot is $7.50. I just didn't know how to do it. I wanted to do like one big one, like one signed by everybody here, and then like I was going to auction it and then like match the money and then maybe see if anybody else, wanted to buy like one fully signed. But I think what I was going to do is just like have me sign them and sell them and then tell everybody, like have them like lined up and say, all right, I've signed 50 copies. They're X amount. We're going to use the money for a scholarship if anybody wants one. Or if anybody wants one like fully signed, it's going to be a lot more. But the money's obviously going to a good cause. And, because if I start having everybody here sign them, it's going to be a logistical nightmare. Because there's about 17 of us here now. We just kind of got a part-time, Jack helps us here part-time now. And if you include Tyler, there's about 17 of us. So it'd be like, we got to spread out tables and have like a signing day. I was like, that might be confusing. Plus, if somebody doesn't have it signed and we got to hold it for shipping, I was like, how about I sign them? And then if we can do some special ones signed by everybody. Otherwise, it could be like, I don't want to hold up somebody's order because Seth hadn't been here in 5 days to sign a Pablo Cruz record. I don't want to hold up anybody's order. So I'm like, let's do one special one and have it ready. And then like I can sign them at any time and ship them if we need to sell them for $55 or $75 or $100, or maybe we can sell them and, whatever. So I didn't want to be too confusing. So there's 4 auctions up right now, and here was the last bids. The Mutants was at 5, the Go Devils was at 9, the Go Devils was at 9, Quarter Flash was at 20, the Mutants was at 6, Romelu on BB. I had some stuff here I hadn't pulled yet. Romelu C on the Beach Boys, Robert Matthews on JS, and that was Jefferson Starship. Cyclone Doug on Carla Bonoff. That's so to Cyclone Doug. And then we have Price on the Heptones. Yeah, I never did introduce that. This is a sealed copy of the Heptones, and this is a $10 start. The Heptones Changing Times. $10 start on the Heptones. And now the Mutants has a new bid for 7 with Robert Warner, and the Go Devils. The Go Devils is a high bid of 9 with William Dragovich. R.K. Tucker, you're out. And then, just so y'all know, the last bid that came in on Quarter Flash was Greg Beddinger at 20. The bidder before him on Quarter Flash was Mike Owen at 18. And I don't think Mike said out. He did, so that's a final call. The Heptones has a bid for 12. So I thought it would be killer. I figured if we do that, we could probably raise some serious money for like a Collectco scholarship or, something. I mean, I feel like if we do it right and the way I kind of have it planned out in my head, maybe by the end of the year, it could be thousands of dollars we raise. So I'm like, let's do it that way. But I've kind of been putting it off because I'm waiting for like the right time to do it. I have all these ideas, but I kind of launch them at the right time. So here's what's left. Bram Chakowski, Chuck Berry, Sandy Nelson, Walt Disney, Addition and Subtraction, Carly Simon, ABBA, The System, Brian Briggs, Gary Morris, The Knack, ABBA, Renaissance, Procol Harum, and Gordon Lightfoot. Quarter Flash is sold for $20. That is sold to Greg Beddinger. We have the Heptones at 10, the Heptones at 12. Go is at 11, and the Mutants is at 8. So those are getting new bids. And I have another sealed LP to run. Here is Early Grass, Something Old, Something New, and Anita Lacey production. This is sealed, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. Early Grass, Something Old, Something New, $10 start on that. How about we bundle the rest of these? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's 14 records there. If anybody wants those, 14 remaining in a bundle deal. 14 in a bundle deal, $70. That's $5 each for everything that's left in there. There's not much. $70 for everything that's left there. Just FYI. Laura must be cooking something. Maybe. If not, then I need to go up front because I'm getting aromas of food in this place. Go is at 11 and 8, and it looks like those are final calls. Both of R.K. Tucker. Robert Warner is out. Williams out. Final calls on those. Okay. And then the Heptones is sold to Greg Murray for 12. That is sold to Greg Murray for 12. Okay. All right. And then we're about to sell those. And what else do I have over here? I got another sealed record. This one is Music of the Upper Amazon. The Awawa and Bora Indians. I don't know if I said that first word. Awawa and Bora Indians. Music of the Upper Amazon. That is sealed for a $10 start. Laura completely forgot. I smell it. It smells like ramen noodles, chicken flavor. And we have the Go Devils at 11. R.K. Tucker got the Mutants for 8. And then final call on either one of those auctions, actually. Anybody on the bundle? Anybody on the bundle? Bundle deal? Anybody? Bundle deal? Bundle deal. If not, I'm going to put it over here with the other bundle deal that didn't sell. Might be a little early. Usually bundle deals are like at 1 a.m. and midnight. So, all righty. Wendy's at the door of Wendy's. I wish. That sounds pretty good right now. I think my mom brought some food for the after show. Mom brought some food for the after show, so I'll look forward to that. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Let's put up the next New Orleans single. The next New Orleans single is the Roadrunners. Would You Be Mine and Come On Home. The Roadrunners is going to go up for a $5 start. And the next one here is, what an interesting one here, Mono Men. Cross Alley Stomp on red vinyl, the Mono Men, in like a die-cut sleeve. $5 start. The Mono Men. Wow, y'all got quiet. Y'all got really quiet. What would y'all like to see next? Let's take a poll. What would y'all like to see next? It wasn't ramen. It looked like something cheesy. Cheese. And I knew I smelled cheese when you walked by there. Something cheesy. Laura's eating something cheesy. Something Korean cheesy. Ramen. I know, I'm getting kind of hungry, honestly. Let's see here. I'm going to let all these requests come in because at some point I've got to make a decision on when we're transitioning from, we're going to be transitioning from vinyl and showing vinyl at a regular pace to transitioning to me going through some of these autographs like I had projected I was going to do tonight. Signed albums. So I'll let all these comments filter in, and then I'll read through them and see what everybody said. Let's see what's going on here. All right, so Roadrunners had a bid for 5, Mono Men 8, Mono Men 5, and then we have Ramen 45s. How about Jesus Christ Superstar of the book for 10? It was from earlier tonight. If I can find it, that will be and I'll have to figure out what it was priced. I'll have to find it and figure out what it was priced. Vintage, half off vintage. Vintage, new vintage, vinyl, vintage. Wow, a lot of vintage. There's more votes for vintage than anything, okay? Well, let me see if I can fulfill that need then. Let me go up front. Let me crate some stuff up that's going to be half off, okay? So let me go crate up some stuff, and we'll do some more half off from up front. I'll come back and do that right now. It'll be half off LPs. I'll crate stuff up, and we'll do it from up front, okay? And then if there's an offer from last night or the night before, oh my gosh, I'll have to restack stuff. I have got 4 stacks, 5 crates tall behind me with stuff from the last 48 hours. So there is no telling if it was from night or last night. It could be MIA for a while. Let me go up front and grab some LPs then. All righty. Let me see what I have in here. All right. Let me plug up this phone. I'm back. I was up front humming. I doubt y'all could hear me because my mic was probably out of reach. All right. So, here we go. Hope everybody's paying close attention. It didn't happen this way, but the first record is pretty cool to be half off. And we have both of these sold to R.K. Tucker, $8 and $5. Both sold. And then these are $10 buy it nows. Music of the Upper Amazon and the Early Grass. Those are $10 buy it nows. We have our next New Orleans single is Cheater Slicks 84 RD 79, 84 79, 84 Ford 79. That's a $5 start. And the next one is the Makers Tear Your World Apart. This one has a heavily damaged corner. It looks like at one point it might have got wet. Heavily damaged corner, and at one point might have been wet. The Makers is a double 45 too. There's two 45s in there. $5 start. How much was grass? $10. Both of those auctions were no bids for $10. This is a half off bin, which means the prices are no more, no less. No more, no less. Half off. Color on Cheater Slicks, kind of tealish, kind of teal. First record in here is The Doors. It's a 2009 press, 180 gram reissue, now just $17.50. The Doors, $17.50. Jackie is sold on grass for $10. I have another sealed LP here to run. John Schneider trying to outrun the wind. John Schneider is sealed for a $10 start. The Doors is sold to Melissa Bailey. John Baldry, It Ain't Easy, EX condition, $10. Green Warner Brothers label. We're going through a half off bin. There's John Baldry. Armageddon, this is probably at a big discount. $17.50 off. The price is now $17.50. A 75 Pitman press in shrink. Armageddon is VG Plus, $17.50 on that. So Melissa got The Doors, Jason, Debbie, and Moses all next. Both of these auctions have bids for 5 and 5, going once, going twice. Smokestack Lightning off the wall. That's VG condition, now just $10. Annette at Bikini Beach. Annette is in VG Plus condition, $12.50. Yes, Tormato. EX condition, $9. Yes, Tormato. EX condition, $9. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. It'll shine when it shines, with their hit song Jackie Blue on it. VG Plus condition, $7.50. The Rascals, Peaceful World. That's a 2 LP. Grade is VG Plus, $7.50. Next is Debbie Winston on Yes. That's sold to Debbie Winston. We're about to sell both 45s for 5 and 5. Sutherland Brothers and Quiver, Sailing. That is now $10. Sutherland Brothers and Quiver. The Very Best of Little Anthony. That is $6.50. John Mayall's Blues Breakers Crusade in shrink wrap. No condition notes on the vinyl. A Monarch pressing, $12.50. Greg Murray put R. I'm assuming that was for the Rascals. Debbie Winston was second. The Chicago Conspiracy Trial. This is now $7.50. David Rubush on the Annette record, Annette Bikini Beach. That is sold to David Rubush. Jason Boxall on Little Anthony. Jason put JM for John Mayall. And Cheater Slicks has a new bid for $7. That means the Makers just got one bid for $5, and that is sold to William Dragovich. But William Warner, you've been outbid on Cheater Slicks. John Schneider is a buy it now for $10. It's a sealed original retail copy. If anybody wants that, $10. John Schneider. Chris X next on John Mayall. The Rolling Stones, get your yayas out. The Rolling Stones is now just $17.50 on the Rolling Stones. Our Memories of Elvis, Volume 2, $7.50 on Elvis Presley. And we have Gene Pitney, 20 Greatest Hits. Gene Pitney, $5. I was just choosing John Mayall, not a Little Anthony. Okay, so Donna got Little Anthony, that's right. And then Jason got John Mayall. Yeah, that was right. Donna was first on Little Anthony. Donna was first on Little Anthony either way, yeah. And then you got John Mayall. All right, and then we got to make sure that Robert Warner doesn't want backing on that. We have All-Star Country Gold. This appears to be a 3 LP. All-Star Country Gold, $11.50. And we have Lighthouse, Can You Feel It? Lighthouse is $5. Next auction is South American Teenage Garage Punk. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Debbie Winston on Elvis. That's sold to Debbie Winston. David Robush on the Gene Pitney. That's sold to David Robush. Rock and Soul, the Everly Brothers. $5 on the Everly Brothers. Climax Blues Band, Sample and Hold. $10 on that. Charlie Musselwhite, a 78 US EX edition, $14. Charlie Musselwhite. And we have Delbert McClinton, Genuine Cowhide, Gold Stamp Promo, $8.50. Cheater Slicks is sold to R.K. Tucker for $7. The South American Teenage Garage Punk is a $5 start. And I need a new handful of New Orleans singles. I'm almost done with this tub. I don't know if I have many more in here, honestly. I may have to work on some bundles, or I'm not for sure what I'm going to have to do here. There's some loose ends I got to tie up, though. Here's a couple here. Here's one that looks pretty interesting. This is Brimstone Howl, Speed Gospel, Heat of the Beat. And it's kind of etched, I guess. It's sort of etched, 6 and 7, has an insert with it. Brimstone Howl, that's a $5 start. Chuck Haley on EB, and that was for the Everly Brothers. That's sort of Chuck Haley. If you're just joining us, we're going through a half-off bin. It is top of the hour. Half off, no more, no less. The Big Blues Harmonica of Ben Benet, a 66 stereo, VG condition, $5. The Rolling Stones, their Santanic Majesty's Request, OG stereo with lenticular cover, now just $22.50. And I actually looked ahead earlier. I have 2 of them. I was like, what in the world? First of all, why is that still slaying around? And now the fact that we got 2 of them, both in VG condition, how crazy is that on the Rolling Stones? An album such as that. The Brimstone Howl has a bid for $5. John Reniski gets a Rolling Stones for $22.50. There's another one there if anybody wants it. Jimmy McGriff, Junior Parker, VG condition, $5 on that. The Lamont Cranston Band, LC Notes, VG Plus, $5. And we have Scuffling with Stu Ramsey and Chicago Slim. EX condition, $9, a 69 US. Brimstone Howl has a bid for $5, $6, $7. Those were both in VG condition. Yes, this is the Rolling Stones, their Santanic Majesty's Request. VG copies. I got 2 of them for $22.50. Charlie Musselwhite again, going back down south. VG Plus, $12.50. And the Manish Boys, Satellite Rock, the Manish Boys, $5. Jimi Hendrix, Band of Gypsies, VG Plus, now just $12.50. Dennis Schellenberger on Blues Harmonica. That was Blues Harmonica. That's something. Did I have something with the title Blues Harmonica with it? I must have. This right here, the big Ben Bay. Okay? And then John Kaiser says he'll take a Rolling Stones. I'm surprised somebody didn't say, I'll take both of them. So that is so to John Kaiser. Does anybody else want the other one? There's one more left in there. Felix wants Band of Gypsies. That's so to Felix. By the way, Laura just dropped off a new crate. So after this, we will have a crate of new arrivals. We might go ahead and knock out another half-off bin, though. But there was a new crate that was just delivered. Just saying. Just FYI. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. Sorry, had to reply to something. And then next is Felix Salas got the band. And then we have Brimstone Howl at 7. And now 8. Greg was second on Jimi Hendrix. John Kaiser says he'll take the other Rolling Stones as well. Nobody bid on South American Teenage Garage Punk. That was $5. So that's a $5 buy it now if anybody wants it. The next single is right here. And this is The Reactions. I Want You and Frenzied. That's a $5 start on that. Back to the half-off stuff. Therion Leviathan. This is gold with black and silver splatter. Now just $25. Wow. And The Doors' Greatest Hits. Wow, $17.50. The Doors' Greatest Hits. $17.50. And Zappa in New York. Frank Zappa is $17.50. No condition notes on the vinyl, but there is noticeable cover wear. $17.50 on that. Stephen Riley on Therion. Adam Bullock second on that. We have Brewer and Shipley Tarkio with their hit One Toke Over the Line. VG Plus $7.50. Brimstone Howl is sold to Debbie Winstead for $8. And we have Pete Townsend, the Iron Man musical. Music by Pete Townsend with book. EX condition on the vinyl, $9. Cameron Porter on the Zappa. That is sold. The Reactions is a $5 start. As of right now, no bid on it. As of right now, no bid on it. The next New Orleans single doesn't have a sleeve here. That could be some of the best ones here. Let's see what we got. The John Spencer Blues Explosion has a jukebox strip with it. The John Spencer Blues Explosion. Son of Sam and Bent. $5 start on that. Okay. Did you fool Pitney for it? I did. Yes, Gene Pitney's been pulled. Gene Pitney's been pulled. John Spencer has a bid for $5. That was quick from Craig. Black Orpheus. That is VG condition, $5. Blue Oyster Cult, Secret Treaties. VG condition for $5. And 18 Yellow Roses and 11 Other Hits by Bob Darren. No condition note, $7.50. Doors is sold to John Reniski, and then Greg Beddinger, and then MT Matt. John Reniski was first, though. Santana Z-Bop. Santana's a gold stamp promo. $10. Why does it feel like it have extras? There's something else in here. Wow, it's a Santana folder. It's like a press kit. It is a gold stamp promo. Anything else in here? It's got an original inner sleeve. It's got a card, like that card that's on the back of the inner sleeve. There's an actual card, like a postcard almost. Interesting. So it comes with like a press folder. Debbie Winstead on Blue Oyster Cult. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Robin Ford, Talk to Your Daughter. Robin Ford is $7.50. KGB. This is sealed for $12.50. Big Boy Henry. His new recordings, 87 to 89, $7.50. The Ricky Nelson Story, a 3 LP compilation. Price is $10. And Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $7.50. Not done, but I'm going to go ahead and sell John Spencer for $5 to Craig Thomas. And then nobody bid on the Reactions, so it's a $5 buy now on the Reactions. Next was Donna Turner on BBH for Big Boy Henry. That's sold to Donna Turner. Bobby V Meets the Crickets, $7.50. Bottle of Wine, The Fireballs, $5. John McLaughlin, Devotion. John McLaughlin on Douglas 4, now just $10. Wow, that was a great half off bid. Sold a big chunk out of there. Let's try to sell the rest of them. First thing I need is what? I don't know. A New Orleans single. That's probably what I need. Let's see what I got right here. Bobby Comstock and the Coconuts. Tennessee Waltz and Sweet Talk. Bobby Comstock and the Coconuts. That sounds like a good one. It's on Blaze. It's going to go up for a $5 start. The Teardrop Explodes, Passionate Friend. Christ versus Warhol, written by Julian Cope. $5 start on that. David Robush on V for Bobby V. Chuck Haley gets the Ricky Nelson 3 LP compilation. $10. All right, so this was a solid half off bin. There's a few in here I still can't believe hadn't sold. So I'm going to try them one more time, and then I may go ahead and knock out this other one that was already up here. And then there's also a new lower crate. Oh my gosh, I'm having to stretch right quick. Oh. That's all why I'm making funny noises. I've almost got down on the floor to stretch right quick. Oh, that was a good one. I need to do that every 30 minutes instead of every 5 hours. Felix Salas on devotion. We had George says somebody needs to get Robin Ford. What was devotion here? Devotion. Oh, that was John McLaughlin. Okay. That's over $10. Quick read through here. Here's what's left. John Baldry, EX condition, $10. Armageddon, VG Plus, $17.50. Kind of surprised that's still there. Smokestack Lightning off the wall, VG 10. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, VG Plus, $7.50. Sutherland Brothers and Quiver, $10. The Chicago Conspiracy Trial, $7.50. The Rolling Stones Get Your Yayas Out, $17.50. All-Star Country Gold, a 3LP comp, $11.50. Glenn Campbell, Emmylou Harris, Eddie Raven, Conway Twitty, Sonny Curtis, Juice Newton, just to give you an idea, Gene Watson, $11.50. It is 3 LPs. Lighthouse, $5. Can You Feel It? Climax Blues Band is $10. Charlie Musselwhite was EX, $14. Deborah McClinton, EX, $8.50. Jimmy McGriff, Jr. Parker, VG, $5. And Lamont Cranston Band, VG Plus, $5. Teardrop is sold to Craig for $5. Bobby Comstock is a $5 buy now. We have Scuffling with Stu Ramsey and Chicago Slim, EX edition, $9. Charlie Musselwhite was VG Plus, $12.50. The Manish Boys was $5. Brewer and Shipley Tarkio, VG Plus, $7.50. Pete Townsend doing the Iron Man musical, EX, $9. Black Orpheus, VG, $5. Bob Darren was $7.50. Santana was $10. Robin Ford was $7.50. Jefferson Starship, $7.50. KGB is sealed, $12.50. And the Fireballs is $5. And then Felix Salas on Devotion. And I've already pulled that. And Rick Perino on Brewer and Shipley. I look down, it's like, Devotion, I've already pulled that. Newest comment was Brewer and Shipley. That's so to Rick Perino. Thank you. Okay? All right, let me go peek and see if this is... I got a lower crate and then a half-off crate. And let me figure out if this half-off crate's coming up on deck. Let me take a peek at it here. I think this one had some of those soundtracks from the other night. There's Stones in here. There's George Harrison albums. There's Paul Simon, Tina Turner. I'll go ahead and give you some clues. And then some of those soundtracks. It's a pretty recent crate, but I think probably for one of our last true vintage crates of the night, it would be a good one. I think it would almost fill up the rest of this crate. And then maybe we can sell a bunch out of the lower crate. And then we'll be hot diddly who. I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool. I don't know where I came up with that either. Hot diddly who. David Rubush on the Fireballs. Thank you. So I'm going to put this, and I'm going to go ahead and say y'all have pretty much wiped out all the sold auctions tonight that Laura got ready. There's nothing left. Just those couple sealed records. And I'm going to have to restock the New Orleans stuff. We've almost done with this tub. I'm going to go get a couple more, but we've almost sold this entire tub here. What's left is some that I hadn't got to over here on the sides. I know y'all can't see what I'm talking about. And then some of this stuff I'm going to have to like match. It's like scraps. I think sleeves where records have came out, and I'm going to have to match them. Here's the Midnighters. The Midnighters. Everybody Needs Somebody to Love, $5 start, and Lost Patrol. I still got some. I tried to do all the ones in sleeves first, but I'm starting to get to just like loose records and like stuff in like company sleeves and not really in picture sleeves. So those are $5 starts. A lot of odd stuff. I got another great half-off record crate coming, another half-off crate coming, because that one was really good. And this one is already up here, and it's pretty recent, so those are always good. Then we'll do this lower crate, and then I'll go ahead and get into the promised autograph the promised autographed stuff I said I would do, which is going to be at the conclusion of this crate and the next crate, because I got to do that for two reasons. One, to try to sell some of them, and two, to get them ready for tomorrow. And we'll be doing that up until, I'll be live until 1:15. So we got a great half-off crate, a lower crate, and then I'm going to try to go through what autographs I can quickly. It won't leave me a lot of time, but I'll be here till 1:15 going through that. And then I'll be back again tomorrow, and I'll be back Thursday, and I'll be back Friday, and I'll be back Saturday. First thing we have in here, right off the bat, George Harrison Dark Horse. The prices I'm saying are the half-off prices. $64 on Facebook, $115 on YouTube. That's a pretty good crowd. Hopefully everybody's buying. This is $12.50. The Midnighters tune is Everybody Needs Somebody to Love and Never Knew I Had It So Bad. George Harrison, right off the bat, $12.50. A Bachmer Toner Overdrive 2, Taking Care of Business. This is now just $7.50. Let it ride. These, if I don't say anything about grade, I'm pretty sure everything in here is non-check condition. All right, there's BTO. Also, Edgar Winter Group Free Ride. That's $13.50. Edgar Winter Group Free Ride. That's on the Orange Epic label, $13.50. We have Welcome to the Canteen. That is now $10. And Wishbone Ash, there's the rub. Wishbone Ash is $10. And Spirit, the Spirit of 76, that's now $15. Edmund Estrada on BTO, that's sold. MT Matt was second. The Midnighters is at 10. Has anybody been on Lost Patrol? It's a $5 start. Still got Traffic. Edgar Winter Group has Frankenstein on it. Great track. Two of a Kind soundtrack. This is Travolta and Olivia Newton-John. That is $10. Also, the soundtrack to Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. The music's by Alex North. That movie had Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton. That is $10 on that. The Midnighters is at 10 with William Dragovich. Everybody else is out on that, just FYI. We have the soundtrack to Honeysuckle Rose, Willie Nelson. That's now just $12.50. Moscow on the Hudson. $10 on Moscow on the Hudson. And the Beverly Hills Cop, Glenn Fry, The Heat Is On. $10 on Beverly Hills Cop. That's the original. Midnighter's still getting bids, but nobody bid on Lost Patrol, so I'm going to make that a buy it now for $5 on Lost Patrol. Staying Alive. $10 on Staying Alive. Flashdance. $10 on Flashdance. There's the other classic Willie soundtrack, The Electric Horseman, $10. Lots of soundtracks there, and now they've ended up in the half-off bin. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to put up another record. Put another record on. That's a Genesis song. Go check it out if you've never heard it. Ooh, a Zappa picture sleeve. There's still great stuff out of this New Orleans batch I hadn't got to. Here is a Zappa single. I Don't Want to Get Drafted. And the flip side of that was I Don't Want to Get Drafted. It's a promo in the picture sleeve. Zappa. It has a little bit of chipping over here on the side. There is chipping on the side. $5 on Zappa. Okay? Next new comment was Midnighters 10, 11, 12. Michael Ruttman on HR. HR was for Honeysuckle Rose. The Midnighters 12. Midnighters 12. Mike Wild on Beverly Hills Cop. Thank you. Debbie Winston on Willie. I'm assuming you wanted the Electric Horseman. That's sold. Richard Group said Edgar Winter info and condition. And then after that is Timothy Horn claiming it. But Rich Group has details. Let me grade this for Rich Group. Rich Group, this is on the orange label, which is the second label. The first label would be yellow, and it was on yellow for a short time, and then it went over to this orange label. It's still an older copy. I would grade the vinyl EX+. There's not really any scuffs, just some light, maybe light sleeve marks. The cover's around VG. It's $13.50. And then Timothy Horn's next if you don't want it. Frank Zappa's a $5 start. It is a promo. We also have the Big Chill, and we have Big Chill More Songs. That would be like buy one, get one free if you bought both of them, because they're now $10 and $10. Hey, I know that guy. That's the guy from Jurassic Park. $10 and $10. Okay. The label on the Midnighters. This is the Midnighters. Everybody Needs Somebody to Love on Norton. It is the dead wax reads U-60262-B. And then over here we have NR-45-873-B. And then the A side is U-60262-A, NR-45-873-A, and then also WG/NRP. We got a tie on that at $14. Now, Melissa, you put BC more. I'm assuming you just want more and not volume 1, right? So that's sold to Melissa for $10. Edgar Winter is sold to Timothy Horn. And now Big Chill, if no one claims it, I'll read the track listing. It always sells it. This is a great half-off bin. Clapton at $17.50. Beautiful condition. Clapton, $17.50. I had $19.99 on Jesus Christ. So that means for tonight, since it's a new arrival, I would do $15 on it. I would do $15. Jason wants Big Chill. That's sold to Jason. He gets volume 1. Elton John, Rock of the Westies. That's in shrink wrap for $10. Christopher Cross, another page. $5 on Christopher Cross. Culture Club, Waking Up with the House on Fire, $12.50. Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind, $10. Okay, so Zappa didn't get a bid, so he's a buy now for $5. The Midnighters is at $15 with Debbie, and that means that William Dragovich, you're out. John Reniski on Culture Club, then Jason Boxell. And we have the Supremes sing Holland Dozier Holland. $7.50 on the Supremes. Holland Dozier Holland. And then John Griffin third on Culture Club. Let's grab another New Orleans single. And the next New Orleans single is Nishiguchi Jive 5. $5 start. John Reniski said Crisscross, not Culture Club. Okay. So he wanted CC Christopher Cross. Jason Boxell, did you want Christopher Cross or Culture Club? John Griffin, did you want Christopher Cross or Culture Club? Jason's was for Christopher Cross as well. So John Griffin, you're next in line. If your CC was for Culture Club, then you got it. John was also for Christopher Cross. So who else was in there? It was Reniski, which he got it. Jason was second, then John Griffin. Okay, so Jim B, the best way to do that, if you have the list ready, just send it to, you can send it in an email like I think you did before, because Ed, and they can look for them tomorrow, or they'll give them to me, and I'll look for them tomorrow if I'm here in enough time. Sometimes Ed hunts them. And then Mr. Gamecock, I will have to find that for you in a second. But I will make sure it's sold to you, okay? Then Burt Jordan got the Supremes. Did he go out on the Midnighters? William, he did. So Debbie Winston got that for $15. And now the Jive 5 has a bid for $5. This is a really cool record here. This is Dick Clark, 20 Years of Rock and Roll, $12.50. 30 tracks, really cool compilation. Dick Clark, $12.50 on that. Andrea, the Sun Rays. Andrea's in shrink wrap on Tower Records, $10. Traffic, When the Eagle Flies. Traffic is $10. Nice copy of that. Jason Boxell on Dick Clark. Dave Soretno was second. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, Tina Turner, $12.50. Our next New Orleans single is going to go up right now. And this is sealed, I believe. Otto Ramos, HCI, Otto Ramos, Cooper Sukar, and Submarino. Otto Ramos is a $5 start. Lots of people on Dick Clark, but Jason was first. Roberta Flack, Blue Lights in the Basement. Roberta Flack is $10. Asia, $10 on Asia. The Association's Greatest Hits, $7.50. St. Elmo's Fire soundtrack, $12.50. Jive 5, sold to Rod Bryan for $5. And the Otto Ramos is a $5 step. Boy, it's getting cold in the store, Laura. I don't know about you. I'm going to have to go turn back on the heat. It's one of those, it's that time of the year where at night and in the morning you need the heat, and during the day you got to have the air conditioning. It's that time in Tennessee. Very bizarre. Rod Bryan on Roberta Flack. Donna Turner on Roberta Flack. Rod Bryan on the Association. Boy, I messed up again. Hold on, let me rewind like that never happened. Donna Turner got Roberta Flack. Rod Bryan got Asia. Debbie Winstead got the Association. Mike Allspaw got St. Elmo's Fire. That was 4 in a row. That was a 4-for-4 run there. Right now, here's the unsold New Orleans records. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'll do them all for $15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 at $3 each instead of $5 at each. All those are now $15 if anybody wants them. Final call on the Otto Ramos to get a bid in on that for $5. Greg was second on Asia. How much was Tina Turner? $12.50. This is the Rolling Stones Between the Buttons. $17.50 on the Rolling Stones Between the Buttons. Learn Code. I remember this record. It was that Morse code record. You listen to this and you'll instantly learn how to do Morse code. $10 on Morse code. Procol Harum Live, $10 on Procol Harum Live, $10. John Kaiser on the Rolling Stones. Burt Jordan on the Rolling Stones. John Kaiser got Tina Turner. Those are sold and sold. George Harrison, Living in the Material World. George Harrison is $13.50. $13.50. And Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, $7.50 in boss cover. Otto Ramos is a buy it now for $5. $5 on Otto Ramos. All righty. Let's see what I've got over here. Let me bring all these closer so I don't have to walk back and forth. Here's our next New Orleans singles. Next New Orleans single. Les Thugs. Falling Apart. $5 start. There is a tear in the sleeve. Les Thugs. $5 start on that. Michael Butler first on the George Harrison. John Reniski second. And then Debbie Winstead got BTO. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Wishbone Ash. Front page news. $10 on Wishbone Ash. Eric Clapton self-titled. $17.50 on Clapton by Clapton. Eric Clapton by Eric Clapton, I should say. Three Dog Night. Joy to the World. Their greatest hits. $10 on that. George Thorogood Live is $10. George Thorogood Live is $10. And the Rolling Stones Goathead Soup. Nice. Gatefold with the original Goathead Soup insert and the original inner sleeve. Now just $20. That's pretty wild. Okay, I had that bundle, those 5 for $15. I'm going to add another one with it and make it $15. So now that's 6 for $15 in the New Orleans bundle. Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., Simon & Garfunkel, original Columbia 2i, $7.50. Next comment is Dave Seretna on GGL. That was GGL. GGL was... What was GGL? George... I'm trying to figure out GGL. George Thorogood. Wait a second. Right here. George Thurgood live. George live, maybe. Yeah, that's so to Dave Seretna. Burt Jordan was second. Greg Beddinger on Three Dog Night. Okay. Greg Beddinger got, wait a minute. He might want 3 a.m. because he just said 3 a.m. We had 3 Dog and 3 a.m. So I'm assuming you wanted just 3 a.m., right? If that's not right, let me know. Greg Bendinger got 3 a.m. Jackie Reynolds then gets 3 Dog Night. Dave Seretna, you're late. Or no, you did want George on that. That was your correction for George. Never mind. Rod Ryan got Alto Ramos. Okay, that's got to be a problem because I've already put it in a bundle and William said he would want it. So, I don't know how to do that now. I guess I could sell Rod Alto Ramos for $5. And then I could sell William the rest of them for $10. I guess I could do that because he was actually first. So let me sell Rod Alto Ramos for $5. And then sell William these remaining ones, which were $5 for $10. Okay? So Williams gets those next 5 for $10, which is from Zappa to South American Punk. Now, okay, so I was about to say that your comment came in awfully early for 3 a.m. So let me correct these right here. The first thing we had was Greg Bandiger. I think he was first on 3 Dog Night. Okay, so he was first on 3 Dog Night. Jackie, you're second. And then he was actually first on 3 a.m. as well. Then Rick Perrine. Matt Lawson, or excuse me, MT Matt got Rolling Stones. Then Curtis asked if it's an original. It was. And then we have Gold Turkey National Lampoon, $7.50. What really screwed us up there is we had 3 Dog Night and we had 3 a.m. And he was first on both of them. And I thought he was correcting me, but he was actually first on both. Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen, that is $10. Spanking Our Gang, Like to Get to Know Ya, that's $10 on Spanking Our Gang. Nancy Sinatra, Boots. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. This is $17.50 because it's a beautiful original tricolor steamboat. $17.50 on that. And then Dave Seretna on BS for Bruce Springsteen. John Reniski was second. And then we had Paul Simon for $15 and George Thorogood for $10. Those are available. Debbie Winstead on Spanking Our Gang, Like to Get to Know Ya. That is sold to Debbie Winstead. Les Thugs is a buy it now for $5. That's called Falling Apart. Our next New Orleans single is actually an old one here. Dwayne Eddy and the Rebels, Shazam, and the Secret 7. There is some writing on the label. The vinyl's in like VG condition. That's an older record though in the picture sleeve. Dwayne Eddy's a $5 start. Dwayne Eddy's a $5 start. The next one, I don't think I have a sleeve for. It is the Monks. You'll Be the Death of Me. And Nice Legs, Shame About Her Face. That's a $5 start. Okay? MT Matt wants to put back Goathead Soup. Curtis Marachi, if you want it, let me know. It is OG, and it's only $20. Dave Seretna got George Thorogood. I told y'all that was a great half-off crate. One more read-through, and then I actually have a crate of new arrivals from Laura. I have a crate of new arrivals over here from Laura. Okay, but we got to read through these one more time. First thing is Traffic. It's actually, it's billed as Winwood, Capaldi, Mason Wood, a.k.a. Traffic with Rick Gretsch. Welcome to the Canteen, $10. Wishbone Ash, There's the Rub, $10. Spirit of 76, $15. John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John, Two of a Kind, $10 on that. Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, that is $10. Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf soundtrack. Moscow on the Hudson is $10. Staying Alive is $10. Flashdance soundtrack is $10. Eric Clapton was $17.50. The Monks has a bid for $5. Final call to get a bid in on Dwayne Eddy. Elton John's $10. Trina Long on Traffic. That's sold to Trina Long. We have Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind. Hall & Oates is $10. Culture Club in Shrink. That's $12.50. Waking Up with a House on Fire. Andrea, the Sun Rays, $10. Another Traffic, When the Eagle Flies. $10 on that one. Learn Morse Code. Morse Code, $10. Procol Harum Live, $10. And then a couple in here I can't believe didn't sell. Wishbone Ash was $10. And then especially Clapton here, $17.50. National Lampoon's Record is $7.50. Nancy Sinatra, for sure, surprised, $17.50. Trina Long on Hall & Oates, that is right here, and that's sold to Trina Long. Debbie Winstead on Traffic. This other Traffic is sold to Debbie Winstead. We had Paul Simon Graceland. You Can Call Me Al. That's only $15. And now the Rolling Stones is $20. That was a putback and it's still available. Chuck Haley on D. Clark. D. Clark for Chuck Haley. Oh, you're very far behind. That's Dick Clark. Trina put PHL. Procol Harum Live. And Melinda Deering wants Morse Code and Staying Alive soundtrack. Edmund Estrada on Paul Simon. Curtis Marachi on the Rolling Stones. Michael Butler on Nancy Sinatra. Donna in the half-off bins. Always no further discounts. I'm going to keep those at half off because Felix wants one of them if you don't. Felix wants at least one of them if you don't. I have really filled up this crate, so let me swap out crates right quick. I probably put, whoever watches this will be like, Chad, you put a little bit too much in the red crate. That's okay. All of a sudden right there at there was a fury of sales right there at the end. Let me grab a new empty one in here right quick. All right. So I pulled Nancy for Michael. Felix wants self-titled. Donna wants the first one, Behind the Sun. That's sold to her for $17.50. And Felix wanted self-titled. That means Regina Tabor, not Tater, whatever I just said, Tater. I've got food on my mind. And that's sold to her for $5, the Wayne Eddy. And then the Monks is sold for $5 to Preston Rose. Not much left in there. We had National Lampoon, Wishbone Ash, The Sun Rays, Culture Club, Elton John, Flashdance, Moscow, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, Olivia Newton-John, Spirit, and Wishbone Ash. Now, our next New Orleans single is going to be The Pretty Things Picture Disc. Eve of Destruction, Rosalind, Passion of Love, Fragile, The Pretty Things. That's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start on that. And the other one here is Junior Marvel. It's going to go up for a $5 start. Junior Marvel. I'm going to offer what's left as a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. $55 if anybody wants everything that's left. $55 if somebody wants the remaining LPs. Just saying. They're available. Robertson on Pretty Things at $5. If not, I'm going to bring over a New Arrivals crate that's being shown at $11.39 of New Arrivals. After the New Arrivals, I'm going to go through some autographed LPs that aren't really priced. And some of them are going to be for sale. Some of them I'm going to be like, I'm not going to price it, but it'll be for sale tomorrow or Thursday or in the future. And there'll be a lot for sale, though, and I probably won't get to get through very few because the feed will end at 1:15, and that's where we'll stop tonight. So we still got quite a bit of time on here. It's not even midnight yet, but time will fly, I promise. It will fly pretty fast, actually. Or I'll get, between now and then, I'll get even hungrier, and I'll be like, okay, never mind. This whole thing is over. I'm going to eat. We'll see what happens. All right, new arrivals. Let's see what we have here. Pretty Things, the final call for $5. And if you do want to get a bid on Junior Marvel, let me know. Here is the lower crate. Well, it's even got some hearts on it. That is going to the first person who claims a record out of here. You get a complimentary artistic lower crate sticker for your personal collection. Just saying. First thing I have in here is DJ Shadow, Our Pathetic Age. DJ Shadow is a 2LP sealed, $24.99 on DJ Shadow. These are new arrivals, sticker price. I've got 2 copies here of Eagles of Death Metal presents Pigeons of SHIT Metal. Eagles of Death Metal presents Pigeons of SHIT Metal. Milky Clear of Splatter, unopened, $49.99. I want the sticker. It goes to the first record purchased in the bin. Hopefully you're first, Janet. We have Marvin Gaye, More Trouble. Alternate takes and bonus material from the Trouble Man sessions. Marvin Gaye is sealed, $24.99. The Hives, The Death of Randy Fitzsimmons. The Hives is sealed, $19.99. And Lake Street Drive, Free Yourself Up. Lake Street Drive is sealed, $19.99. The Pretty Things is sold for $5 to Robert Warner. Junior Marvel's a buy it now for $5. The next new Orleans single is going to be one here I don't have in a sleeve. It is Hot, DAMN, My Panties Are Too Tight, Femme Fatale, not from the album, Not For Sale, You A-Hole. I'm really not really sure what this is, but it's a $5 start. And this next one is The Cold, You and 3 Chord City. Their stuff's always pretty popular. The Cold is a $5 start. Next record, Margot Price, Strays, live at Grimey's. Sealed record store day, $19.99. We have 2 copies of the Dead Kennedy Frankenchrist, $29.99. Looks like they have some seam crackles at the top. Dead Kennedy's $29.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies of Fables of the REM. REM is just $24.99. Let me tell you, it's late, and there's not as many active buyers right now. Here's how these late night lower crates have been. We've shown them. We've posted them in the group. Okay? And they usually get claimed in the group when we show them late here at night. What I'm trying to say is if you want something here, I would grab it. Reposting these in the group have been very popular because people that's already went to bed will watch it first thing in the morning. And a lot of stuff's been sold. And there's some videos that I think are still getting older comments where people still trying to buy stuff that's already sold. REM is sold to Chris Kirkley. And then I go through it live tomorrow early when I'm pulling everything out that's sold. And then the rest of it usually sells then. Chris Kirkley, thank you. That is sold to you. Now, if some of you men is going to get these lower crate stickers, and your wives are going to find them, and they're going to be like, who is Laura? And why do you have a sticker with her name on it? Some of y'all are going to get into some trouble because of these Laura sticker crates. We have Darren Johnson on Dead Kennedy's Frankenchrist. That's sold to Darren Johnson. Patrick Fu wants an REM. These records both have bids for $5, final call. Eagles of Death Metal. Eagles of Death Metal price. Adam Bullock, that was $49.99. Milky Clear of Splatter, $49.99. All, as in ALL, All Roy's Revenge. Sealed, $24.99. Cold has a new bid for $6. Robert Warner, you've been outbid. Hot has a new bid for $6. Craig Thomas, you've been outbid. And we have John Mayer, The Search for Everything. John Mayer is sealed, $24.99. We're going to get a message. Chad, my wife left me because she thought I was seeing somebody named Laura's Crate. I'm going to be like, Collectco has no responsibility for future arguments with your wife. Jim B wants all. Chris Kirkley, I don't know. I feel like we're going to get a message from Chris Kirkley. Can y'all please tell me who Laura is and why she's sending my husband sticky notes? All is sold to Jim B. Adam Bullock does want an Eagles of Death medal. And then Janet wants a John Mayer. Nice. That's sold to Janet. Hot getting new bids. Cold getting new bids. Wow, I'm just now realizing we've got hot and cold up for bid. I'm just now, my brain, because I'm a little sluggish right now, is now just realizing we got hot and cold up for bid. Who's going to win? Hot or cold? Wow. This don't happen too often, folks. We have the last something. And this is sealed on green vinyl for $24.99. The last Young Boy Never Broke Again. Does that say Slumito? I think. Hot 9, hot 8, cold 8. Excuse me. Cold 8, hot 9, hot 10. Dr. Dre, The Chronic. Wow, a great price at $29.99. Consider that on sale. You need to buy those immediately. That's $15 below MSRP on those. Sealed. Dre's. $29.99. Hot out. Hot's at 10. What a title. Words Chad don't say. I try not to cuss on here, you know. One, I don't want to get flagged by moderators on Facebook and YouTube, which I'm pretty sure I've watched some videos on Facebook and YouTube with some pretty dirty language. But, you know, Jim B getting all 4 Dre's. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Also to Jim B, $29.99. That was already an on-sale price. That's so to Jim B. Felix Salas on Marvin Gaye. That is so to Felix Salas. So Cold's at 9. The question is, does Jim B want back in? Patrick Fu says, sorry, Chad, I need to put back REM. Charge me $10,000. We actually have a hidden clause, Patrick, a hidden clause in our user-buyer agreement. If you put back REM, it's a $1 million fee. So that one's going to sting. But there's a clause saying if you put back REM, it's a $1 million fee. We have Perry Ubu, The Modern Dance, Perry Ubu. The first user release, the first studio release from Perry Ubu. Sealed on white vinyl, $24.99. Cold has a new bid for $12. Hot's about to sell for $10. One more from the heart. That's Tom Waits and Crystal Gale. Tom Waits is sealed for $19.99. What else do we have? Tedeschi Trucks Band, I Am the Moon, Part 1, Crescent. Sealed, $19.99. Hot is sold to Vicky Allison for $10. What a record. Thank you, Vicky. So Hot sold, but it's losing out to Cold, which has a high bid of $13. Our next New Orleans single. We've already sold a Graham Day tonight for $5, so here's another one. Graham Day is $5. Graham Day and the Gaylords, Get Off My Track, $5. And then here's our next single. Knockout Greg and Blue Weather. Knockout Greg and Blue Weather. Goofin'. A $5 star. It looks like it's on Goofin' Records. I'm going to see if I have a picture sleeve for this. I probably don't. It wasn't in one, but I'm going to look through my remaining scraps over here. Chris Kirkley on trucks. Let's see. That's just a company sleeve. No, there's nothing left in here. We're almost to the end of this tub, it looks like. There's actually, I've skipped over a couple because it's like Jefferson Starship and people that is not New Orleans typical. No, I don't have a sleeve for that. That's it. Now there was some, oh yeah, I know I have more down here. Never mind. I got another handful down here on the floor, basically. All right, sorry, back to the records. Gold Diggers Sound, the new album from Leon Bridges. Leon Bridges is sealed, 1999. Felix wants One from the Heart. That's sold. Code is now at 16. Jim B's out. 3 Leon Bridges. Hot Pink by Doja Cat. Sealed on pink vinyl for $24.99. Earth Gang, Mirrorland. Sealed for $29.99. Earth Gang, Mirrorland. And Genesis, Nursery Crime. Sealed Genesis, $24.99. Sealed Genesis, $24.99. All right, so Cold is at 16. I haven't heard back from Jim B. This Knockout Greg and Blue Weather is a $5 buy now. Nobody bid on that. And I think my remaining stack of New Orleans stuff's right here. Boy, I think we've truly auctioned New Orleans stuff tonight for the last, well, since we've been live. Since I got started at 5:12, I immediately put up a New Orleans single, and I don't think I've paused tonight. So we've been selling New Orleans pretty much straight through tonight. Here's our next one, and we've almost finished this tub, so I can start with a new batch tomorrow. That means I bet there's some really good stuff tomorrow, because those fresh boxes, like I immediately go to the ones that catches my eye first. Here is on blue vinyl, on Vox Records, the Barracudas. It's a 4-track, the Barracudas, $5 start. Everything in here is new and sealed. This is all brand new records. These are all brand new. Genesis is sealed, $24.99. Doja Cat was $24.99 on pink vinyl. Doja Cat. Let's read through those one more time. And I think you're all about to like this kind of random kind of crate I'm about to go through as we check on some of these signed records, etc. All right, and Code is sold to Robert Warner for 16. Thank you. Vox already has a bid for 5. What did I do with those? Stack. Here they are. All right, and let's see what the next one is here. I'll wait on that one because it's in pretty bad shape too. This is actually a pretty cool record. This is early here for Hank Williams Sr. This was actually in the New Orleans collection, but it's in pretty low grade. But this actually might have been out when he was alive. There was only a handful of 45s that were actually released when he was still alive. And this needs a cleaning. It's pretty dirty. I hadn't cleaned it, but I can. Or let me rephrase that. It can be cleaned. Most of these we've just been letting ride. This is 56 EP 233. Let me type in Williams. That's it right there. 1956. I think. Make sure this is the right version. Nope. Yeah, it's 1956, but Hank Sr. died in 1953. Okay, so he died in 53. Most Hank Williams records you see, especially 45s and definitely albums, were released after he passed away. But that's still a pretty cool record. 1956. It's a 4-track. 1956. After it's cleaned, it will get to about a VG+. The sleeve is split. The sleeve's in poor condition. $5 start on Hank Williams Sr. Still a cool record. Final call on Vox for 5. Let's read through these one more time. No problem, Ryan. This is all new and sealed stuff. This is the last lower crate of the night, all sealed stuff. DJ Shadow was sealed, $24.99. Eagles of Death Metal was $49.99. The Hives was $19.99. Two of those. Lake Street Drive sealed $19.99. Margot Price sealed for $19.99. Dead Kennedys was sealed $29. REM was $24.99. $24.99. And then John Mayer, we sold one. There's two left for $24. The last, I think it is Slamito, maybe. That is sealed for $29.99. There's another REM, so we actually have four of those. Hank Williams has bids for 5 and 5, now 7. Perry Ubu was sealed on white vinyl for $24. One from the Heart, Tom Waits, sealed for $19.99. Leslie does want one of those REMs. That sounds like a great price to me. Sealed REMs for $24.99. One sold to Leslie Holt there. We still got Leon Bridges sealed for $19.99. Two copies of Doja Cat on pink vinyl for $24. Also, this was Earth Gang, Mirrorland, sealed, $29.99. And the last two was new and sealed Genesis Nursery Crime, $24.99. So, William Dragovich, you get the Vox record, the Barracudas for $5. Thank you. They're bidding on Hank Sr. all of a sudden. Here is our next single. At first, I thought it was damaged, but it's actually made to look old. It's made to look old. The Los Habaneros. If you look on the back, it looks like it's aged and worn. That's actually how it was made. The Los Habaneros. That is going to go up for a $5 start. Adam Bullock wants a DJ Shadow. That's sold to Adam Bullock. Michael's out on the Hank Williams Sr. So that's a final call to Chris X for $8 on that. All righty. Chuck Haley's in on the Hank Sr. at 10, so they're still betting on that, and the Los Habaneros. All right, what I plan on doing for probably about the next hour, maybe 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. I don't know. 30 minutes probably won't get us very far in the crate. So what I would be doing, if I would be ending the show right now, typically, because we've went through everything, we've already worn out half-off bins. We went through like 5 vintage half-off bins tonight, so I've went through about as much as I can without getting into new stuff, and it's awfully late. So typically, I would say that's it. Final call. Last warning. Good night. I really don't have any new vinyl to show because we got 0 boxes in tonight. That will definitely be a different story tomorrow. If I would be in the show right now, I'd probably be going to eat and then looking up some autographed records and pretty much figuring out who signed them and pricing them. Now, some of this stuff I'm going to price right now. Some of this is pretty tough to price because it's hard to find comps or it's a lot of unknown factors. So I may need to like say, let me just auction that tomorrow. I'll sell it tomorrow at 7 o'clock or whatever. And there's some metal records I know for sure that we're going to have to save for Thursday that are autographed. I know I've already pulled 2 out, and I'll show them to y'all just so y'all see what's coming up. Plus, a lot of these I need to sleeve and put the JSA card. So that's what I'd be doing as soon as I end the show. So how about for the next 30 or 45 minutes, we just go ahead and do it. That way y'all can see some stuff. And we might actually go ahead and get some of them sold. We're on some of our last auctions here. Nobody bid on the Los Habaneros, so that's a $5 buy now. And then Chris X, let me know if you want backing on Hank. So let me go get this crate I'm talking about. And I think the JSA cards are up front, which are basically the little certifications. Let me go get that, and let's see what's over here. I'm going to have to get my laptop and probably be looking up a lot of these and trying to find comps on eBay. So we just had 640 LPs. We just had 640 LPs authenticated. I think it was 640. So that's probably... I've got them scattered all over. Maybe like 8 or 9 crates full of autographs like this. Or maybe that was total certifications. That might include other small stuff as well. So, all right, so let's sell Chuck Haley to Hank for 10. And let's go ahead and clear off these last ones. Let's bundle the last New Orleans stuff that didn't sell. So they would have been 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Let's do those for $15. The Los Habaneros, Knockout Greg, Graham Day, Junior Marvel, and Les Thugs. Those remaining ones there for $15. And then the only 3 LP no bids was John Schneider, sealed for $10, Music of the Upper Amazon for $10, and then the replacements was $25. An interview with Paul Westerberg, white label promo. If anybody wants those or wants to make an offer, that's already bundled at $15. Those were $10, $10, and $25. I'm going to go ahead and put them back over here in my auction bin. And then here are the remaining 45s that were $6.99. We had Jimmy Buffett, Livingston Saturday Night, Elvis Costello, The Only Flame in Town, Bob Dylan, Watching the River Flow, Silver, Wham Bam Shang-a-Lang. We had Peter Frampton, Signed, Sealed, Delivered, I'm Yours, Jimmy Buffett, Fins, John Fogerty, The Old Man Down the Road, Eric Clapton, Willie and the Hand Jive, Night Ranger, Don't Tell Me You Love Me, Paul McCartney, Spies Like Us, Musical Youth, Pass the Ducci, Give a Little Bit, Supertramp, Styx, Borrow Time, Truth, Exception of Love, Private Idaho and Party Out of Bounds, B-52s, and Head of the Class, which was from High Society Magazine. Felix says he'll take this bundle here for $15. So Les Thugs, Junior Marvel, Graham Day, Knockout Greg, and Los Habaneros are also to Felix for $15. He also wants the Elvis Costello for $6.99. All right. And Paul McCartney for $6.99. Spies Like Us. Okay. And my poor miscellaneous stuff. Goldfinger for $6.99. The Buddy Miles postcard from the from the Avalon Ballroom. The Kid Rock backstage pass for $5. And then, I guess that's technically our first autograph. The signed Lonnie Mack Frisbee. I feel like I've shown that 10 times. $75 on the autographed Lonnie Mack Frisbee. Michael Butler wants the B-52s for $6.99. Felix Salas gets Head of the Class for $6.99. And let's see what's left here then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 left there. If anybody wants those 12 remaining 45s, for $45. $4 a piece would be 48. So less than $4 a piece. The remaining 45s for $45. That works out good. The show ends. Yeah, Tanner brought this up here like 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago, and said if no one buys this, the show's over. And it's still there, and the show's still going on. So I don't know what happened, but there was some kind of miscommunication. 78 Trans Am wants the Goldfinger paperback for $6.99. And then there's the remaining bundle of 45s for $45. And if there'll be nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold merch so I can get my laptop and have a place to set it. And now I've got to get my computer. Let me do that right now. And the JSA cards, which are up here. The records that I pulled out of this crate was the autographed Paul Stanley, the autographed Ace Frehley, the autographed Paul Stanley, Ace Frehley. That was some of the stuff that I had pulled out here just to auction today. And I was like, holy moly, I need to get these things out and priced. I forgot I had stuff like signed Kiss records and signed, well, I'll show you the first one. I think the first two in the crate are ones that were definitely going to be assigned for Thursday night. I'm probably going to, after I put the cards with them, I'll go ahead and give them to Laura. I mean, we can look them up, but they're definitely prime Thursday night items. And Paul Brothers got that remaining bundle. Thank you, Paul. That's so to you for $45. Appreciate it. A small but mighty bundle. And now we've hit a big feed in the 45s. There's only about 5 other New Orleans singles, but I think they're water damaged. So we sold a large tote. I guess in the last 2 days, we sold an entire box of 45s. That's pretty amazing. Me and John discussed it earlier today. He's like, that's pretty wild. He said, I think that's like the 10th box in just a short amount of time. And then here's the tub I keep talking about. I think Paul started on this one Sunday, is when he was doing a Sunday show about 2 weeks ago. And that's all that's left. I think there might be one salvageable record, and I think I have the sleeve for it. And then there's a couple other scraps in here. So that's all that's left. This thing was full of 45s. And it's took us about 2, maybe 2.5 weeks, and we've sold every one of them. $5 start auctions, one at a time. It's like and we still got tubs back there full like that. Pretty amazing. All right. So first record here is definitely going to be sold Thursday night. I have an autographed Lita Ford out for blood. Wow. Autographed Lita Ford out for blood. I'm going to go ahead and put some of these in sleeves. So they're sleeved already. And I've got to go ahead and match these JSA cards. So this is Lita Ford out for blood. And this is CD02. I think if I can get these in order, I can find these pretty fast. CD02359 right here. CD022 023 02359 02359 02359. I think I got the wrong stack. 022 359. Yeah, I got the other stacks in there. Okay. So let's start a New Orleans box. Well, maybe if I can find where they're at, and also I got to find the right stack of cards first for these. They're kind of mixed everywhere. There's these. These were the ones that just got delivered, I thought. Let me see what's in here. Hold on a second. I got these things kind of scattered everywhere. Okay, this one actually might be down inside the jacket. These might actually already have them down inside the jacket. I can look up some of them. It'll go ahead and save me some time probably. Some of these might have the card. Yeah, this one has the card down inside the jacket. So, yeah. That's good. I was like, uh-oh. First one's like, where the heck's the jacket or the record at? The record, now that's a prime example where the record itself is a pretty good record. So we had all these JSA authenticated, so they're good to go. Luckily, I think I won't need these. I think these already have down. But the first thing, we misplace these cards so easily, and whenever you buy these, like if you lose this, it's no big deal. Like it won't take away from the value, but it's kind of like a mini letter. You know, it's like a little token there. So, alrighty. There's a personalized. And then I'm going to pull up JSA and I'm going to run these numbers and make sure there's no special notes. No, it just says Lita Ford signed album cover. This was a cutout record. Yeah, most of these I see are cutout records. That Lita Ford, it was banned, and they're typically cutouts. This is a U.S. Looks like there's a couple different pressings. There's a PRC and an HRM. They've got to be pretty similar. That kind of stuff usually don't matter. It doesn't really look like it does. It appears that it does, but it really doesn't. So this would probably be like, I don't, and I try not to stick to it because sometimes I'll even have stuff auctioned, or I'll have stuff tagged for auction, Paul, or anybody else watching, and sometimes I'll change it right on the fly. Sometimes I'll raise it, I'll lower it, but I'll say the starting bid on this will be somewhere between like 70 and 90, 75 and $95, just to give you a rough estimate. Okay, I'll go ahead and put like a starting bid on this would be 75, and we're going to sell this Thursday night, so this will be tagged for Thursday metal night. And this is a 19. This is going to be a 1983, and it's one or two. I can double check it, but it's either a PRC or HRM. Let's see what we got here. It's HRM. It is an HRM pressing. I'll probably get asked that first thing. And the disc is extremely nice. So the stuff for Thursday, I'm going to put right back there. And we have Dancing on the Edge. That's another good one. And that will probably be around the same price. I mean, having her signature on there really helps it, obviously. Let me make sure the disc on this one's nice. Another beautiful disc. So another U.S. original. Another U.S. original. And let me double check the JSA code here. This is CD02358. And yeah, Lita Ford signed album cover. That's verified and checked. Be about the same thing on that one. I won't have to write that down a second time because I'll be able to remember that. And those will be pretty interesting pieces for Thursday night metal night. Put that right back there. What's next? Bad Religion. Wow. So verify, this is CD02384. Signed by 6 members. Unfortunately, I don't get a list. That's a pretty dingy sleeve. Let me go ahead and put that in a fresh one. Bad Religion. Age of Unreason. Now, that's a record also I don't think I've seen too many times. Not all the, if you want to know the cost, or let me rephrase that, if you're curious about the starting bid, let me know. You bought a sign, are you sure it was signed Bad Religion, or was it the Dropkick Murphys? I'm kind of curious what the record goes for by itself. But I guess I don't think that one's in print. It's not that expensive a record, but I just don't think I've seen that too many times, honestly. Let's see if any came signed. Europe. Double-sided poster. Newberry sold some copies that had been opened and signed by the band. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, Lita. Okay, not Bad Religion. Lita. I was about to say, I was like, I don't think I've ever had this. Okay. Sorry, I hadn't looked up cost on that yet, but I will. I'm going to put that one back in the bin. MC Chris. And like some of these, some of them could be for sale tonight. I'll let you know. I might break your heart on some of them, but either by saying they're not available tonight or that I'm going to do them at a different time. Or some of them we might go ahead and price out tonight. I don't know. That says black splatter on neon. I'm not for sure if that's it or not. I don't know if I would call that black splatter and neon or not. I need to get it in a new sleeve regardless. I don't know if that color's on Discogs, honestly. Looks like he drew a little Boba Fett helmet when he signed it. That's going to be an interesting one because I don't know if the variant's even on Discogs and the other two were kind of, it looked like short runs, so. Put that in there. All right. Dog Fashion Disco. Dog Fashion Disco. That's a band I'm not too familiar with. There's the CD signed. Mystery color. So I bet this is the 2011 then. The record's kind of pricey. I mean, they start at $60. And it's signed. The only thing signed on eBay is a CD, which is at $40. So I don't think the signatures add all that much, but it's pretty cool that it's a signed album. And then there's a CD that sold for $45. So it sounds like the signatures are valued at least $45, and then the record itself here is a 2000. What I think is a 2011, because the other ones are on mystery color. So if they're on mystery color, that means I wouldn't think they're black. Did they do black? They didn't do any in black, right? Yeah, there's none in black. So it's definitely the 2011. So that's a pretty good record. And that's VG, and then they started 60, but that's VG, and then actually sold 50. So, I would say this would be like, I'll go ahead and price it probably. Now, when I price some of these, this is probably going to be the buy it now price now or the starting bid at another time. So this would be $95. This would be $95. I'm going to go ahead and put some of these in new sleeves. So it's signed by the band. Gatefold. $95 on that. And let me go ahead and get that in a new sleeve. I like everything in uniform sleeves. So some of these I'm going to go ahead and price. And is that supposed to be a bootleg Toronto? I'm just now seeing your comment, Paul. I don't know why we're looking at a bootleg Toronto. Where did you see that at? Tarantino? Maybe you meant Tarantino because of the cover. Kind of looks like a Pulp Fiction kind of deal, maybe. I don't know. Get this back in a sleeve. Some of these sold a few years ago for over $100, $100, $150. Put the JS card there. So I know what to go ahead and price this. And then if they don't sell here, they'll have to go somewhere else eventually. All right. Go ahead and mark that one. I'm going to say 95. And the JSA said, signer, Dog Fashion Disco, additionally signed by 3 different members, additional members. All right, I may put that inside the sleeve so I don't lose. All right. Commander Cody. Let me see who actually signed it. Did Commander Cody actually sign it? Now, if you're watching and you're like, I'm interested in this, then ask me how much it is, and I'll let you know if it's for sale or if I need to wait, okay? First thing I do is I make sure I know who actually signed it, which this will be our clue. You type in CD 02381, and it's signed by Commander Cody and Bill Kircher. Commander Cody and Bill Kircher. And let's see here. Bill Kircher was lead guitar and banjo. Of course, Commander Cody was lead vocal. Let me see Commander Cody over here. Okay, that gives me a lot of information. CD 02380. Mose Allison. Wow, that's interesting. Hi, JB. Mose Allison. And that's an interesting one there. Mose Allison. That's already in a knee sleeve. Brian Auger, I think. Yeah, Brian Auger. Especially for Bill, with my sincere best wishes, Brian Auger. Atlanta, November 1974. That's a Dale Pittsburgh. We're still finding Dale Pittsburgh autographs. Papa John Creech. Yeah, we've hit these next 2 or 3 here are from Dale's. Probably some of the last stuff that we found from Dale's. Probably they got passed over the first check. We went through his tubs over and over and over and still would find autographs. And that's why we had to have a mass submission, because we found even more. You really can't do much with these until you get verification. I mean, it can be like a $35 autograph, but you really can't get $35 unless you pay this $12 fee to have it checked. Papa John's might be a pretty good one, actually. I mean, not like very expensive, but especially. And what you also got to check, like you can search on eBay Papa John signed, which is the first thing I look up, but you'll see them, but you won't see them with certification. And so like as soon as you get that, sometimes you can say, well, it might be double or triple because it's verified. Here's another one. And Dale kept his obituary, it looks like, too. Those are pretty cool. Bad Religion. Yeah, I can check it. The problem with that one is they don't list the band members on JSA. They just told it was signed by X amount of people. So I'm going to have to go back and maybe hopefully match it up and see if it's easy, if there's other comps out there that's maybe signed by that same lineup. I don't know the history of the band members. Yeah, if you give me a second, I'll do that before I sign off. I'm like curious what's all in here. Hey, that's always been a good signature. This is I can tell it's a Fred Goodwin record too. He's got the sleeve taped to the inside here. Let me see who actually signed this, though. This is nice. Well, where's the card? 2376. The card's not down. The card wasn't down in this one. Let's see, 2376. Oh, these are all 22s. That's weird. There's no card down in this one. Let me look again and make sure I'm not crazy. I'm pretty sure the jacket is empty. That's just like hung up in something. And it wasn't in there. Did it fall out? Oh, it fell out here. Okay. There it is. I want to see what this says. All right, so this is CD 02376. Earl Scruggs, Randy Scruggs, Josh Graves, and Gary Scruggs. So this is signed by Earl Scruggs, Randy Scruggs, Josh Graves, and Gary Scruggs. Now, Earl Scruggs has always been... I had a Earl Scruggs lobby card I think we sold for $375. I think it was a little bit better signature. There's a cut, not authenticated, 25. There's an album, Earl Scruggs, Volume 2, signed, JSA, $200. Let's see if it was what it looked like. It's personalized to Eddie. Best wishes to Eddie. Best wishes to Eddie, Earl Scruggs, and that one sold for $200. I had a feeling he had a pretty good signature. So this one says to Fred, because it's from Fred Goodwin's collection. And it's got additional signers. I don't think they're probably don't have much value, but I had a feeling that was a pretty good one. With the ones like specifically like MC Chris, where you couldn't find a comp, we'd be posting about it when you figure it out and they go up. Yeah, so I skipped over that one because I kind of ran into a dead end. what I do with somebody like MC Chris, I can probably tell you right now. I'll probably auction it. I'll do Earl Scruggs. This is a price if anybody wants it now, and probably what I would start it at, $155. And one just sold for $200. That would be my starting bid, and like if no one bought it here or if no one bid on it, I'd eventually put it on eBay for that same price of $200. Let me actually make a note of that. Last sold $200, and it was personalized. Just give you an idea. So MC Chris signed. Let me pull up Terapeak, because what I probably do with that is just base it off the signature. And let me go ahead and be pulling up Bad Religion. I also have a database here. I can go back 3 years where I have an eBay store. So I can type in MC Chris signed. And there's CD. I was looking for an album signed. Okay, there's an album that was signed. There's a CD. Okay, there. And I think, just a heads up, I think there's more MC Chris coming up that are... Y'all remember we had a ton of MC Chris. That was probably when we were selling like a lot of that NoFX stuff too. It all came from the same guy. He had a ton of MC Chris. He had a ton of NoFX. I know Jim B's watching. He remembers. I don't see a signature. It says signed, but there's not a signature on here. That's weird. Where's the most recent? Let's sort this by most recent. January. Yep, there's those. It says signed, but I don't see a signature on them. Plus ours authenticated. MC Chris, I'll probably start it at... Well, hold on. Let me go back one more step because I kind of forgot about the record too. The actual record was... let's take a look at that again. Go back here. Show full history. MC Chris. Where was I? I was right here. Okay. MC Chris. It's called hashtag MC Chris is good music. So the limited edition pinwheel, there's only one copy for sale for $40. What I think might be this one, there's none for sale. And then the Cloudy Blue Sky, there's none for sale. So what does that sell for on... Is there any on eBay at all? There's none. And then sold. There's none sold. Then Terapeak. None sold. Wow. Yeah, this is pretty scarce. So there's none sold on eBay in 3 years. I don't think this variant's on Discogs. And it's autographed, authenticated. So probably... And the pinwheel, only one's ever sold. But there is one active for $40. This is brand new from the label. I'd probably say I would probably auction this, and I probably can run it tomorrow for probably like a $75 start. I mean, that's a tough one. That's just throwing something out there because it's like there's absolutely no comps. But the good thing is we know it's signed. He made a little doodle, and it's JSL authenticated. And I think it's on a variant that's pretty scarce, so 75 on that. Let me pull Bad Religion out so I don't forget. I want to go ahead and show another one here. Oh, there's another Earl Scruggs. Nice. There's another Earl Scruggs. Looks like 2 Fred with all the same additional signers. And how much was that other one? It was $155. Let me make that same note. $155. And then last sold was $200. Some of this it's kind of like, well, I don't know. Yeah, I think, yeah, we had Earl Scruggs, I think, back in December. We marked it for $15, and then I caught the signatures on the back. I remember I was like, whoa, 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 this thing's signed. John just thought somebody had wrote their name on the back. I was like, whoa, 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 wait a minute, this is signed. What do we have here? Mushroom Head. Mushroom Head. It's just a slip though. Call the Devil. It's just a slip. Let's see here. Let's look it up on JSA first. It says CDO 2374, signed by 9 members. Wow. 2468, signed by 9 members. Mushroom Head. It's not a record, it's just a flat or some kind of sleeve. Mushroom Head signed. Not much on this at all. There's a CD. I know their records are always desirable. We don't get them that often. There's one signed JSA. Not a lot have sold, so there's not a lot of comps to go by. The ones that are active are pretty. The ones that's active are pretty pricey. And then there's some that's ended, but they didn't have certification. There's a set list that's autographed. That might be a tough one. That might be one where, I throw it out there. This is probably not a price for tonight because it's a wild hair or it's a wild card like MC Chris. Probably something I'd throw out there for a $55 start. If you're a fan, it'd look really cool framed. So that'd be just kind of like my guess, just based on what I'm seeing. It doesn't look like they sell often, but there's not a lot that's really listed cheap. A lot of them were listed $250, $200, but they were also records, which always will demand more money. This is some kind of slip. I've never seen that record before. I guess that's the front of it. You probably could cut this. You probably could cut this where if you wanted to frame it where you had the front cover and the signatures, you could do something like that with it. Dick Dale, that's a cool one. The record's in terrible shape. Thank you, Paul, as always. If you got to head out, I'm disappointed, but I understand. Y'all are basically seeing what I would be doing if I had ended the sale. If I had ended the sale 38 minutes ago, this is basically what I would be doing up front. Trying to figure out what the price these things for. Also, who signed them, what they are. We accumulate all this stuff in collections, and we have to find out if it's real. And then we have to find out what's a fair price, what do they go for. I would sell Dick Dale. Price on it right now would be $45. JSA authenticated. Dick Dale, $45. It's personalized to John. The record's not in the best condition, so that's kind of like a $45 buy it now or a $45 bid first time I ever put it up. So not bad on that for a quick buy it now. But the first time I offer it another time, that'll be the starting bid. Just saying. The zombies? Is this the zombies? I had Dick Dale sign my car. Wow. Like the inside of the dash or like on the outside? The zombies, signed by 5 members. Wow. I see Colin. Isn't that the main guy there? I can recognize his name. Let's pull up the zombies logo or the zombies here on Wikipedia. So the zombies, well, I shouldn't just Google that. That pulls up all kinds of stuff. Zombies band. The zombies, let's pull up like Odyssey and Oracle lineup. Personnel, Colin Blunstone. That's what I thought. Yeah, Colin Blunstone. He's like the main guy. Rod Argent. Rod Argent. And I think he went on to be in Argent. Is that the same guy? Hold Your Head Up. Yeah. And then that's the two I know for sure. And then the rest of these I'm not for sure. We can try to match them. Maybe there's liner notes. That's pretty cool, though. I mean, that's two legends right there. Maybe there's liner notes here with the band. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, Colin Blunstone, Rod Argent, Jim Rodford. There's Jim Rodford. Steve Rodford. There's Steve Rodford. And Tom Toomey. Now, I don't know how many more of those were on like their classic albums. I know two of them there was on Odyssey and Oracle. Let's go to like their... Well, the Zombies really only had two albums. Maybe... Yeah, they really only had two albums. They had the Zombies and Odyssey and Oracle, and that's it. They really only had two albums. So, and that first album had Colin and Rod Argent. I think these other three guys were probably later, that joined the band later, but they really only had those two albums. And of course, Odyssey and Oracle ranked number 100 on the Rolling Stones Origin Band Name recording. That's why you don't see much from them. They only had two albums. Yep. That's interesting. Let's see if there's any comps on that. I didn't know I had that. I think that's pretty cool, honestly. That's probably, I was about to say, that's probably going to pull up a ton of stuff. The Zombie signed. Entertainment memorabilia. There's one signed by Rod Argent. I was about to say, a signed Odyssey and Oracle would be pretty cool. There's one that sold for $224. I was thinking maybe you'd find this exact album signed. Maybe they like signed it and shipped it that way. But yeah, that's probably something I'd start for like. Well, it's hard to say because like Odyssey and Oracle sell for $200-300, but that's a much more desirable album. I don't know, I'll probably start at like $75 or something. I think that'd be pretty fair. I actually hadn't looked up the record, but I wouldn't think it was too expensive. It is on colored vinyl. What's it actually called? It's called Still Got That Hunger. Pledge Music offered copies signed by Rod Argent and Colin Blunstone. I don't see any of these. Baby Blue. There it is. Baby Blue. Second press on Baby Blue vinyl. Okay. So it's like a... Well, there's only one for sale for $35. Yeah, I'll probably start that at like $75. Didn't know I had that. That's pretty cool. Signed by two members of what I believe is, or what I know to be the original lineup. Those other guys, I'd have to do some research, but I think that's just probably basically some touring musicians that probably cut that album with them or something. All right, that's a good one. Guy Clark. It says for Michael, Guy Clark. It's personalized, but we've had some signed stuff by him before. Let me double check it. Probably can ballpark this one. I kind of remember what we sold those for. There's a Guy Clark CD, $41. Let's go to Terra Peak. Mm-hmm. There's one, unauthenticated. Yeah, this is probably like $125 start. Let me see what the actual, I mean, the record itself is good too. Oh yeah, it's probably like $125 start on Guy Clark. Anybody still out there? Am I putting everybody to sleep? I bet a lot of people have definitely fell asleep watching this. Is Laura still awake? Hey, that's cool. Yeah, I remember finding this. I was like, wait a minute. This is signed by John Sebastian of the Lovin' Spoonful. Oso's still there. He's waiting for a price on that Bad Religion. Here in a minute, I'll just read everything that's left in here, and then we can go from there. Yeah, I'll probably start this at like $55. The best, I mean, it's a cool record. Look, it's a Taiwanese bootleg on orange vinyl, and it's signed by John Sebastian, who played at Woodstock. So I think that'd be pretty cool. Do you believe in magic? I mean, lead singer of that song. Craig says, yeah, flip through. No more waiting. But what I'm afraid is there's going to be like a bunch of requests, and I'm not going to get to them in time. I like this because I don't know really what's coming up next either. I'm going to start that tomorrow at 55. I got to photograph these. And Laura will have great auctions, and then I'll have maybe some additional stuff here to supplement it too. I want to do them one at a time and be like, all right, well, we didn't get finished with the crate, because if I start reading through, it's going to be like, wait a minute, how much is this stuff? All right. I know. All right, this is... Wow, Grace Slick. I didn't know we had that. That's my first ever Grace Slick album, except for a photo. And that was down inside of a record that was already authenticated. We had all those Jefferson airplanes, and we never did find a Grace Slick. Grace Slick, that's pretty cool. Suburban Lawns, Baby. Suburban Lawns, Baby. Oh, yeah, this is a good one. This is a pretty rare Alabama record, and then it's signed by the entire band. Pretty cool. That's a pretty rare Alabama record, then signed by the whole band. John Corabi. John Corabi Unplugged. I think that's just a good record just by itself. 30-Foot Fall. 30-Foot Fall. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, fully signed, including Jimmy Vaughn. Fully signed with Jimmy Vaughn. Memphis Slim? Or is it just John Paul Amatro? I'm not for sure. The Nighthawks. Anson Furterbur and the Rockets. Alice Cooper. There's another MC Chris. MC Chris is dead. Now, what is this one called? And what was that other band? I read that comment. Who said that? Stephen Riley. I never did read that out loud or read it and comprehend it. Also, if you come across any OG skinny puppies signed by all three band members, I do have a firstborn son who is 11. Trades can be made. Okay. Sounds like you're looking for a skinny puppy. The Offspring. That's pretty cool. Signed. Brenda Lee. Dog Fashion Disco. There's another Dog Fashion Disco. Soft Play Heavy Jelly. A Year of War. Wargasm. SVT. Signed by Jack Cassidy. Jefferson Airplane, signed by Jack Cassidy and Paul Cantor. Oh, wait a minute. They might have signed it in here too. No, that might be Yorma Calcoen, Jack Cassidy. That's pretty cool. I'll have to check that. I'll have to look that one up right quick. That's Max Webster. It's not signed by Bruce Springsteen. Okay, I know that for sure. If it was signed by Bruce Springsteen, it would have required a letter, and it would be around 1,000 plus. That's why it would require a letter. It's not signed by Bruce. It's signed by his drummer and Niels Lofgren. I will check the Offspring for you. Let me give you a second on that. Charlie Louvin, Loretta Lynn, George Thorogood, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry. Katy Perry. Pat Travers. Pat Travers. Eddie Bush. Elmer Fudd Pucker. Jim Oliver. Black Moth Super Rainbow. Black Moth Super Rainbow. Black Moth Super Rainbow. And this should be Jay Leno. Yeah. Jay Leno. Now, there's some others I can read through right quick for those that's hung around. George Thur, I think it had multiple signatures on it. No, it's made out. To Chester, thanks. Something. It's kind of hard to make out, but yeah, it's definitely got somebody's. I tell you what, though, I think it's older autographs because they're in ballpoint pen, and the jacket is pretty worn. Okay, now, let's see here. What do I need to do? Let me, the most recent, or the oldest claim, or oldest quest is Bad Religion. Let me see if I can price this for Oso. If not, I'll give you maybe a starting bid for tomorrow. But the first thing we need to do is Bad Religion, copy. Let me go over here to Wikipedia. Let me pull up their discography. Let me go to this album, which is their most recent, and then go to the personnel. So it's signed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. 6 kind of played on the album. So I think all the important people did. I'll have to match some of these up. I think the main people, like some of the main members, Greg Graffin and whoever Craig said earlier, they're on there. So the important signatures are on there. That's kind of what I needed to know. I wanted to flip through the other bin right quick. I think I started the feed at 112. It's going to kick off on Facebook, and then I'll wrap up the show. There's a guitar. I figured that would be the most expensive. Brian Baker. Yeah, and then, yep. Okay, so what? Okay, there's one. That one's got pretty much 2, 4, 6, 2, 5, 5. I think that's what it said on JSA. Let me run this certificate again. The certificate is CD 02384. It's signed by 6 members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wonder if there's one on the back. 2, 4, 5. Huh. Is that a signature and that's a signature? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, it's signed by everybody. I guess that's a signature and that's a signature. It is on blue vinyl, yeah. Also, I'll probably auction this tomorrow, and I'll make sure you're on. I do kind of see, but also it's a big band. I'll start it tomorrow. I'll make sure you're ready to go because I've seen 2 different prices on here. I've seen one right now I'm looking at that sold for 120, and then I see one that sold for 60. So it's kind of like that's the range. I'm seeing as low as 60 and some for twice as much. Both recently sold. So that's a tough one. I think I'd be better off splitting it kind of and putting it up for auction tomorrow. $75, $85, maybe $95 start depending on my vibe and just letting it run at auction. But it's going to be no less than probably 60, but it could go over 100, and I'll probably run it. If you can tune in tomorrow, I'll probably run it then. It's got one flaw. It's got a crease right here on the cover on that. So, if that works for you, that'll give you a range. The next one was the Offspring. Unless you can make me an offer I can't refuse. So there's a bunch of Offspring Charged on here that recently have sold, which that's a relatively new album. That's a relatively new album, and it looks like they signed a bunch of them. I don't see one from Let the Bad Times Roll, but that probably gives me a pretty good idea. I mean, they're selling anywhere, and I think it might do with the color of the vinyl too. I mean, they're selling for like 80 to 100 Offspring. But I don't see one Let the Bad Times Roll. So Let the Bad Times Roll. Yeah, it looks like they signed a bunch of those. I'll probably start that tomorrow at $75, Brandon. I'll probably start that tomorrow at $75. I mean, I think that'd be like at the bottom and hope that it goes up from there. And let me run the JSA and see what. I don't think I've run that one yet. There's one bad thing. There's no disc. There's just the album sleeve. That's the bad part. It's just the disc. But I don't think that's too expensive an album. So you could get this exact record and replace the disc. That matters a lot to some people. Yeah, signed by 4 members. And then next in line was Stephen Riley. He was interested in the Black Moth, and which one? It was Cobra Juicy, which was this one, right? Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh, Steven. I don't know on this. Let's see what it says first on JSA. It says first on JSA SD 02336, signed by 3 members. Lenticular cover. Wow, what a cool cover. Look at that. I'm a fan of lenticulars. I think that's awesome. Can I get a catalog number here? Let's see if I can get a catalog number. Well, let me go to the master release. This is Black Moth. I think it's that one right there, LP. I think it's this one, lenticular. Oh, man. Well, there's currently none for sale, and the last one sold over a year ago. This is the 2012 original with a lenticular cover. It's been reissued a couple times. The 2016 reissue, none for sale. The 2012, there's only one for sale. And then the 2012 orange marbled non-lenticular starts at $120. Wow, that's a pricey album. And let me see if there's any that sold recently. On the good old Phoebe. Just one non-lenticular 100. Let's go to the good old Terapeak, which is going to take us back 3 years. There's one signed and lenticular, and that sold May of 2014. This is definitely one I don't think I can price you tonight because it's too there's too much of a wild card on this one for a couple reasons. It appears to be a very desirable album, and there's almost no recent comps. There's one, I don't know who autographed it or how many members, that sold about a year ago for $250 on eBay. And of course, those weren't authenticated. Most of these kind of signatures aren't forged, but you know, it just helps. I mean, this does have quite a bit of value knowing that they're authentic. I can run it tomorrow because I've basically done all the research. And I mean, but I think auction estimate, this is a 250 or 250 plus on this one. I don't know that. I feel like I'd probably need to start it around 200. Just FYI. That's a good one. The other Black Moth Super Rainbow. The other one in here was The Autumn Kaleidoscope Got Changed. Album Sing to Us and EP Sing to Us. It looks like it's signed by the same people. Almost by in the same pen. I wonder if somebody met them and then got them to sign a few albums. That's what it looks like happened. It looks like it's by the same marker and the same people. This is 6-431-57-408-772. Wow, there's only one of these. There's only one pressing of this. Originally a private press CDR from 2011, released in the same name. Never properly released, mainly just given to some friends, some material. This tube is limited to 1,000. The first 500 copies are hand numbered, include a tri-blend American Apparel t-shirt with a Tree Girl logo. Huh. The last one sold November. There's none for sale. Wow, their stuff is tough to get, it seems like. The last one sold November 19th of last year for $150. It was a top copy, very rare, not autographed. Is this numbered somewhere? Let me see if it's got a number somewhere on it. It's not on the front or back. I don't think this one is. Really? Yeah, I bet when we first got all these, I bet this is the same collection, and I bet we sold some and then and we probably pulled the others to have authenticated. I don't even remember that, honestly. I'm sure you did, and I'm sure I did have it, but I don't even remember it. Let me put this in a new sleeve. Yeah, this is a good record. I remember us having some of these and it being like, Laura tagging them, and there was like none for sale. I remember some of the notes on some of those we sold. It was like none for sale, no comps. Same thing for some of those other MC Chris records. It's like, well, there's no comps, none for sale. You know, I don't think this one's numbered. Okay, there's those. I mean, this stuff I'm already taking time to research. I might try to run tomorrow. And here's another one here, which looks like it's signed by the same people. No, this has got additional. This is additional here. Did I answer everybody's questions here in the final? Because if you're on just so you know, if you're on Facebook, the feed is about to end. We're only given 8 hours over there, and it is about to end. But if these for sure go up, I will have them in a hot picture tomorrow. Just saying, if these go up, they'll for sure. Or if you see one of them, we might be selling all three. Sometimes if I have like 3 of the same band, I'll just show one. Somebody be like, oh, wow, they're selling a Black Moth Super Rainbow. And then, wow, here's the 2005 EP. Wow, this one's pricey too. 2005, these start at $120. Limited edition of 500 copies. 5 test pressings also exist. Let's see what the JSA card on this one says. This one says CD 02338, signed by 5 members. That's them. 2, 4. Boy, this person's got a odd signature. It just says asterisk Fields of Philion. And this one says Father. Those are some weird signatures there. Maybe, Steve, I should sell 1 per week just for you. 1 per week just for you. That'll help budget a little bit. Well, and what y'all got to understand, this is crate number 1 of 6 of signed albums. Laura's probably like, you've got to be kidding me. I think I got 6 more crates of signed albums over here, which I was going to try to read through one more right quick because I'm kind of curious. And usually by y'all's reactions, I'll know what the good stuff is. We accumulated in about 6 months a lot. I was like, man, how did we get this much signed stuff? I wasn't for sure. I was like, how did we even buy all this? But it just happens almost naturally. All right, I don't know if we'll have time to go through all this because I've got to skedaddle. Russ Davis. Pair or Year of the Cobra. Marshall Tucker. Okay, these cards go with these albums. Marshall Tucker, Jason and the Scorchers, SVT, Polka Dot Cadaver, Ground Zero, Volk. Their stuff's usually pretty good. Volk. Far as scarce ability and collectability. Coco Taylor. That's pretty cool. Boss Hogg. Ah, the Violent Films. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. It looks like it's a UK original too. Violent Films. Big Joe and the Dynaflows. Bruce Hornsby in the Range. That's just the way it is. Charlie Musselwhite. No, John Hammond. John Hammond and Charlie Musselwhite. Clutch. Wow, I bet that's pretty good. I've never seen that before. Clutch. I've never seen that one. Up Jump Colby. King Mud. MC Chris. More MC Chris. Great. We had a running joke with that for a while. MC Chris, nothing against the dude, but we had like 50 of his albums, and we were like auctioning them every night, it seemed like. John Hammond. Wow, that one's not pro. Look at all the signatures on that one. The Nighthawks. Don Williams, a signed picture disc. That's pretty cool. Prong. Alice Cooper. Jerry Lee Lewis. Peter, Paul, and Mary. That's pretty cool. And they doodled. Tangerine Dream. Wanda Jackson. Wanda Jackson. Wanda Jackson. Huh. It's signed by Leroy. He played for the Lakers. Leroy Ellis, I believe. Yeah, Leroy Ellis. Signed Lakers album. That's pretty cool. George Thorogood. What does that say? George Thorogood, 2002. Hooray for Texas? I don't know what that says there at the end, or is that somebody else's name? Looks like Hooray for Texas. Delbert McClinton. Till Tuesday. Jerry Jeff. A lot of stuff going on that one. Bon Jovi. Wow. Is this actually signed by Bon Jovi, or is it signed by... Yeah, that's his signature. Bon Jovi. Signed on the gatefold. But really cool there. Houston, Texas. Thank you, Houston. That probably makes more sense than hooray. Houston. Tony Orlando and Don. Charlie Musselwhite. Fear. The Black Keys. Webb Pierce. Not Alvin. Dave Allen? Dave Alvin. Phil Alvin. Dave Allen. Which one is it? Dave Alvin. Dave Alvin. Dave Alvin. The Nighthawks. The Nighthawks. The Nighthawks. We got a bunch of those. The Nighthawks. The Nighthawks. Hoyt Axton. Hank Thompson. Classic country. Hayes Carl. I had a feeling Fear was pretty good. Yeah. Who signed it there? Lee Ving? Lee Ving, maybe? Mother, Touch Up. Your Friend, Loretta Lynn. That's pretty cool. I Love You. God Bless, Loretta Lynn. Dog Fashion Disco. Dan Arbach of the Black Keys. Electric Tickle Machine. Electric Six. Mother. Opeth? Is that Opeth? Who is this? Yeah, Opeth. Opeth. The Cringe. Alabama. Johnny Rivers. The Black Keys that was signed was their most recent album, Ohio Players. Their most recent album. Also, Bruce Hornsby. I'll run that tomorrow. It's not that expensive, or at least when I had them in the past. It's probably less than 100. I'll probably run that tomorrow. It's got, looks like other people of his Southside band. No, The Range. Bruce Hornsby. Didn't he have something called Southside? Or was that the name of an album? Bruce Hornsby. Southside. Who's the Southside band? Bruce Hornsby. I guess his band's called The Range. But what is South? Bruce Hornsby and the Range. What does JSA say? JSA said it was CD 02287. Just signed by 5 members. It's from Dale's. It's got a little provenance from our collection. It's from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And I think that's where we had others, and this one just got slipped through, so we've had this for probably a couple years now. But there's Bruce Hornsby. To Dale, thanks for being a fan. Best wishes, Bruce R. Hornsby. That's just the way it is. Who was Bruce Hornsby in the Southside band? I think I'm just making stuff up. Or think I know something. Southside band. Bruce Springsteen, the E Street band. I guess it's always been The Range, though. That's a pretty good name for a backing band, The Range. Well, that was fun. We could keep going, but I figured I'd take it till 1 a.m. doing this, and we're here at 1:18. We found some killer pieces that will probably be auctioned tomorrow. I'll make sure some of y'all are watching. I won't forget Steve Riley on the Black Moth Super Rainbows, Brandon Lack on the Offspring, Oso Adventure on possibly Bruce Hornsby and Bad Religion, Lita Ford, and anything else in here that was kind of metal related. Maybe even like Fear. I might save those for Thursday night. Not for sure yet. I'm going to pull some of these out and leave them for Paul and Laura to go ahead and research for me. And maybe, I usually already know the autograph value, and I have Laura look up the actual pressing. Just like on Lita Ford, I'll probably have her double check and probably go ahead and clean the disc. Like, I bet Dale probably didn't really play this record. No. Yeah, I mean, it's like a brand new record. He probably maybe played it, but he had a couple copies. I know for sure he probably bought this and opened it just so they could sign it. I mean, so, but what we go ahead and do is we clean it, we grade it, and we get the exact pressing detail. Because most people really want to know what the record is too. I have found out quickly, they better have a disc in them, and most people will ask what pressing is the record. Most people really want an OG record signed, and they really care about the pressing. For me, I guess it would just depend on what it is. If it's something inexpensive, yeah, I'd rather go ahead and have the record. But if it was like a Paul McCartney signature, I would be okay with an empty jacket, because you probably could just slip in a disc and complete it. But luckily, this one's nice. I only seen one empty jacket, and that was on the Offspring. But I'm pretty sure that disc is not too expensive. You could replace it. But some people like having, the actual record here. I'll probably start this one around 55, probably, because I think it's signed by the full band. 2287 here. Let me find 2287. Wow, one of the last ones, 2287. There it is right there. I got a sleeve. I'll probably have them sleeve all these tomorrow. we have like 9 people right now waiting for us to mail them JSA cards because they've gotten misplaced. And I told Tanner, what we're going to do next Sunday or this upcoming Sunday, since I have a day off, is I'm going to go through all of our autograph stuff and board and bag it and put all these cards with these, because we just kind of are handed these and we got to match them. And, you know, we have some people missing their cards. But if you ever lose a card, it's not that big of a deal. Here's Hank Thompson. It's signed on the back. Songs for Rounders. And then who signed the Marshall Tucker? Marshall Tucker was signed by that's Jerry Eubanks and Doug Gray. Heard it in a love song. Jerry Eubanks and Doug Gray. I wonder if they're signed in the gatefold too. See, Dale was a master at taking this shrink wrap off. I hate to do it because I might not ever get it back on here. But I wonder if they signed it in the gatefold too. Because we had a Marshall Tucker one time. If I take this off, it's not going back on there probably. Let me see what JSA said, because Dale was a master. I have no idea how he could do this. He would take this shrink wrap off and he could get it back on there, which is like a really tough task. I bet it says signed by 2 members. CD 022. I had a ton of these. At one time, we had about 30 autographed Marshall Tucker albums. Yeah, Doug Gray and Jerry Eubanks. But I'm more concerned if the inside of it doesn't have additional signers. Sometimes he would write it. I'm kind of very curious. I might end up taking it off. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything. It needs to come off anyway. Let's go ahead and take it off. It's going to go in a sleeve anyway. Let's just rip it off. It's a beautiful copy. I mean, it needs to come off anyway, especially if you're going to have it framed. Let's see. No. Good to know, though. I'll sleep better tonight. Yeah, beautiful disc. That's a pretty cool record. I mean, that's a classic. That's OG, definitely embossed. It does have a punch hole, but let's get that straight into a sleeve. But he used to write signed it also on the gatefold, because I reckon what a lot of musicians would do, you know, they would sign and then they would flip it open like on a gatefold, and I've seen them sign their picture too, just real quick. And we've had all kinds of records like that that's been signed twice, maybe even 3 times, because they were getting passed around. Like Dale would, I guess, be backstage with them, and they would sign it, and then they would, you know, they would open it up and sign it, and then it would get passed around, and then it would come back to the guy again, and then he would sign it again, not realizing he'd already signed it. So I've seen that happen multiple times with Dale's records, which honestly I don't like. I don't like it when it's like signed 4 or 5 times by the same person. I want them like that. I think that's perfect. Just straight, beautiful, flat signatures. All right, but yeah, some of these that I've already pulled out now and checked, I'll probably run tomorrow. We'll probably run them after 5. We'll probably run them after 6 or 7 o'clock. So I think Facebook's already ended. That means we're no longer streaming on Facebook, and I'm about to no longer be streaming on YouTube. I think I'm going to stop there. I've got to eat, and I've got to probably pull out. See, how many have I got for sure? We've at least got for tomorrow. I'll go ahead and say I'm going to run these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll probably pull out another 13. Try to get it to 20 that I'll photograph, and then I'll probably have some surprises. Some in here that I might just throw up without any advertisement. That's usually how I do that. You don't want to reveal too much. But yeah, I'll be selling that tomorrow, probably sometime after 6. We got a lot of country autographs from Fred Goodwin. I mean, I've got Glenn Campbell, Loretta Lynn's. We got all those cuts. Don't forget about all those. These are just the albums, and then y'all should see all the small stuff. We got photos, index cards, guitar picks, a couple drumsticks, I think. some pick guards. We got a lot of stuff other than albums autographed too. So this is my project. I'm basically in charge of the autograph department here because I like autographs myself, and they can get quite complex to figure out retail. So I usually have them tag the vinyl, and then I do the autographs. It's not rocket science, but I'm a collector myself, and I'm always like to be in the know. Plus, I like to look at them when I know for sure they're authentic, in case I see them again out in the wild. I see stuff out in the wild, you know, like a lot of other shops. A lot of other shops might get autographed stuff, and they don't really value it sometimes. And I've been in other record shops, and it'll say signed, and I'm like, wait a minute, is that signed by, you know, Marshall Tucker? But they don't probably want to put the extra money to have it authenticated. But we buy so much, we end up with hundreds, if not thousands, of autographed albums over the course of 6 or 12 months. And it's worth our money. It's worth the 10 grand I spent to have all this authenticated. We spent about 10 grand having all this last bunch authenticated, so it was pretty pricey. But it's well worth it. It helps it carry a premium. All righty. I'm signing off. Thanks, everybody. For those that have said good night, I appreciate it. If you haven't said good night, then I'm disappointed. I think my mom brought me some food. I'm going to eat and then get right back at it. I got to leave here by 3 a.m. to get to the gym and be back on my normal schedule. So I've got an hour and a half to eat and clean up and get some work done. Thanks, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock-ish. I try to start at 5, but